Anakin Skywalker, a renowned Force-sensitive human male, was once a Jedi Knight serving the Galactic Republic and was foretold as the chosen one by the Jedi Order, destined to restore balance to the Force. Referred to as Annie in his youth, Skywalker gained the title Hero with No Fear for his valor in the Clone Wars. However, his transformation into Darth Vader, the feared Dark Lord of the Sith, occurred when he succumbed to the dark side of the Force, aligning himself with the Sith Lord Darth Sidious during the Republic's twilight. Welcome back to Stanley Presents. Today we're delving into the life and times of the legendary Jedi turned Sith Anakin Skywalker. Remember to like and subscribe if you like what you see. There's a lot to cover here, so let's hop right in. Excelsior! Early life. Anakin Skywalker, believed to be conceived by the midichlorians, was born to the slave Shmi Skywalker. Although he was initially listed as born on the desert planet of Tatooine, records suggest that Shmi and he had relocated there when he was very young. Nevertheless, Tatooine remained his homeworld. At a young age, Anakin, affectionately nicknamed Annie, worked in the shop of his master, Watto, situated in Mos Espa. Despite his humble beginnings, Anakin displayed remarkable piloting skills and even constructed the protocol droid C-3PO, specifically adapted for Tatooine's harsh environment. On one occasion, while working in Watto's scrapyard, Anakin stumbled upon a broken servomotor that he believed he could repair for his droid project. Despite Watto's initial dismissal of its value, Anakin persisted, determined to obtain the part. Additionally, Anakin's resourcefulness was demonstrated when he acquired photoreceptors for his droid at a Mos Espa market, outmaneuvering a Gran who also sought them. Anakin's ingenuity extended to his personal pursuits as well. He built his own pod racer, a skill that would later prove pivotal in a pod race competition. Throughout his childhood on Tatooine, Anakin forged close bonds with fellow slaves and inhabitants of Mos Espa, including Kitster Banai, Wald, and the elderly Jira. Despite the challenges of his upbringing, Anakin remained steadfast in his loyalty to those he cared about, as evidenced by his brave actions during a swoop gang attack on the streets of Mos Espa. In a selfless act, Anakin sacrificed a power cell he had found to repair a generator for a medical center, prioritizing the well-being of others over his own ambitions. Anakin's determination and talent were showcased in a pod race against Sebulba, a race he ultimately lost due to Sebulba's cheating tactics. Despite the disappointment, Anakin remained focused on the greater good, recognizing that his decision to aid the medical center was more significant than his individual success in the race. Found by the Jedi. At the age of 9, Anakin was called into Watto's junk shop where he encountered a group comprising a tall man, a young woman, a Gungan, and an astromech droid conversing with Watto. Anakin first laid eyes on the young woman, Padme Naberi, who he mistook for an angel, a species he had heard spacers talk about. Unbeknownst to Anakin, Naberi was actually Padme Amidala, the monarch of Naboo, disguised as one of her royal handmaidens to visit Tatooine. At Watto's instruction, Anakin took charge of the shop while Watto and the man, Qui-Gon Jinn, ventured into the junkyard. Anakin was captivated by Padme's beauty and couldn't resist asking her if she was an angel. After Watto and Jinn returned to the shop, Jinn announced their departure. Fortunately, Watto allowed Anakin to leave after he cleaned up a mess made by Jar Jar Binks. While heading home, Anakin stumbled upon Binks being attacked by Sebulba, prompting him to intervene. Anakin then led Naberi and her companions to safety at Jira's fruit stand nearby, where he showcased his homemade droid and discussed his pod race project with Naberi. As a sandstorm raged outside, the group sought refuge at Anakin's house. During their stay, Anakin showed Naberi his projects and engaged in conversation about life as a slave and pod racing. Anakin, inspired by Jinn's mission, volunteered to race in the Bunta Eve Classic pod race to help Jinn secure prize money. Despite initial objections from his mother, Shmi, Anakin persuaded her to allow him to race. The next morning, Jinn proposed a deal to Watto to sponsor Anakin's entry into the pod race, eventually reaching an agreement that Watto would front the entry fee and keep his winnings minus the cost of a new hyperdrive. Anakin worked on Jinn's pod racer while his friends expressed doubts about his chances. Nevertheless, Anakin persisted, using a power pack from Watto's shop to start the pod racer successfully. During the race, Anakin sustained a cut on his arm, unbeknownst to him until later that night when Jinn tended to it and took a sample of his blood. Before Anakin could inquire further, he was called inside for bedtime. Jinn later sent the blood sample to Kenobi, revealing Anakin's extraordinary midichlorian count, surpassing even Jedi Grandmaster Yoda. Racing to freedom. Accompanied by two Eopes, Naberi, Banai, Shmi, Anakin, R2-D2, and C-3PO transported the pod racer to the arena hangars, where Jinn had gone to meet with Watto. As they arrived, Watto angrily departed, leaving Skywalker perplexed by a remark about Jin and betting. Benai inadvertently disclosed to Naberi and the others that Skywalker had never finished a race, causing Naberi to lose faith in his chances. Later, the racers entered the arena, lining up for the race. Shmi stopped her son to urge him to be safe before he entered his racer. Unfazed by Sebulba's threats, Skywalker was helped into the pod racer cockpit by Jin. However, when the race began, Sebulba's sabotage caused the pod's engines to stall immediately, leaving Skywalker stranded at the starting line with only Ben Quadraneros beside him. Skywalker quickly identified the missed step to start the pod, swiftly flipping switches and adjusting settings to restart them. He succeeded, flying out of the arena in pursuit of the others. Catching up to the racers, Skywalker overtook several competitors before going neck and neck with Sebulba into the third lap. Sebulba, resorting to brute force, attempted to maintain his lead, but Skywalker retaliated, navigating obstacles and overtaking competitors despite Sebulba's attempts to thwart him. As they reached the final stretch of the course, Sebulba blocked Skywalker's every move, leading to a collision that left their steering rods entangled. When Skywalker's rod snapped, his pod racer shook violently but broke free, while Sebulba's racer careened out of control and exploded. Skywalker surged across the finish line, winning the Bunta Eve Classic. In the aftermath, Skywalker was celebrated by the crowd, with Jin lifting him onto his shoulders. Back in the hangar, Skywalker reunited with his family and friends, though he felt embarrassed by Naberi and his mother's affectionate gestures. Jin departed with Binks and Naberi to return to the ship. Farewell to home. Upon returning home with Jin, Skywalker eagerly displayed the credits to his mother, his joy escalating when Jin informed him of his freedom and his potential to become a Jedi. It took several moments for Skywalker to realize that Shmi had not been freed, and he was disheartened when she insisted that he go with Jin to a brighter future without her. Packing his belongings, Skywalker bid farewell to C-3PO, but as the moment to depart arrived, his resolve faltered and he rushed back to his mother. Promising to return and liberate her despite their sorrowful parting, Shmi persuaded her son to go with the Jedi. As they hurried toward the starship that Naberi and Jin had arrived on, Skywalker was abruptly commanded to drop to the ground just as the dark-robed figure, Sith Lord Darth Maul, whizzed overhead on a speeder. Maul attacked Jin with a red-bladed lightsaber, prompting Jin to urge Skywalker to board the ship and take off. Rushing aboard, Skywalker was led to the cockpit by Naberi to inform Jin's apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, of the situation. Pilot Rick O'Lee followed Kenobi's orders to fly towards the altercation, and Skywalker found his seat as Kenobi rushed to assist Jin. Once convinced of Qui-Gon's safety, the Jedi Master introduced Obi-Wan to Anakin, who was delighted to meet another Jedi. Before the Jedi Council. Later that evening, aboard the ship, Skywalker found it difficult to drift off to sleep in the central chamber, the ship's temperature being markedly different from the constant heat of Tatooine. As he lay there, Skywalker observed Naberi entering the room and watching a distress call from Naboo's official Sio Bibble. She noticed his discomfort and kindly offered him her blanket, sparking a conversation about the Trade Federation's invasion of Naboo and Naberi's aspiration for the Republic's Galactic Senate to resolve the crisis. Skywalker presented her with a wood pendant he had carved, symbolizing their bond, and Naberi provided solace as he reminisced about his mother. She gratefully accepted Skywalker's gift, wearing it as a necklace for years, seeing it as a token of remembrance and fortune. Upon their arrival at the Republic capital of Coruscant, Skywalker marveled from the cockpit as they approached the city planet, greeted upon landing by Supreme Chancellor Finis Valorum, Senator Palpatine of Naboo, and Senate guards. While the Queen and her handmaidens departed with Palpatine, Skywalker and Binks accompanied them to Palpatine's office, where they were left outside while the situation was discussed. Skywalker sought out Naberi in the Queen's chambers, unaware that the Queen was actually Padme, promising to convey his message in her absence. Qui-Gon Jinn, acting on strong premonitions, believed Skywalker to be the prophesized Chosen One, destined to bring balance to the Force. Jin revealed his belief and Skywalker's corroborative midichlorian test results to the Jedi High Council, who tested Skywalker's abilities and questioned him about his emotions, warning him of the dangers of fear leading to the dark side. Despite the Council's refusal to train him due to his age, Jin declared his intention to take Skywalker as his apprentice. Though initially met with resistance, the Council permitted Skywalker to accompany Jin as they departed for Naboo to aid in resolving the crisis with the Trade Federation. First Battle of Naboo. Exiting hyperspace and approaching the Naboo system, Skywalker found himself in the cockpit with Oli, familiarizing himself with the ship's controls. Meanwhile, Queen Amidala held a meeting with the Jedi and her staff, outlining her plan to ally with the Gungans to repel the Trade Federation from Naboo. Upon landing in the Naboo swamps, they dispatched Binks to Oto Gunga, the Gungan capital city. Upon Binks' return, he revealed that Oto Gunga was deserted, leading them to the Gungan sacred place where the displaced Gungans had sought refuge after the Trade Federation's invasion. Presented before Boss Rugor Nas, leader of the Gungans, Skywalker was astounded to discover that Naberrie was indeed Padme Amidala, Queen of Naboo, disguised as her own handmaiden for safety. Joining the Queen in a plea for Gungan assistance, Skywalker and the others knelt before Boss Nass, who agreed to lend his army to their cause. Amidala and the Jedi strategized with the Gungan generals, leaving Skywalker to engage with the Gungan sentries and connect with Sabe, the handmaiden who had masqueraded as the Queen's double. Grateful for her role in protecting Naberrie, Skywalker expressed his appreciation before being called away by Jyn. As part of Amidala's group aiming to retake the Theed Royal Palace, Skywalker followed Jyn's instruction to remain concealed in one of the hangar's N1 starfighters. Amidst the chaos of battle with droidekas, Skywalker inadvertently launched into space, but ultimately engaged in a fierce starfighter battle during the Battle of Naboo. Demonstrating his prowess, Skywalker destroyed the orbiting droid control ship, neutralizing the Trade Federation's ground forces and saving the Gungan Grand Army. Despite the victory, the celebration was overshadowed by the loss of Jyn, slain by Darth Maul. Joining the Jedi Order. During the Master's funeral, Obi-Wan conveyed Qui-Gon's final wish to Skywalker, to train him as a Jedi. They lingered at the funeral site until the fire's embers faded, accompanied only by Amidala and her retinue. Subsequently, Skywalker and his Jedi companions participated in a celebratory parade in Theed, jointly organized by the Naboo and the Gungans, commemorating their triumph and celebrating their newfound alliance. Following the festivities, Skywalker and the other Jedi departed Naboo, signaling the end of Skywalker's encounters with Amidala for the next decade. The Chosen One trains. As Skywalker matured, his remarkable abilities fueled a sense of arrogance, yet he held Kenobi in high regard, considering him unparalleled. Despite this confidence, Skywalker's attachment to his master deepened after losing Jyn and leaving behind his life with his mother. Fearful of losing Kenobi, he developed a habit of sleeping on the floor near his master's bed during their first year together, ensuring Kenobi's presence throughout the night. Kenobi occasionally awoke to witness this display of devotion. In the course of their adventures, Skywalker once rescued Kenobi from a perilous encounter with Gundarks. Following his formal apprenticeship under Kenobi, Skywalker experienced a surge of overwhelming emotions that severed his connection to the Force temporarily, providing a brief respite from his anxieties. However, he soon realized that avoidance was not a solution and re-established his connection with the Force. Despite his progress, Skywalker remained wary of instructors who offered correction, questioning their intentions and mindful of the skepticism surrounding his Jedi training. Nevertheless, many Jedi recognized his potential and offered their support. Skywalker and Kenobi embarked on missions alongside Jedi Master Shaak Ti, facing complex challenges together. Struggling to regulate his emotions and grappling with loneliness, Skywalker found solace in tinkering with machinery in his quarters, a pastime that distracted him from his lingering resentment towards his mother's fate. Mission to Dalinor. At some point following his initiation into the Order, Skywalker was engaged in meditation with his master, simultaneously employing the Force to manipulate numerous pebbles. However, their session was interrupted when Master Tosan relayed news of a mission assigned by the Council, catching Anakin off guard and breaking his concentration. The task entailed journeying to the planet Dalinor to retrieve an ancient Jedi holocron from an excavation site. Kenobi assured Anakin that he would return shortly, during which time Anakin would undergo training with Master Yoda. Disgruntled by the prospect of joining the little kids in Yoda's class, Anakin reluctantly acquiesced, though he found little enjoyment in the company of younglings. Yet, following encouragement from Yoda, Kenobi decided to bring Anakin along on the mission aboard a T-6 shuttle. En route, Skywalker expressed his eagerness to pilot the shuttle, prompting Kenobi to grant his request once they drew closer to their destination. In a reflective moment, Anakin inquired about Kenobi's life before becoming a Jedi, to which Kenobi revealed little recollection, having been taken in at a tender age. Saddened by the notion that he had always been destined to be a Jedi and nothing else, Anakin expressed his frustration, feeling his fate was predetermined, unlike Kenobi's. Despite Kenobi's attempts to reassure him, Anakin remained unconvinced, citing the Jedi Council's rejection of him due to his age. Upon their arrival on Dalinor, Kenobi and Skywalker encountered Clatrif, a Togruta archaeologist who welcomed their assistance in retrieving the troublesome holocron. As Kenobi and Clatrif ventured inside, Skywalker remained on watch outside and soon noticed the arrival of local pirates. A confrontation ensued, with Kenobi and Skywalker facing off against the pirates and their leader, Hudso Shaku. In a moment of vulnerability, Anakin froze, but he ultimately overcame his hesitation, using the Force to incapacitate Shaku and thwart the pirates' assault. With the situation diffused, Kenobi commended Anakin's performance on their return journey, though Anakin remained critical of his own readiness for such missions. Kenobi reminded him that readiness comes with experience and shared his own doubts about his abilities to prevent his master's death. With renewed resolve, Anakin affirmed their commitment to each other's safety, echoing the sentiment of what Qui-Gon would have wanted. In a lighthearted moment, Kenobi recalled Anakin's earlier enthusiasm for piloting the shuttle, to which Anakin eagerly agreed. A chancellor for a friend. By the age of 12 in 29 BBY, he had successfully constructed his inaugural lightsaber. Following its completion, Kenobi imparted to him, "Anakin, this weapon is your life." Similar to his prior assistants to Kenobi, Jedi Battlemaster Sin Drelig aided Skywalker in honing his skills in lightsaber combat, with Skywalker benefiting significantly from Drelig's unparalleled experience. When Kenobi was assigned to investigate a deceased star system revolving around a black dwarf, Skywalker, without permission, opted to accompany his master but inadvertently dozed off during the journey. Discovered by Kenobi in slumber, Skywalker's mentor opted to bring him along for the mission, using the sight of the deceased star as a teaching moment to illustrate why Jedi needed to eschew attachment, as all things, even the brightest stars, are ephemeral. During this period, which marked 3 years since the Battle of Naboo, Skywalker endeavored to impress his peers at the Jedi Temple. In a training session, he vanquished a simulated Sith training droid, catching the attention of Mace Windu, Kenobi, and Supreme Chancellor Sheev Palpatine, the latter of whom was notably impressed. Sometime later, Skywalker grappled with mastering the skill of creature taming when Kenobi informed him of the Chancellor's desire to meet with him. Accompanying Palpatine alone to his office, Skywalker escorted him to Club Kassakar in level 2685. Listening as Palpatine voiced concerns about the situation in the subsurface levels of Coruscant, the Jedi's perceived inefficiency, and the Senate's corruption, subtly influencing Skywalker without his awareness. At the conclusion of their errand, Palpatine probed if Skywalker was content with his current situation. Although Skywalker affirmed his contentment and expressed his aspiration to become a Jedi, a seed of doubt was planted in his mind. Later, at the Jedi Temple, Skywalker confided in Kenobi his desire to depart from the Order, feeling uneasy about having his entire life predetermined at the age of 9, and relinquished his lightsaber to his master. Despite accepting the weapon, Kenobi implored Skywalker to reconsider. Mission to Carnelian 4. Before Skywalker could provide a definitive response, at Yoda's urging, both apprentice and master heeded a mysterious distress signal emanating from the supposedly lifeless planet of Carnelian 4, specifically calling for Jedi assistance. Setting out for the designated coordinates, their shuttle encountered damage from the planet's atmospheric debris field, leading to their forced ejection from the failing craft and subsequent descent behind the Celadon Sea. Soon thereafter, they discovered signs of life on the planet amid a sky battle unfolding overhead, prompting Kenobi to return Skywalker's lightsaber for self-defense. In an act of heroism, Skywalker and Kenobi intervened to save the crew of a falling airship, delaying its crash. The survivors, identified as open individuals Kolara and Mother Pran, were entirely unfamiliar with the concept of Jedi. Amidst escalating tensions, particularly between the open and closed factions, Skywalker rescued Grecker, the pilot of a falling closed airship, fostering further discord due to the historical enmity between the groups. Skywalker and Kenobi intervened to prevent violence and facilitate the survivors' journey to safety by constructing a new airship from salvaged parts. Along the way, Skywalker showcased his resourcefulness by repairing equipment, including a bag of droid brains, which ultimately led to his abduction by the Open faction during an attack by Fishers, leaving Kenobi stranded with Grecker as their airship crashed. Taken to an open fortress, Skywalker witnessed Pran's activation of battle droids using the repaired processors. Guided by the younger members of the Open, he resolved to protect a mysterious scavenger and reunite with Kenobi. Employing their assistance, Skywalker repaired the remaining droids and intervened in the conflict between the Open and closed factions, ultimately saving his master from Mother Pran's aggression. Following the resolution of hostilities with the arrival of Republic reinforcements, Kenobi extended Skywalker his lightsaber once more, inquiring about his commitment to the Jedi Order. Skywalker, after contemplation, chose to remain within the Order. Inquiring about lightsabers. After their mission to Carnelian 4, Skywalker and Kenobi were preparing to spar in the Jedi Temple training grounds when Anakin posed a question to his master. He inquired why Jedi specifically utilize lightsabers instead of other weapons powered by kyber crystals. In response, Kenobi employed the Force to retrieve Skywalker's lightsaber and recounted an idea he had in his youth: 2 short lightsabers linked by a chain. Sharing this anecdote with his apprentice, Kenobi reiterated Qui-Gon Jinn's teachings, emphasizing that wielding a lightsaber reflects intention and requires thoughtful consideration before drawing, reinforcing the Jedi's role as protectors rather than aggressors. Rescuing Master Yoda. After the mission to Carnelian 4, Skywalker found himself under Kenobi's scrutiny as the Padawan was put through a challenging trial. With Yoda, Windu, and Master Bant Irin observing, Skywalker attempted to defend against a group of Marksman H training remotes using a wooden stick instead of a lightsaber. However, when he resorted to the Force to seize his master's lightsaber to complete the trial, tensions flared between Skywalker and Kenobi, prompting the onlookers to walk away. Kenobi departed with a team of Jedi Temple guards to investigate a disturbance, instructing Skywalker to stay behind and tidy up. Disregarding Kenobi's directive, Skywalker ventured down to the temple's storage level using training remotes to navigate through the vents. There he encountered a team of battle droids, the source of the disturbance, and engaged them in combat. Deprived of his lightsaber, Skywalker improvised with the aid of electroblades found nearby. Eventually, Kenobi and the guard team arrived, restoring Skywalker's lightsaber and joining the fray. However, Skywalker abruptly departed upon experiencing a Force vision concerning the council chambers. Rushing to the chambers, Skywalker encountered a masked enemy posing as a temple guard who seemingly abducted Yoda. Despite an attempt to pursue the fleeing enemy on a jetpack, Skywalker was thwarted when the jetpack malfunctioned. Returning to the council chamber, Skywalker recounted his experience, prompting the discovery that the seemingly unconscious guard was actually a disguised battle droid. Upon identifying the droid's affiliation with the Nova crime syndicate, Skywalker and Kenobi journeyed to the temple archives to investigate further. Learning that the syndicate's base was on the Wheel space station, they disguised themselves to avoid disrupting the truce with its administrator, Jaspara. Upon confronting whom they believed to be Grynask Sandberg, the syndicate's leader, the Jedi used mind tricks to extract information, leading them to the planet Glee Anselm. There, they encountered aquatic battle droids and discovered the underwater base of operations, where Yoda was found trapped in seaweed. After unmasking the fake temple guard, revealed to be Irin, their shock heightened when Sandberg, actually Windu in disguise, appeared. It became evident that the entire ordeal was a test orchestrated by Yoda to evaluate Skywalker and Kenobi's teamwork. Realizing the value of cooperation over Discord, Skywalker and Kenobi began to regard each other as brothers. Together, they lifted their shuttle from the seabed, concluding their trial on a note of unity. A memorable training session. Later, Skywalker found himself in one of the Jedi Temple's training areas, waiting for his master Kenobi. As he gazed out of the window, he wondered if Kenobi would show up. When Kenobi finally arrived, they engaged in lighthearted banter before commencing their duel. However, Skywalker's demeanor during the spar was marked by extreme aggression, which concerned Kenobi. Kenobi cautioned his Padawan that such aggression conflicted with the Jedi's commitment to preserving life. Skywalker, confident that his aggressive approach would secure victory, argued that mercy had no place in defeating an opponent. He relentlessly pressed his attacks until Kenobi found himself cornered, but Kenobi managed to slip away when Skywalker momentarily raised his blade, creating an opening. Despite Skywalker's belief that he had won the duel after knocking away Kenobi's lightsaber, Kenobi observed that his Padawan's desire for victory had clouded his judgment. He continued the duel without a lightsaber, demonstrating to Skywalker that his need to prove himself was hindering his progress. Kenobi's maneuvering behind Skywalker allowed him to retrieve his lightsaber using the Force, symbolizing how Skywalker's fixation on validation would always hold him back. Though acknowledging Skywalker's skill as a warrior, Kenobi emphasized that he must overcome his need for validation to advance as a Jedi Knight. Returning Skywalker's lightsaber, Kenobi smiled at his apprentice, signaling the end of the lesson. Reflecting on the training session, both Skywalker and Kenobi remembered its lessons for years to come. Additionally, Skywalker and Kenobi embarked on a mission to Terrace at another point, where Skywalker was tasked with working on a Rasbohan high encryption comlink. Reuniting. 10 years after the Battle of Naboo in 22 BBY, amidst the escalating separatist crisis threatening the Galactic Republic, the 19-year-old Skywalker and Kenobi found themselves embroiled in a pivotal mission to resolve a border dispute on Ancion. Upon their return to Coruscant, an attempt on Senator Padme Amidala's life spurred Chancellor Palpatine to assign Skywalker and Kenobi the task of safeguarding her from further threats. Anakin's reunion with Padme, now a senator, was marked by his lingering affection for her since her parting years ago. Meanwhile, Amidala, reflecting on her encounters with Anakin during her early days in the Senate, dispatched Sabe on a mission to Tatooine to liberate slaves, including Anakin's mother, Shmi. When Anakin expressed his determination to uncover the identity of Amidala's assailant, it irked Kenobi, who emphasized their protective duty rather than investigative pursuits. Anakin's frustrations grew when Padme seemed distant, leading to tensions between him and Kenobi. Despite Kenobi's warnings about controlling emotions, Anakin remained resolute in his affection for Padme. This debate on trust extended to discussions about political integrity, with Anakin placing faith in figures like Palpatine, much to Kenobi's skepticism. Their vigilance was tested when Anakin thwarted an assassination attempt on Padme's life, showcasing his combat prowess. As the pursuit of the assailant escalated, Anakin's piloting skills were put to the test in a thrilling chase through the depths of Coruscant. Despite facing obstacles, including electrical shocks and a daring plunge into the city's sky tunnels, Anakin's determination remained steadfast. The chase culminated in a dramatic confrontation with the bounty hunter Zam Wesell at the Outlander Club, where Anakin and Kenobi outmaneuvered and subdued her. However, before divulging crucial information, Wesell was silenced by a toxic dart fired by an unknown assailant, further deepening the mystery. Return to Tatooine. Following their separation, the Jedi Council assigned Skywalker and Kenobi to different tasks. Skywalker embarked on his inaugural solo mission, tasked with safeguarding Amidala on Naboo, while Kenobi delved deeper into the investigation on Amidala's attackers, leading him to Kamino. Accompanied by R2-D2, Skywalker and Amidala set course for Naboo aboard the Genderian Valley, a refugee vessel departing from the western spaceport. Upon reaching Naboo, the duo visited Amidala's familial abode, where Skywalker observed her deep affection for the flower garden tended to by her father, Rui Naberi. However, amidst the serene surroundings, Skywalker wrestled with inner turmoil, torn between his burgeoning feelings for Amidala and his Jedi responsibilities. Despite his heartfelt confession of love to Amidala, she rebuffed him, citing the Jedi prohibition against attachments, albeit acknowledging her reciprocal sentiments. Skywalker's inner conflict intensified with recurring nightmares of his mother's suffering, compelling him to embark on a mission to rescue her on Tatooine, with Amidala agreeing to accompany him. On Tatooine, they sought information from Watto, who disclosed that Shmi had been sold to a moisture farmer named Cliegg Lars. This journey led them to the Lars homestead, only to learn that Shmi had been abducted by Tusken Raiders weeks earlier, and her fate remained uncertain. Driven by anguish and determination, Skywalker commandeered a swoop bike belonging to his stepbrother Owen Lars and ventured into the desert in search of his mother. Discovering her in a Tusken camp, albeit fatally injured, Shmi passed away in Skywalker's arms. Overwhelmed by grief and fury, Skywalker unleashed his rage upon the Tusken Raiders, massacring the entire village without remorse. Returning to the Lars homestead with his mother's lifeless body, Skywalker grappled with profound guilt and anguish, feeling he had failed both as a son and as a Jedi. Haunted by the harrowing ordeal and tormented by the prospect of losing loved ones, Skywalker's pain and turmoil deepened, leaving an indelible mark on his psyche. First Battle of Geonosis. Skywalker received a distress call from Kenobi regarding separatist activity on Geonosis, which they transmitted to Coruscant for the Jedi Council's attention. Upon learning of Kenobi's capture, Skywalker and Amidala set course for the planet. They infiltrated one of the facilities, where Skywalker's lightsaber was destroyed, before being apprehended and thrown into the Petranaki Arena alongside Kenobi to face execution by vicious creatures. Despite the peril, they managed to evade the beasts, with Skywalker contending with a Reek, only to find themselves encircled by droidekas under Count Dooku's command. Their dire situation shifted when a Jedi strike team led by Mace Windu stormed the arena for their rescue. Despite their valiant efforts, they found themselves outnumbered by a formidable array of battle droids. However, salvation came with the arrival of Master Yoda and the newly formed Grand Army of the Republic, who airlifted the survivors to safety aboard LAAT gunships. Amidst the chaos, Skywalker debated with Kenobi about risking everything to save Amidala, his resolve only bolstered by Kenobi's reminder of her unwavering dedication to duty. In their pursuit of Dooku, the Jedi engaged him in a fierce duel within a hidden hangar. Despite their skill and determination, both were overpowered, resulting in minor injuries for Kenobi and the loss of Skywalker's right forearm. Yoda intervened, engaging Dooku in combat until the Sith Lord fled on his solar sailor. The confrontation marked the onset of the Clone Wars, with Skywalker subsequently fitted with a cybernetic replacement for his severed limb. Marriage to Padme Amidala. After Kenobi's return to Coruscant, Skywalker accompanied Amidala to Naboo, where they exchanged vows in a clandestine ceremony, witnessed only by their loyal droids R2-D2 and C-3PO. Given his need to recuperate from the rigors of the Battle of Geonosis, Skywalker was granted a respite on Naboo, allowing him to savor several days of honeymoon bliss with Amidala before resuming their duties. The Clone Wars begin. After the intense engagement on Geonosis, Skywalker crafted a new lightsaber to replace the one he lost in battle. In the early stages of the war, Skywalker found himself encountering Dooku's personal agents on multiple occasions. One such instance arose when Senators Amidala and Yarua faced an ambush from General Grievous on the moon of Stagek. Without hesitation, Kenobi volunteered himself and Skywalker for the perilous mission. Upon their arrival on the moon, Skywalker trailed a set of footprints into a nearby forest, leading him and Kenobi to encounter Yarua's daughter, Vivine. In a gesture of gratitude, Vivine offered Skywalker a flower and guided the Jedi to a location where her father had been taken captive. However, as Vivine headed toward the ship, Kenobi chased after her, unwittingly falling into a trap set by the surrounding battle droids. Despite Skywalker's valiant efforts to intervene and prevent Kenobi and Vivine's capture, he arrived too late. With the ship's departure, Skywalker lamented the missed opportunity to interrogate any surviving droids. However, he quickly composed himself and strategized a plan. Utilizing the Republic shuttle they arrived in, Skywalker clandestinely boarded the Providence-class dreadnought under Grievous's command. Together with Kenobi, they engaged the remaining droid forces and split up, with Skywalker heading to locate Amidala while Kenobi confronted Grievous. Upon reaching Amidala, Skywalker discovered that the Senator had already orchestrated her own rescue, and that of her companions. Together they returned to the Republic shuttle. Shortly after, Kenobi arrived with Vivine, conveying the heartbreaking news of Yarawa's sacrifice to save his daughter. As they departed the vessel and entered hyperspace, Kenobi relayed the mission's outcome to Yoda, while Skywalker provided comfort to Amidala and consoled Vivine in her time of loss. Serving as a Jedi Commander. Later on, Skywalker assumed the role of a Jedi Commander alongside his mentor, participating in battles on a rugged planet alongside Kenobi's 7th Sky Corps and Clone Marshal Commander Cody. Following the skirmish, Skywalker came across a clone trooper known as Sister who was solemnly arranging the helmets of her fallen comrades beneath a tree, forming a poignant memorial. Engaging in conversation with Sister, Skywalker learned of her sorrow over the loss of her fellow troopers, as well as the backstory behind her chosen name and the camaraderie she shared with her clone brothers, particularly regarding her gender identity. Skywalker expressed the Jedi Order's support for individual identities and the philosophy of transcending societal constructs, such as Sister's courageous embrace of her gender identity. Finding common ground in their beliefs, Sister and Skywalker decided to join Kenobi at his designated location, united in their commitment to their cause and each other. Business on Cato Neimoidia. A brief period later, Skywalker was elevated to the esteemed rank of Jedi Knight. Initially, this promotion was more of an informal acknowledgement due to the escalating demand for Jedi in wartime, but it was soon formalized through a knighting ceremony. Although the Jedi had not yet fully been integrated into the Grand Army of the Republic, Skywalker's knighthood bestowed upon him the acting role of a Jedi General. Following his knighting ceremony, Skywalker spent a memorable evening with Amidala, during which he presented her with a Padawan braid pendant crafted by himself, symbolizing his transition from Padawan to knight. Soon after, an explosion rocked the purse world of Cato Neimoidia, prompting Kenobi, now a Jedi Master and Council member, to investigate the incident. Expressing his eagerness to accompany Kenobi on this mission, Skywalker was instead tasked with mentoring a group of younglings, imparting the wisdom he had gained as a Padawan. Before Kenobi's departure, Skywalker equipped him with a Razbahan high encryption comlink to maintain communication. Meanwhile, Skywalker led the younglings on an aid mission to Langston, assuming command of the 302nd Battalion. During this journey, he formed a bond with a youngling named Mil Alabeth, who struggled with her force sensitivity, reflecting Skywalker's own past challenges. When Kenobi requested Skywalker's assistance in analyzing incriminating data, Skywalker disobeyed orders to rescue his former mentor, aided by Alabeth. On Cato Neimoidia, they uncovered a plot orchestrated by Katar Nor to frame the Republic. With Amidala's help, they cleared the Republic's name and exposed the true instigators of the bombing. Upon their return to Coruscant, Palpatine passed the Jedi Military Integration Act, officially integrating the Jedi into the Republic's army. Skywalker bid farewell to Alabeth, who had found a new path under Rig Nima's guidance. Despite the success of the mission, Kenobi dismissed its significance, but Skywalker recognized it as one of the instances where he had saved his mentor's life. Additionally, Skywalker believed this mission marked his first encounter with Asajj Ventress, although she seemed familiar with him from the start. General of the 501st. Skywalker commanded the 501st Legion during the war, with clone captain CT-7567, or Rex, as his trusted second-in-command. Initially, Rex's adherence to regulations clashed with Skywalker's unconventional methods, but he grew to respect and even emulate Skywalker's willingness to bend the rules and his talent for improvisation. Over time, their relationship evolved into a genuine friendship. The Venator-class Star Destroyer Resolute served as Skywalker's flagship under the command of Wolf Yularen. Throughout the war, Skywalker frequently encountered and defeated the B-1 battle droid R0GR. Years later, R0GR developed a sense of kinship with C-3PO upon learning that Skywalker had constructed the protocol droid. Before receiving a scar over his right eye, Skywalker took part in the Battle of Arantara. During this engagement, Rex was injured and rendered unconscious. To Rex's surprise, Skywalker returned to rescue him, demonstrating an uncommon trait among Jedi. Skywalker explained that he believed true leaders should always lead from the front, expressing his conviction that he should have been the one in Rex's position. Siege of Hyssene. At a later time, the Jedi Council dispatched Skywalker, Kenobi, and Jedi Master Plo Koon along with their battalions to the embattled planet of Hyssene to thwart a potential separatist triumph. Arriving to support a village under siege by droid forces, the Jedi found the clones in need of assistance. Swiftly engaging in combat, the trio fought off the droids, with Koon employing the Force to dismantle several of them. With the threat neutralized, Skywalker conferred with Cody, Clone Commander CC-3636, and Clone Captain Rex regarding the situation in Hyssene, particularly the imminent meeting between a Hyssenian Premier and Count Dooku and Asajj Ventress. The outcome could lead to Dooku's control over the planet. Kenobi directed the clones to maintain their position while the Jedi pursued Dooku and Ventress. As the Jedi confronted Dooku and Ventress, Rex recounted a mission with Skywalker on Bangalore. Eventually, Skywalker engaged Dooku in a duel while Kun called for reinforcements. When Rex sent a distress signal, the Jedi interrupted their pursuit to aid their troops. Rescuing the clones ensured victory for the Republic, as they had safeguarded the Hessenian Parliament from Dooku's droids. With the situation resolved, Skywalker and his companions departed Hessene to return to Coruscant. Battle of Christophsis. Several months into the conflict, the Jedi Council assigned Skywalker and his former mentor, Kenobi, the daunting task of breaking the Separatist blockade on Christophsis and aiding Senator Bail Organa's relief mission on the planet's surface. Initially overwhelmed, Kenobi provided Skywalker with a Republic stealth ship prototype equipped with a cloaking device, directing him to deliver supplies to Organa by slipping past the blockade. Instead, Skywalker, accompanied by Yularen, opted to engage Separatist Admiral Trench directly, diverting his focus from Organa below. Decloaking his ship, Skywalker launched torpedoes at Trench's dreadnought, but the missiles were deflected by its formidable thermal shields. Evading return fire, Skywalker deduced Trench's tactics and exposed the dreadnought's vulnerability, ultimately destroying it. Following the successful breach, Kenobi joined Skywalker and the Republic forces on the planet's surface, where they planned an ambush against the advancing droid army, only to find themselves ambushed instead. Suspecting a traitor among them, Skywalker and Kenobi infiltrated enemy lines for intelligence, leaving Rex and Cody to uncover the double agent. Encountering Asajj Ventress in the deserted Separatist base, they engaged her in combat before returning to their base. There they found Rex and Cody apprehending Sergeant Slick, the traitor. As the battle intensified, Skywalker's squad and the Republic forces managed to repel the Separatists temporarily, but reinforcements were needed. Ahsoka Tano, a young Togruta girl, arrived bearing a message from Master Yoda, appointing herself as Skywalker's new Padawan. Despite Skywalker's initial reluctance, they embarked on a mission behind enemy lines to destroy the droid's deflector shield generator, allowing the Republic to secure victory. Through their shared ordeal, Skywalker and Tano found common ground, and he embraced his role as her mentor. Battle of Teth. Upon Yoda's arrival with reinforcements, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Tano received urgent news. Jabba's son, Rada, had been abducted. Skywalker and Tano were tasked with locating the Huttlet on Teth, while Kenobi was to negotiate with Jabba on Tatooine. With a tight deadline of one planetary rotation to return Rada safely, Skywalker and his Padawan touched down on Teth amidst a swarm of battle droids. Battling their way up a cliff, they infiltrated a monastery, discovering that Asajj Ventress was behind the kidnapping. Despite the odds, the duo managed to rescue Rada and fled aboard an abandoned G9 Rigger-class light freighter, the Twilight. Intent on seeking aid from their Star Destroyers, they encountered a setback when the cruiser was destroyed, compelling them to deliver Rada to his father unassisted. Missions in Hutt territory. Upon their arrival on Tatooine, they faced an attack from Magna Guards. Though they managed to defeat their assailants, the Twilight suffered damage, leading to a crash landing that left them stranded in the desert. Opting to split up in the vast expanse of the Dune Sea, Tano took Rada to Jabba's palace, where Skywalker found himself face to face with Count Dooku. Following a brief skirmish, Skywalker commandeered Dooku's speeder bike, driven by concern for his Padawan's safety. Racing to Jabba's palace, he learned that Rada had not been delivered, putting the Huttlet's life in jeopardy. However, Senator Amidala intervened, revealing Zero's involvement in the kidnapping. Tano arrived soon after, accompanied by Rada, resolving the crisis to Jabba's satisfaction. After the Republic-Hutt clan treaty was ratified, Skywalker and Amidala embarked on a mission to meet with Lennox Senator Zas Trivak aboard the luxury star cruiser Halcyon. Their objective was to prevent Trivak from aligning with the Separatists and disrupting Republic supply routes. While on board, they encountered Ventress, who was attempting to extract Trivak. Sensing danger, Skywalker and Amidala sprang into action, confronting Ventress and her accomplices. Amidst the chaos, they managed to thwart Ventress's plans and prevent further harm to Trivak. Despite Ventress's escape, they succeeded in safeguarding the Republic's interests. In the aftermath of the Battle of Hypori, Kenobi and the 212th Attack Battalion were deployed to aid Commander Mechadrix on Abrion Major. Skywalker, meanwhile, received a message from Kenobi as they wished each other luck on their respective missions. The Malevolence. Upon learning of the devastation of Jedi Master Plo Koon's fleet in the Abrigado system, Skywalker and his Padawan embarked on a daring mission to rescue him and any survivors, despite Skywalker's prior directive to rendezvous with Kenobi's fleet. Although Skywalker dispatched his ships and the majority of his forces, he and Tano personally piloted the Twilight in a bid to save Koon and 3 other clones. The rescued survivors divulged crucial intelligence about the Malevolence, a formidable separatist superweapon commanded by Grievous. In response to an attack by the Malevolence, Skywalker took the initiative to lead the Shadow Squadron in an assault on the heavy cruiser. However, they narrowly evaded the devastating ion cannon fire, which inflicted heavy casualties on their bomber squadron. Swiftly adapting, Skywalker devised a risky plan. He directed the bombers to target the ion cannon directly, causing it to overload and crippling the Malevolence, forcing it to retreat from its assault on a Republic medical station. Amidst the chaos, Grievous seized an opportunity to capture Senator Amidala, who had unwittingly entered the fray under the guise of a negotiation mission with the Intergalactic Banking Clan's Supreme Executive. Skywalker and Kenobi, undeterred, boarded the Malevolence to rescue her. During their daring infiltration, Skywalker clandestinely sabotaged the ship's navigation system, ensuring its demise should the hyperdrive be activated. With Amidala safely rescued, Skywalker, Amidala, and Kenobi narrowly escaped the Malevolence before its catastrophic crash into a nearby moon. Battles at Corvair Sector and Kudo 3. After the conclusion of the Malevolence campaign, Skywalker assumed command of a squadron of bombers and fighters in the Corvair sector to engage separatist forces. Following their victory over the enemy fighters, Skywalker conferred with Admiral Yularen aboard the Resolute. Yularen revealed that the separatist fighters originated from the droid foundry on Kudo 3. Acknowledging the urgency of the situation, Skywalker agreed to launch a swift assault on the foundry before enemy reinforcements could arrive. However, Skywalker expressed concern over the potential civilian casualties, particularly among the Kudan population. In light of Skywalker's reservations, Yularen proposed a surgical strike targeting the foundry's generator. Seeking counsel, Skywalker discussed his plan with Master Kenobi, who advised him to trust his instincts and the guidance of the Force. With R2 accompanying him aboard his interceptor, Skywalker embarked on the mission to Kudo. Upon arrival, he infiltrated the foundry and discovered the Kudan being exploited as slave labor. Skywalker engaged the battle droids, liberating the Kudan and rallying them to take up arms against their oppressors. With the Kudan joining the fight, Skywalker successfully neutralized the threat posed by the droids and ensured the liberation of the enslaved population. Satisfied with the outcome, Skywalker returned to the Resolute. In the aftermath of a pivotal battle where a group of clones from Rishi Station thwarted a surprise attack on Kamino, Skywalker and Kenobi bestowed medals upon two distinguished survivors, Echo and Fives. Extending a warm welcome, Skywalker invited them to join the ranks of the 501st Legion. R2-D2 lost. In response to General Grievous's string of separatist victories and the defeat of the Falleen battle group, Skywalker devised a strategy to thwart the cyborg's advances into his sector. He orchestrated an ambush within Bothuoi's asteroid field as the separatist forces traversed through. Utilizing ATTEs strategically positioned on nearby asteroids, Skywalker successfully eliminated the separatist frigates, compelling Grievous to retreat aboard the Soulless One. Pursuing Grievous, Skywalker's ship suffered damage from debris, necessitating a rescue by Rex, albeit at the cost of losing R2-D2. Despite being provided with a replacement astromech droid, R3-S6, Skywalker mourned the loss of his loyal companion and harbored suspicions regarding the new droid's allegiance. Determined to retrieve R2-D2, Skywalker scoured the battlefield fruitlessly before investigating a scavenger ship, the Vulture's Claw, only to depart empty-handed as R2-D2 was delivered to Grievous by Ga-Nacht. With little hope remaining, Skywalker continued his mission to locate a possible separatist listening outpost until receiving a distress message from R2-D2, pinpointing his location at Skytop Station. While instructing Tano and Rex to proceed with their objective of destroying the station, Skywalker ventured to find his missing droid. Engaging in combat with Magna Guards, Skywalker eventually located R2-D2 and rendezvoused with Rex and Denal, who informed him of Tano's solo mission to distract Grievous. Confirming his suspicions about R3-S6's loyalty, the droid revealed itself as Grievous's spy, and unleashed vulture droids and super battle droids against them. Amidst the chaos, Tano rejoined the group, prompting Skywalker's reprimand for engaging Grievous alone. In a decisive moment, R2-D2 intervened, defeating R3-S6 and facilitating Skywalker's joyous reunion with his cherished companion. Subsequent to Viceroy Newt Gunray's capture in Rhodia by Amidala, Skywalker and Tano temporarily parted ways, with Tano assuming the role of Gunray's escort alongside Luminara Unduli. Despite the setback, Skywalker and Tano eventually reunited at their designated rendezvous point. Captured on Florum, Skywalker and Kenobi collaborated on a mission near the planet Venkor to apprehend Count Dooku. In a daring move, Skywalker allowed himself to be captured by Dooku's Munificent-class star frigate and imprisoned, awaiting Kenobi's rescue. Together they pursued Dooku, who fled in his Solar Sailor and a Sheathipede-class transport shuttle. Their pursuit led to their shuttle being severely damaged, forcing them to crash land on the planet's surface. While searching a nearby cave for Dooku, the Sith Lord launched an ambush, causing a cave-in. Though they managed to evade immediate danger, they were confronted by a Gundark, which they subdued before being exposed to toxic gas. Their timely rescue by Tano and a squad of clone troopers prevented disaster. Later, Chancellor Palpatine and his associates were contacted by Hondo Ohnaka, offering a reward for capturing Dooku. Assigned to verify the pirates' custody of Dooku, Skywalker and Kenobi agreed to arrive unarmed. Upon their arrival on the Twilight, they were held at gunpoint and escorted to Ohnaka, who arranged a meeting with Dooku. Despite Dooku's warnings not to underestimate the Weequay, the Jedi maintained their composure. However, they soon found themselves unexpectedly imprisoned alongside Dooku after being drugged at a party hosted by the pirates. Despite their efforts, it was Representative Binks who eventually facilitated their escape, albeit at the cost of Senator Karras' life and Dooku's subsequent evasion. Obi-Wan cautioned Anakin against harming Hondo as they departed peacefully. Quell and Meridan. Deployed as reinforcements for Jedi Master Aayla Secura and Commander Bly, who were outnumbered during the Battle of Quell, Skywalker, Tenno, Rex, and their troops aided in evacuating Secura's besieged cruiser amidst heavy separatist onslaught. Amidst the chaos, Skywalker valiantly intervened to save his comrades, sustaining severe injuries in the process. With the cruiser engulfed in flames, Tano and Secura managed to transport Skywalker onto an evacuation frigate, where he received urgent medical attention. As they endeavored to rendezvous with the Resolute, their vessel fell into an ambush by Vulture droids, triggering the hyperdrive and propelling them into deep space. After narrowly dodging a collision with a star, they crash-landed on Meridan. There, Rex assumed the responsibility of caring for Skywalker, while Secura, Tano, and Bly sought aid from the indigenous population. Fighting off ferocious Mastiff Fallones, Rex safeguarded Skywalker until Tano returned with Bly and the healer Wag-2, culminating in a final clash against their assailants. Soon after their arrival, separatist forces invaded the planet, leading Lurman leader Wat Ka to accuse the Jedi of instigating conflict on their tranquil world, demanding their departure. Despite complying initially, the Jedi returned upon discovering the Separatists' malevolent plan to test their new defoliator superweapon on the Lurman, erecting a shield generator to shield the group from the defoliator's devastation and repelling waves of battle droids. The group thwarted the weapon's firing. Skywalker personally dismantled the defoliator and captured Separatist General Loch Durd, restoring peace to the planet. Subsequently, they departed Meridan aboard Republic cruisers dispatched by Yularen. Orto Plutonia. After losing communication with a Republic outpost on Orto Plutonia, Skywalker, accompanied by his droids C-3PO and R2-D2, along with Kenobi, embarked on an investigative mission. They were joined by a squad of cold assault troopers led by Captain Rex, along with Pantora Senator Ryo Chuchi and Chairman Chi Cho. Upon reaching the outpost and discovering the inexplicable demise of all clone troopers stationed there, Skywalker and Kenobi conducted a thorough examination. They concluded that the troopers were not slain by battle droids as evidenced by the attack on a nearby separatist base. Following the clues, they ventured into a nearby canyon where they encountered a village inhabited by Tal's beings. The Tals, through C-3PO's translation, explained that they had acted in self-defense to safeguard their homeland. Acting as mediators, Kenobi proposed a peace negotiation between the Tals and Chairman Cho. However, Cho adamantly refused to coexist with the Tals, opting instead for war despite the Jedi's attempts to broker peace. As skirmishes erupted between the clone troopers and the Tals, Senator Chuchi intervened in the Pantoran assembly, denouncing Cho's actions as unjust. The conflict came to a halt with Cho's demise, leading Chuchi to propose a resolution for the Tals to share the moon with the Pantorans. Blue Shadow Virus. At Amidala's request for assistance in uncovering suspected separatist activity on Naboo, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Tano responded divined that Amidala and Binks had ventured into the eastern swamps for investigation. Sending Tano with Peppy Bo to locate them, the Jedi learned from Captain Gregor Typho that Amidala had relayed the laboratory's location and Dr. Nuvo Vindi's plan to release the dangerous Blue Shadow virus. While Tano led an attack on the southern entrance to create a diversion, allowing Kenobi and Skywalker to enter covertly, Skywalker confronted Vindi. During the confrontation, Vindi electrocuted Amidala and Binks in an attempt to flee. Skywalker rescued the senator and pursued Vindi, ultimately apprehending him with the assistance of Peppy Bo and Kenobi in the swamp above. Prepared to transport Vindi to Theed for a trial, they were alerted to an alarm sounding below. Skywalker contacted Tano and informed him that one of Vindi's servant droids had triggered a viral bomb, releasing the virus and trapping her and the clones in the laboratory. Upon reaching Theed, Captain Typho informed them of a potential antidote on the planet Iego. Despite the risks highlighted by Typho, Skywalker embarked alongside Kenobi aboard the Twilight. Upon arrival on Iego, they encountered B-1 series battle droids reprogrammed by a local boy named Jabo Hood. Hood warned them of Drawl, the deity protecting the planet, and guided them to retrieve the Rixa roots. Despite facing obstacles, they acquired the route and departed, only to encounter separatist defenses. Utilizing Hood's reprogrammed vulture droids, they disabled these defenses, liberating the inhabitants of the planet. They then returned to Naboo in time to rescue their comrades. Battle of Ryloth. During the Battle of Ryloth, Skywalker entrusted Tano with leading a squadron to break Martuk's blockade, encouraging her to overcome her nervousness about her first command. Despite disobeying Skywalker's orders during the battle and experiencing significant losses, Tano's good intentions were understood by Skywalker when she returned to the Resolute. He reprimanded her for her actions, but acknowledged her intentions. After reporting the losses to Windu and Kenobi, Skywalker allowed Tano some time to recover, but emphasized the need to proceed with the attack on the blockade. Tano, upset by the rushed plan given recent losses, was told by Skywalker to cool off somewhere. However, Skywalker devised a plan. He evacuated the damaged defender, piloting it himself into the Ryloth system to distract the separatists while giving Tano full command of the attack. By the time Took recognized the ruse, Skywalker had already escaped in an escape pod, allowing the defender to collide with Took's control ship. Despite Took's escape, Tano destroyed the Confederate fleet, and Skywalker was rescued. Following Kenobi's success in neutralizing the proton cannons and facilitating the landing of transports, and Windu's advancement towards Lesu with his forces, Skywalker and his troops secured the space around Ryloth, compelling the remaining separatist cruisers to flee. In a holographic conference with Chancellor Palpatine, Yoda, Admiral Yularen, Senator Orn Free Taa, and Windu, Skywalker reported his success. However, Separatist General Wat Tambor then deployed Hyena-class droid bombers to destroy Ryloth's villages, prompting Skywalker and Tano, accompanied by clones, to engage them in interceptors. Before Lesu faced destruction on Count Dooku's orders, Skywalker and Tano successfully shot down the bombers. Subsequently, Tambor was captured, securing victory for the Republic and restoring freedom to Ryloth. Holocron Heist. Skywalker and clone commander Wolffe fought together during the Battle of Korm, where Wolffe lost his right eye to Ventress. Later in the first Battle of Felucia, Skywalker, Tano, and Kenobi engaged the droid army. When Tano went on patrol, Skywalker and Kenobi found themselves surrounded by droids. Fortunately, a Republic fleet commanded by Wolffe broke through the Separatist blockade, allowing Plo Koon to evacuate them. Despite the retreat order, Tano insisted on staying, prompting Skywalker and Kenobi to rescue her before her forces were overwhelmed. Skywalker and Tano disagreed on the necessity of retreat, but Tano ultimately boarded the gunship in time. Back at the Jedi Temple, Skywalker took responsibility for Tano's actions, but the Council assigned her to guard duty in the Jedi Archives for reflection. When Yoda sensed a threat to the temple, Skywalker and Kenobi incorrectly assumed their enemies were after transmission codes and went to secure them. They later discovered Cad Bane's intrusion in pursuit of a holocron. Skywalker and Tano volunteered to meet with Bala Ropal, who was targeted by Bane. After Bane captured Ropal and obtained the holocron, the Jedi pursued him to his ship. In a confrontation on the bridge, Bane took Tano hostage, forcing Skywalker to open the holocron. Skywalker then attacked Bane, but the bounty hunter escaped, leaving Tano behind. They escaped the ship and returned to the Resolute, where Skywalker reported their failure. Skywalker and Tano were tasked with setting a trap for Bane on Naboo, successfully capturing him as he attempted to abduct Ruru Page. After interrogating Bane, Skywalker reported to Palpatine, while Kenobi and Windu followed Bane's lead. Skywalker and Tano then traced Bane's trail to Mustafar, where they found the kidnapped children. Despite a droid's attempt to destroy the building, Skywalker and Tano saved the children and returned to Coruscant. Skywalker informed the Council of their findings, prompting Yoda to advise caution moving forward. Battle of Felucia. While on a mission to investigate the disappearance of the Felucia Medical Station HCT-FF2 in orbit over Felucia, their shuttle came under attack by a squadron of 6 Vulture droids, dispatched from an automated deployment station, forcing them to make an emergency landing on the planet's surface. Stranded on Felucia, they stumbled upon a Nycillan farm village after scouring the area for some time. It became apparent that the Felucian villagers were under the protection of a band of bounty hunters led by Sugi, comprising Embo, Rumi, Paramita, and Seripas. The village elder, Cassis Mitigatus, briefed the Jedi trio, explaining that they had enlisted the bounty hunters' aid due to the frequent raids by pirates targeting their crops. After deliberation, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Tano resolved to assist the farmers in defending themselves. That evening, they received a visit from the pirates, Hondo Onaka's gang, well known to Skywalker and Kenobi. Onaka warned them of his impending return, but by then, Skywalker had trained the Felucians in staff combat. Initially slow learners, they steadily improved their skills. As promised, the Onaka gang returned after a few days, leading to a skirmish. In the heat of the confrontation, Skywalker engaged Onaka in a duel, ultimately sparing him after the pirate pleaded for mercy while hanging precariously off a cliff. Onaka acknowledged the futility of their endeavors and departed in his ship. Subsequently, alongside the bounty hunters, the Jedi departed the village to make their way to the nearest Republic outpost, the Zillo Beast. During the extensive campaign on Malastare, Skywalker engaged in discussions with Palpatine, who contacted them via hologram, and Windu regarding the ramifications of the new electro-proton bomb, just as the separatist droid army prepared for a fresh assault, with the Republic banking on successfully defending the Dugs and securing a treaty for their fuel. While the bomb proved highly effective, it left behind a massive crater, prompting Windu to investigate while Skywalker was tasked with ensuring the treaty's completion with Dog Eurus. However, Windu called for Skywalker's assistance and reconnaissance. Together they stumbled upon a colossal creature known as the Zillo Beast, whose armored hide defied even lightsabers, leading to their hasty retreat. Surprising, Urus demanded the creature's destruction, despite its presumed extinction. Utilizing RX-200 Falchion-class assault tanks, Republic forces managed to tranquilize the creature, persuading the Dugs that it had been slain. With the treaty finalized and Malastare joining the Republic, Palpatine ordered the beast transported to Coruscant for examination over Windu's objections. Upon the Zillo Beast's arrival in the Republic capital, Kenobi and Amidala urged Skywalker to address Palpatine regarding the creature's fate, to which he reluctantly agreed. In a meeting with the Chancellor and Vice Chair Mas Amedda, Palpatine and Amedda agreed that the beast's demise was necessary for the greater good, prompting Amidala's opposition. Skywalker, however, chose to remain impartial, refraining to taking sides between his wife and his friend. Despite Palpatine's claims of intending to eliminate the creature, his true interest lay in studying its remarkably durable armor. Yet the beast broke free from captivity in Dr. Bull's laboratory, targeting the Chancellor for his attempts to kill it. Skywalker and the others were forced to evacuate Palpatine's office aboard his executive shuttle, only for the beast to seize the craft mid-flight. They narrowly escaped when Skywalker sliced the shuttle in two, causing everyone to tumble out, with Skywalker rescuing Amidala from plummeting off the Senate building's roof. Ultimately, the beast met its demise when gunships deployed gas into its mouth on Palpatine's orders. Another mission to Kiddo Neimoidia. Amidst the ongoing Clone Wars, which showed no signs of abating, Skywalker was granted a brief respite following an extensive tour of duty. Upon returning to his wife's apartment for a romantic interlude, his reprieve was abruptly interrupted by a summons from the Jedi Council. Suspecting Senator Rush Clovis of harboring sympathies for the Separatists, the Council deemed it necessary to deploy a spy, with Senator Amidala, a close acquaintance of Clovis, being the prime candidate. Skywalker rendezvoused with Amidala in the Senate the following day, urging her to gather intelligence on Clovis's potential betrayal. Reluctant at first, Amidala eventually acquiesced upon learning of Clovis's suspected allegiance to the Separatists. Disguised as Amidala's pilot, Skywalker escorted her to Kiddo Neimoidia, thwarting Clovis's attempts to rekindle his relationship with Amidala en route. Throughout the mission, Skywalker, accompanied by R2-D2, awaited Amidala's signal. Upon receiving it, he covertly infiltrated her quarters, where he witnessed an intimate moment between Amidala and Clovis. Despite experiencing a surge of jealousy and anger, Amidala discreetly revealed a stolen disc to Skywalker before succumbing to the effects of poison administered by Lot Dodd. Swiftly, Skywalker and Clovis rushed Amidala back to their ship bound for Coruscant, coercing Dodd into providing the antidote. However, Skywalker made the decision to leave Clovis stranded on the planet as retribution for his betrayal. Second Battle of Geonosis. Following their triumph over the Separatists near Doran, Skywalker and Tano were swiftly dispatched to join the Second Battle of Geonosis, alongside Kenobi and Ki-Adi-Mundi. The Republic's objective was to dismantle the primary droid factory on Geonosis. With a plan for a three-pronged assault on the shield generator, Skywalker, Tano, and the 501st Legion embarked on a mission to breach the Separatist defense lines from the south, converging at the designated rendezvous point. However, both Skywalker and Mundi's transports were downed, compelling them to traverse the terrain on foot to meet up with Kenobi's forces. Despite encountering staunch resistance, Skywalker's squad eventually rendezvoused with Mundi's troops. After coordinating with Yularen to deploy BTL-B Y-Wings, they regrouped with Kenobi to strategize the assault on the shield generator. Improvising on their plan, Skywalker and Tano led the charge, utilizing EMP grenades to disable enemy cannons, thereby enabling the ATTEs to destroy the shield generator. As the gunships swooped in, Geonosian resistance crumbled, leading to their surrender. While Mundi and Kenobi sought medical attention, Republic forces pressed forward towards the colossal droid factory. Soon joined by Luminara Unduli and her Padawan, Barriss Offee, Skywalker and Tano found themselves embroiled in a discussion fueled by Skywalker's apparent lack of trust in Tano's abilities. As Offee and Tano were dispatched to infiltrate the Geonosian catacombs and plant explosives, Unduli realized that Skywalker's actions stemmed from his reluctance to let go of Tano, rather than a distrust in her abilities. Despite the rift, the Jedi generals pressed on, distracting the droid army while making their way to the factory. Their plans were disrupted when Poggle the Lesser deployed his super tanks. In a daring move, Skywalker and Luminara destroyed the bridge to halt their advance, only to discover that their Padawans had yet to return. As droids closed in, Tano contacted Skywalker, expressing uncertainty about their survival. Refusing to accept defeat, Skywalker ordered a search and rescue operation, ultimately locating and saving the two Padawans. While Tano and Afi recuperated, Kenobi and Mundi assisted in mopping up the remaining Separatist forces. Meanwhile, Unduli embarked on a personal mission to apprehend Poggle, leading to her capture and subsequent confinement. Skywalker and Kenobi embarked on a perilous journey to the Progate Temple, where they stumbled upon undead Geonosian warriors and discovered Poggle's nefarious schemes. Following a tense standoff, the Jedi secured Poggle and Unduli, averting further catastrophe. With Poggle in custody, the Jedi prepared to transport him to Coruscant, delegating Tano and Afi to another crucial mission. However, their plans were thrown into disarray when Scythe, an infected trooper, posed a threat aboard their frigate. In the ensuing chaos, Skywalker's leadership was put to the test when he grappled with anger and desperation, resorting to drastic measures to extract information from Poggle. Ultimately, his guidance proved pivotal in Tano's successful mission, reaffirming their bond amidst uncertainty and danger. Seleucami. After Jedi Master Eth Koth's capture in the Outer Rim, General Grievous delivered a chilling message to the Jedi Council, expressing his disregard for their politics and the Republic, and his sole desire to witness their demise. Upon decoding Koth's distress signals indicating his location in the Seleucami system, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Adi Gallia were dispatched on a rescue mission. As a diversion, Admiral Yularen and Kenobi engaged Grievous's forces over Seleucami, allowing Grievous to board the Surrogator discreetly. Meanwhile, Skywalker, Gallia, Rex, and a squad of clone troopers executed a hyperspace jump into the system aboard an ambassador shuttle, positioning themselves alongside Grievous's cruiser. Upon boarding, Skywalker and Gallia found their way to the cruiser's stern, encountering fierce resistance from a T-Series tactical droid and BX-Series droid commandos. Despite the odds, the Jedi prevailed, rescuing Koth and ferrying him back to the shuttle. With Kenobi's report of Grievous's escape, Gallia departed to aid Kenobi in his pursuit, while Skywalker retrieved them with the shuttle and returned to the Resolute. Meanwhile, Kenobi led a search mission for Grievous on the planet below alongside Cody, Rex, and other troopers. In a subsequent mission, Skywalker and Tano led an operation into Coruscant's underworld to apprehend Kar Afa, an arms dealer supplying Republic weapons to the Separatists. While Skywalker confronted Afa inside a cantina, Tano was instructed to wait outside. However, the confrontation drew attention, causing a commotion that led to Tano losing her lightsaber. Upon returning to the temple, Tano sought assistance from Jedi Master Terra Sinube, hoping to conceal the loss from Skywalker. Mandalore. After allegations surfaced that Mandalore had forged an alliance with the Separatists, Kenobi was dispatched to the planet to converse with his longtime acquaintance, Duchess Satine Kryze. Skywalker accompanied him, tasked with ensuring the Duchess's safe journey to Coruscant aboard the Coronet. On board, Skywalker observed the tension between Kenobi and Kryze, sensing the depth of their past connection. When R2-D2 detected unusual readings in the cargo hold, Skywalker and Kenobi were alerted by Rex. Investigating, Skywalker encountered assassin probes and swiftly destroyed two of them. Suspecting a traitor on board, he initiated a search. After Kenobi successfully exposed the traitor, Tal Merrick, Skywalker confronted more probes and aided in the search for Merrick and Kryze, who'd been taken hostage. As B-2 super battle droids dispatched by the Death Watch infiltrated the ships, Skywalker prioritized eliminating the threat before assisting Kenobi. When Merrick threatened to destroy the ship, Skywalker intervened decisively, neutralizing him to prevent the detonation. Upon their safe arrival at Coruscant, Skywalker acknowledged Kryze's resilience, recognizing her as an extraordinary woman. In the aftermath, following the Mandalore Defense Resolution, Skywalker and Kenobi accompanied Amidala to a meeting with the Chancellor. There, he expressed gratitude to Amidala and offered apologies to Kryze before departing, leaving Kenobi and Kryze alone to reconcile. Trapped on Vancor. Preparing to rendezvous with a Republic frigate, Skywalker and Mace Windu embarked on the Endurance, where they encountered a group of clone cadets, among whom was an infiltrated Boba Fett. When Fett sabotaged the ship, forcing everyone to evacuate in escape pods, Skywalker and Windu ensured the rescue of the damaged pod containing the missing cadets. After the survivors were transferred to a medical frigate, the duo ventured to the Endurance's crash site in search of Admiral Killian and other possible survivors. Despite R2-D2's reservations, they entered the relatively intact bridge, prompting Windu to reprimand Skywalker for fostering individuality in his astromech. As they explored the bridge, they discovered the executed survivors and a Mandalorian helmet, realizing it was a trap set by Boba Fett. Windu shielded Skywalker from the explosion triggered by the helmet, but they became trapped under the debris. With Skywalker injured and Windu unconscious, they awaited rescue. R2-D2 eventually found them, and Skywalker instructed the droid to summon help from the temple. Rescued by Tano, Plo Koon, and a clone squad, they were extracted from the collapsing Endurance thanks to R2-D2's message. After receiving treatment in a Bacta tank at the temple, Skywalker implored Windu to pursue Fett for justice. Initially reluctant, Windu reconsidered upon learning of Fett's hostage situation, conveyed through a message intercepted by Kun and Tano. Given their injuries, Kun and Tano assumed the mission to track down Fett and his accomplice, Aurra Sing. Meanwhile, as Bossk and Fett were brought into custody in Coruscant, Skywalker witnessed Fett's apology for the chaos he caused, albeit with a vow never to forgive Windu for his father's death, before they were escorted to the Republic Judiciary Central Detention Center. Balith. Following his wife's mission to uncover a conspiracy on Mandalore, Skywalker and Captain Rex accompanied Tano on her solo mission to instruct cadets at the Royal Academy of Government, as requested by Duchess Kryze and the Jedi Council. Upon reaching Sundari, Skywalker introduced Tano to the Duchess and Prime Minister Almec. Before departing to meet with Kit Fisto, Skywalker adhered to Mandalore's laws by temporarily holding onto his Padawan's lightsaber. After Tano exposed Almec's illicit activities, Skywalker reunited with her and returned her lightsaber. Back at the Jedi Temple, the Council commended Tano's bravery but assigned Skywalker to lead the 3rd Legion on Balith to aid in their civil conflict. Although the Council instructed Tano to stay behind to provide a detailed report, she implored Skywalker to let her accompany him. He insisted that she use the time in the library to challenge his belief that she learned more on the battlefield than in the temple. With Rex, Skywalker departed for Balith. Returning to Coruscant, Skywalker, Yoda, Amidala, and Bail Organa welcomed Tano back after her success in capturing Aurra Sing during the Alderaan Refugee Conference. Concerned about the identity of the mastermind behind Amidala's assassination attempt, Yoda urged Tano to utilize her enhanced precognitive abilities. Through Tano's description, Amidala deduced the culprit was Zero the Hutt. Skywalker and Tano interrogated Zero at the Judiciary Detention Center, where Tano skillfully elicited a confession from him, revealing his involvement in hiring Sing. Satisfied with the outcome, Skywalker and Tano left Zero to face the consequences of his actions. Battle of Kamino. Prepared by the destruction of Rishi Station and an intercepted transmission between Asajj Ventress and General Grievous, Skywalker and Kenobi journeyed to Kamino to alert Shakti and Prime Minister Lama Su of an imminent separatist assault. Accompanied by Rex, Cody, Echo, Fives, and the 501st Legion, they stood ready. Grievous's fleet soon descended, prompting Skywalker to lead the Republic Space Forces, inflicting significant damage on the enemy. Meanwhile, Tipoca City faced an assault from Trident-class assault ships and AQ-series battle droids. Kenobi summoned Skywalker back to the city to aid in its defense. Upon his return, Skywalker confronted Ventress, who had seized the prime DNA sample of the clone's template, Jango Fett. With the assistance of a clone trooper platoon, Skywalker managed to retrieve the sample from Ventress. However, both Ventress and Grievous evaded capture once again. The blockade of Pantora. Skywalker received news from his apprentice about the abduction of Pantora Chairman Papanoida's daughters. Aware of the Jedi's limitations in official involvement, he cleverly granted her permission to undertake the rescue mission, citing personal concerns. This covert action proved to be effective as both daughters were safely reunited with their father. Senate Crisis. Meant to be on a reflective retreat, Skywalker instead accompanied his wife at her apartment, observing as Amidala meticulously planned a gathering for Senator Aang, crucial for the Military Oversight Committee's vote. Skywalker attempted to reassure her, suggesting that the event would unfold smoothly and advising her to unwind, even as they witnessed C-3PO fussing over the arrangements. Responding to Amidala's request, Skywalker dispatched the protocol droid and R2-D2 to procure Jogan fruit, a crucial ingredient overlooked for Aang's favorite dessert, Jogan fruitcake. Despite a delay, Amidala proceeded with the party, anxiously awaiting the return of the two droids who arrived just in time to present the cake to Senator Aang. Shortly after, Skywalker visited the Senate building to propose to Amidala a 2-week escape together to an anonymous locale, where they could shed their public personas and relish in their roles as husband and wife, free from the constraints of politics and duty. However, Amidala declined, citing her commitment to an impending Senate bill. Skywalker expressed frustration, implying that their love should outweigh political obligations. In a symbolic gesture of his devotion, he handed Amidala his lightsaber, signifying its significance as his life, as imparted by Kenobi. Though Amidala initially interpreted it as jest, Skywalker's sincerity became evident, leading to a heartfelt exchange and a shared kiss. Their intimate moment was abruptly interrupted by the voices of C-3PO and Senator Organa, prompting Skywalker to conceal himself under Amidala's desk while she discreetly hid his lightsaber. Amidala departed for a meeting on the Enhanced Privacy Invasion Bill, only to be ensnared by Cad Bane and his associates, who took her and several other senators hostage, engaging Bane's agents while contacting Palpatine for assistance. Despite facing formidable adversaries, Skywalker managed to fend off an IG-86 Sentinel droid before succumbing to the combined efforts of Robo Nino and Aura Singh, eventually regaining consciousness amidst the hostage situation. With quick thinking and resourcefulness, he utilized his lightsaber to create an escape route, ensuring the safety of the senators just before Bane triggered the explosives and made his getaway with the liberated Zero. Meeting Madame Synata. After the recent turmoil, Skywalker accompanied Amidala to Kamaz, where they intended to board the private vessel of renowned actress Madame Risha Synata. However, their tardiness caused them to miss Synata's portrayal of Dark Kristov. Upon their arrival, Skywalker and Amidala had an encounter with Synata herself. Despite Amidala's initial hesitance, Skywalker convinced her to explore Synata's museum. Accompanying Amidala to her quarters, Skywalker later joined her for a visit to the museum the following day. While perusing the exhibits, they stumbled upon a depiction of Verikino, the site of their secret marriage. Their moment was abruptly interrupted when they came under attack by rogue robots from the displays. Skywalker swiftly sprang into action, defending Amidala and aiding her escape from the mechanical assailants. During their exploration, they stumbled upon evidence linking Synata to the Separatists, including a hologram of Count Dooku and a banner of the Separatist faction. Realizing the treachery at play, Skywalker captured one of Synata's collaborators, while Amidala uncovered a damning list of anti-Separatist senators. Further investigation revealed Synata's nefarious plot to eliminate these senators using dioxis gas. In a desperate bid to thwart this scheme, Skywalker and Amidala engaged in a fierce confrontation with the LEP servant droids under Synata's command. With the assistance of R2-D2, they managed to navigate through the chaos and reach the theater where Synata planned to execute her plan. As Amidala warned the audience to flee, Skywalker donned a mask and helmet, confronting Synata, who wielded her own lightsaber. Engaging in a tense duel, Skywalker eventually gained the upper hand, holding her at the mercy of his lightsaber. Following their harrowing ordeal, Skywalker and Amidala promptly reported their findings to the Jedi Council. Intense training. Arriving belatedly to one of Tano's training sessions, Skywalker grew frustrated with the simplistic nature of the drills. Expressing his dissatisfaction, he arranged for a more rigorous training regimen with her later on. Leading Tano to a secluded area accompanied by Rex and the 501st, Skywalker orchestrated a scenario where the clones surrounded Tano, subjecting her to a barrage of stun bolts. The intense sessions persisted for hours, prompting Tano to remark that the battle droids posed far less challenge compared to clones. Skywalker clarified that the difficulty was intentional, emphasizing the importance of rigorous training for her self-defense. Undeterred by the demanding nature of the exercises, Tano continued to participate in the sessions alongside Rex and the 501st throughout the duration of the war. Jedi Ceremony. One day, Skywalker waited with Master Yoda in the Jedi Temple grounds for Tano. Upon her arrival, Skywalker admonished her for being late, while Yoda commended her assistance and proceeded to extend her Padawan braid. Following a Senate debate on a financial reform bill, Amidala asked Skywalker to advocate for the Jedi Council to engage with Palpatine regarding ending the war. Skywalker permitted Tano to accompany Amidala to further her understanding of politics. After an apparent separatist attack, Skywalker confronted his apprentice about her and Amidala's meeting with Onderon Senator Mina Bonteri on Raxus Secundus, deeming it imprudent. Nevertheless, Tano gleaned the complexity of politics, realizing it was not as straightforward as she had previously believed. Dathomirian threat. About a year and 8 months into the Clone Wars, Skywalker and Kenobi led Republic forces in a battle against Asajj Ventress's fleet in the Sullust system. Engaging directly in the fight with their starfighters, Kenobi was targeted and attacked by Ventress, but Skywalker disabled her Genevex-class Fanblade starfighter. When Kenobi and Ventress crashed into the hangar of the Separatist command ship, Skywalker quickly landed to aid his former master. Together, they confronted Ventress in a duel. However, their confrontation was cut short by the destruction of the ship, secretly orchestrated by Count Dooku. Assuming Ventress to be doomed, the Jedi fled in their interceptors. After the massacre on Deveron, Skywalker and Kenobi were dispatched to Dathomir upon viewing footage implicating a Dathomirian in the attack. Upon arriving at a village on Dathomir, they were ambushed by the Knight brothers until Skywalker took their leader hostage. Learning that a Knight sister had taken one of them to their fortress, the Jedi proceeded there. They questioned Mother Talzin, who revealed the name Savage Oppress and the location of their target. Heading to Todaria, they confronted Oppress but failed to prevent him from killing King Katunko. With their ship destroyed, they commandeered the King's vessel and pursued Oppress to Dooku's Separatist flagship. However, Oppress proved too formidable, forcing Skywalker and Kenobi to retreat and abandon the ship, killing a defector. After their encounter with Oppress, Skywalker and Kenobi were diverted from a blockade at Herdessa to meet with Yularen. The Admiral informed them of Mechadrix's disappearance and the emergence of an execution squad known as the Death Wind, targeting both Republic and Separatist interests. The Death Wind corridor, passing near Mechadrix's home planet of Rune, suggested a possible connection. Yularen speculated that the Death Wind might have established a covert base on Ando. Tasked with locating the Death Wind and apprehending Mechadrix if he was involved, Skywalker hesitated, reluctant to resort to lethal measures and wary of mirroring the methods of the Separatists. Kenobi assured him that they would explore peaceful options before setting off for Ando. Upon reaching the planet and navigating through its marshy terrain, the Jedi stumbled upon abandoned sets of clone armor arranged as symbols. Their journey led them to the remains of a Sith temple, now repurposed as an outpost by the Death Wind. Confronted by the squad, the Jedi were granted an audience with their leader in exchange for surrendering their lightsabers. Inside the outpost, they found Mechadrix, seated regally and wielding a sword crafted from clone trooper bones. Mechadrix preached his nihilistic philosophy, asserting that the essence of life was in killing and dying. Kenobi countered, emphasizing the value of life and the significance of relationships and purpose. When Mechadrix attacked Kenobi, Skywalker intervened, reluctantly ending Mechadrix's life. In his final moments, Mechadrix expressed a strange resignation, suggesting that death was a return to a simpler existence. Despite his regret, Skywalker recognized the tragic necessity of their actions. The destiny of the Chosen One. When the Jedi Council received an ancient Jedi distress signal, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Tano were dispatched to the Krelithium system by the High Council. They were meant to rendezvous with Captain Rex and an armed cruiser, but upon arrival, their ships were mysteriously led to the enigmatic planet of Mortis by a figure known as the Daughter. Separated from his companions, Skywalker followed the Daughter to a monastery where he encountered the enigmatic Father. As he tried to rest, Skywalker was visited by a spectral figure resembling his late mother, which ultimately revealed itself to be the Sun, a malevolent force. Disturbed by the encounter, Skywalker engaged in discussions with the Father about his role as the Chosen One, and underwent trials to prove his worthiness. When the Son kidnapped Tano, Skywalker pursued him, leading to a confrontation where Tano was mortally wounded. Desperate to save her, Skywalker pleaded with the Father, who sacrificed himself to resurrect Tano. However, the ensuing chaos forced the Jedi to confront the Son, resulting in his demise. After restoring balance to Mortis, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Tano returned to their ship, unaware that time on Mortis passed differently. They reported the events to the Council, with Skywalker recounting his encounter with the spirit of Qui-Gon Jinn. Though uncertain of its authenticity, Skywalker's experiences on Mortis left a profound impact on him, shaping his understanding of the Force and his own destiny. The Citadel. After the Separatists captured Jedi Council member Even Piell, Skywalker and Kenobi received instructions from Master Plo Koon. Alongside their team, comprising Rex, Cody, Echo, and Fives, they were tasked with infiltrating Lola Sayu's citadel to rescue Master Piell, who possessed vital information about the Nexus route. Skywalker, adamant about keeping Tano safe from the perilous mission, devised a plan to bypass the prison's lifeform scanners. Utilizing carbon freezing, the team was transported to the citadel by Commander R2-D2 and his reprogrammed battle droids. Upon arrival, Skywalker discovered that Tano had defied orders and followed them. Reluctantly accepting her presence, they navigated through treacherous terrain and managed to reach Master Piell. Despite facing numerous challenges, including traps set by prison staff led by Osi Sobek, the team successfully rescued Piell and his officers. Among them was Captain Wilhuff Tarkin, another bearer of the Nexus route coordinates. The team split into two groups, with Kenobi's team creating a diversion while Skywalker led the others. Alongside Tarkin, Skywalker's team escaped through the cavern system below the prison. Initially skeptical, Tarkin and Skywalker found common ground in their belief that the Jedi Code restrained the Order from achieving victory in the war. Despite facing obstacles, including the loss of Echo during a skirmish, they managed to rendezvous with Kenobi's team. Contacting the Council for extraction, they faced further challenges, including attacks by Sobek's Anubas that claimed Master Piell's life. Honoring Piell's sacrifice, the group reached the extraction point just in time, boarding Plo Koon's rescue shuttle. Saisi Teen's fleet covered their escape, allowing them to return safely to Coruscant. Padawan lost. Skywalker, Tano, and the 501st Forces joined Plo Koon and his clones in a decisive battle on Felucia against a fortified Separatist outpost. Dividing their troops into three groups, Skywalker and Rex led the charge at the front gate, targeting the tactical droid TZ-33. Together with Koon and Tano's teams, they successfully secured the outpost, dealing a significant blow to the Separatists. During the heat of battle, Skywalker noticed Tano's absence and immediately ordered a thorough search of the perimeter. Despite relentless efforts, Tano remained elusive, prompting Koon to suggest that they return to Coruscant. Skywalker, unwilling to abandon his Padawan, insisted on continuing the search, despite Koon's concerns about his emotional state. Eventually, Skywalker reluctantly agreed to depart, but his determination to find Tano remained unwavering. Back at the temple, Skywalker tirelessly analyzed star charts in search of any clue to Tano's whereabouts. Koon advised him to trust in Tano's abilities, urging him to have faith that she would find her way back. After the events on Waska, Skywalker's relentless search came to an end when Tano returned to the temple aboard the Halo, accompanied by her Wookiee allies and younglings Omer and Jinx. Overwhelmed with guilt and remorse, Skywalker apologized profusely to Tano for his perceived failure to protect her. However, Tano reassured him that his teachings had equipped her with the skills needed to survive, and expressed gratitude for his guidance. Their exchange marked a new chapter in their relationship, characterized by mutual respect and understanding, observed by Master Yoda with delight. Battle of Horain. At a later time, Skywalker found himself engaged in the Battle of Horain, fighting alongside Kenobi and Rex. Amidst the chaos of battle, he received a distress call from Rex, urgently requesting aid. However, he was already engrossed in a skirmish with a squadron of vulture droids. Eventually, Skywalker rendezvoused with Kenobi and Rex, only to be taken aback by their unorthodox method of acquiring an AAT, accompanied by the malfunctioning battle droid Bats. Skirmish on Reda. On Reda, Skywalker engaged a squad of B-1 battle droids alongside Grandmaster Yoda. Their encounter took an unexpected turn when they were confronted by Krita, a Segredo aiming to intimidate them. However, Krita's demeanor shifted upon recognizing Yoda as an old acquaintance, leading to a more amicable interaction. Despite Skywalker's attempt to recruit Krita as a spy, she declined and departed, leaving the Jedi to face a subsequent attack from battle droids. Separated from Yoda briefly, Skywalker later reunited with the Jedi Master and Krita, who revealed her role in safeguarding refugees of the Clone Wars. Employing a clever ruse with a hat from one of the refugees, Skywalker pretended to utilize an imaginary cloaking cap to distract General Flebek, enabling Yoda to neutralize a B-1 droid. Seeing through the deception, Flebek retreated and fled the scene aboard her ship. As they pondered their next move, Yoda assured Skywalker that the report to Mace Windu would simply state that there was nothing noteworthy to report from their mission on Reda. Battle of Mon Cala. After the assassination of King Kolina of Mon Cala and the resurgence of tension between the Mon Calamari and the Quarren, Skywalker and Amidala were dispatched as representatives of the Republic to mediate the conflict. Their presence coincided with that of Riff Tamsin, the Separatist ambassador. Despite their efforts to facilitate dialogue, the Quarren delegation stormed out of the council hall, dissatisfied with the Mon Calamari leadership. In response, Yoda and Windu dispatched a company of clone troopers under Kit Fisto and Tano's command, equipped for underwater combat, to support the Mon Calamari. As the Quarren launched their attack, Skywalker and Amidala accompanied Prince Lichar under the protection of Akbar. Amidst the chaos, Skywalker left to assist Senator Mina Tills, leaving Tano to safeguard the prince and thwart Tamsin's advances. After the initial assault subsided, Skywalker regrouped with Amidala, Tano, Fisto, Akbar, Lichar, and Tills to prepare for the next wave, now bolstered by Hydroid Medusas. Forced to retreat into the caves below, they split into two groups to strategize their next move. Skywalker, alongside his wife, Akbar, and Tills, proceeded to sabotage the Mon Calamari Central Scanner facility to blind planetary defenses, anticipating Republic reinforcements. However, Tamsin countered with whirlpools created by Trident-class assault ships, leading to the capture of all but Tano and Lichar. Imprisoned and interrogated by Tamsin, Skywalker and Fisto resisted, while Amidala and Jar Jar Binks narrowly avoided drowning. Witnessing Prince Lichar's impending execution, Naso intervened, rallying the Quarren against the Separatists and securing victory for the Mon Calamari. With peace restored, Skywalker and his allies attended Lichar's coronation, marking a new era of unity for Mon Cala. Naboo. Amidst rumors of Gungan collaboration with the Separatists in an impending attack on Theed, Skywalker accompanied Amidala to Theed and later ventured to the Gungan territory near Lake Paunga, where they met with Binks. Binks confirmed the troubling rumors and guided them to Otogunga, where they confronted Boss Leone. They discovered Leone was under the influence of a mind-controlling necklace, which Skywalker promptly removed with a telekinetic snatch, causing him to regain his senses. He revealed that the necklace had been given to him by his new minister, Richelieu. Skywalker, Amidala, and Binks supported Leone as he confronted Lu, but their efforts were met with droid commandos, resulting in Leone being wounded by Lu before the minister escaped. After taking Leone to an infirmary, Skywalker and Amidala noticed the striking resemblance between Leone and Binks. They convinced Binks to impersonate Leone and halt the Gungan assault on Theed. As Binks exposed Lu's deception to the army, Skywalker pursued the fleeing minister, only to fall into a trap set by Count Dooku in Lu's laboratory. In a confrontation with Dooku, Skywalker found himself outmatched by the Count's formidable powers and his accompanying Magna Guards. Dooku seized the opportunity to contact Amidala and proposed a trade. Skywalker for Grievous, who had been captured by the Gungan Grand Army. An hour later, Skywalker was exchanged for Grievous, with Amidala, Queen Niutni, and the Gungans overseeing the exchange, allowing Grievous to remain at large. Battle of Umbara. During the Umbara campaign, Skywalker and Kenobi strategized their attack plan against the Umbaran capital, defended by Confederate and local militia forces. Alongside Rex and Fives, Skywalker readied to repel enemy reinforcements, while Kenobi, supported by Jedi Masters Sae Tiin and Pong Krell, advanced from the south, with Skywalker and the 501st moving in from the north. Despite heavy resistance, Skywalker's battalion reached the landing site and secured a ridge for staging. As they awaited reinforcement, Skywalker ordered Dogma to rest, noting his tense but loyal demeanor. A sudden Umbaran ambush was thwarted by an airstrike from Master Krell and Oddball. Subsequently, Krell delivered unsettling news. Supreme Chancellor Palpatine had urgently summoned Skywalker back to Coruscant, prompting Skywalker to reluctantly leave his troops under Krell's command and return to the capital. Despite Krell's attempts to sow discord among Republic forces, Kenobi successfully captured the capital and defeated the remaining Umbaran forces, securing victory for the Republic. Kyros. 10 rotations after Yoda's last contact with the Togruta colonists on Kyros, Skywalker, Tano, Rex, Cody, Kenobi, and their forces arrived at the planet to investigate its sudden silence, with Skywalker expressing concern that they might be arriving too late. Upon landing, they found the town suspiciously devoid of colonists and decided to use bark speeders to penetrate the city and surround the governor's tower, which served as the separatist headquarters. The enemy commander, Darth Dinar, initiated communication with Kenobi to discuss terms of surrender. In a moment of frustration, Skywalker intervened in the negotiation, branding Dinar as Zygerian scum and expressing his desire to confront the slaver personally. However, Kenobi urged Skywalker to focus on locating the missing colonists while he handled the negotiation. As Skywalker coordinated with Admiral Yularen to conduct a planetary bioscan, Kenobi explained Skywalker's impulsive behavior to Tano. Upon overhearing Dinar's admission during the negotiation that he had planted bombs throughout the city, Skywalker and Tano embarked on a mission to disarm them. Despite encountering sniper droids, they managed to defuse the bombs just in time, only to learn from Kenobi that Dinar was attempting to escape on the Takora. Determined to stop him, they boarded the ship and faced off against Dinar, who unleashed a Blixus to attack them. Skywalker successfully expelled the creature from the ship, while Tano defeated Dinar in the cockpit. Joining Tano, Skywalker employed an intimidating demeanor to coerce Dinar into revealing the location of the colonists, surprising Tano with his intensity. Nevertheless, their interrogation proved fruitful as Dinar disclosed that his queen intended to hold a royal slave auction. Zygeria. When Skywalker, Kenobi, Yularen, and Tano briefed the Jedi Council about their discoveries, they were assigned the task of locating the missing colonists. Disguised as Zygerians, they boarded the Takora and landed in the capital city of Zygeria. Splitting into 2 teams, with Kenobi and Rex tasked with locating the colonists, Skywalker and Tano ventured to meet Queen Mirage Sintel. Adopting the alias Lars Quell, Skywalker delivered news of Bruna Denturi's supposed demise and presented Tano as a gift to the Queen. His ruse quickly gained Sintel's favor, leading her to invite him to accompany her to the slave auction, where she planned to test Skywalker's aptitude as a slaver by forcing him to torture Kenobi. Instead, Skywalker liberated Kenobi and attempted to escape with the aid of R2-D2, who returned their lightsabers, while Rex provided cover fire and Tano confronted the Queen. Despite their efforts, they were overpowered, though Sintel recognized Skywalker's resilience when it took 5 electro whips to subdue him. Despite pressure from Dooku and half of her kingdom to execute him, Sintel spared Skywalker and had him brought to her chambers. There he woke up and pressed Sintel for information about his friend's whereabouts, using the Force to exert pressure on her. However, Sintel revealed that his friends would be harmed unless he complied with her demands, compelling Skywalker to reluctantly agree to become her bodyguard and escort, as Sintel became infatuated with him. Several days later, Dooku arrived, and Skywalker observed that Sintel was also a pawn in Dooku's scheme before she departed to meet the Sith Lord. With the help of R2-D2, Skywalker broke free from his guards and released Tano from her captivity, instructing her to prepare the ship for departure. Meanwhile, he interrogated Sintel to learn Kenobi and Rex's location. However, he found himself facing a Tai Molak who had betrayed Sintel and Dooku, engaging in a futile duel before being accused by Dooku of killing Sintel before her guards. Skywalker then rescued Sintel and fled to the Takora, where she disclosed that Kenobi was in the Kadavo system and revealed that, like Skywalker, she was also a slave, before succumbing to her injuries. After contacting Plo Koon to request reinforcements, Skywalker and Tano swiftly traveled to the Kadavo system and infiltrated the slave processing facility. During the ensuing battle, Skywalker disabled the turrets that were targeting Koon and his forces, while Tano prevented the Togruta colonists from falling to their demise. Caused by Keeper Agris, by maneuvering Admiral Barton Coburn's Arquitens-class light cruiser, the Hand of Justice, beneath the facility. Alongside Rex and Kenobi, Skywalker evacuated the facility before it was obliterated, following Koon's orders, and then regrouped with the remainder of Koon's fleet. Palpatine kidnapped. Following the apprehension of Moralo Eval, suspected to be the mastermind behind a plot to abduct Supreme Chancellor Palpatine, Skywalker, Tano, and Kenobi were urgently summoned to an emergency meeting by the High Council as they traversed the nocturnal streets of Coruscant. While en route to the temple, a sniper ambushed them, leading the Jedi trio to give chase. Tragically, the sniper fatally shot Kenobi before fleeing on a speeder. Skywalker, devastated by his master's death and confronted with Tano's tearful grief, became withdrawn and silent, his once vibrant demeanor replaced by solemnity. Determined to apprehend Kenobi's killer, Rako Hardeen, Skywalker embarked on a personal mission, eventually capturing Hardeen and delivering him to Republic custody. Learning of Hardeen's escape from custody, Skywalker expressed frustration during a meeting with Palpatine and Windu, who decided to rescind the bounty on Hardeen and his accomplices, Eval and Cad Bane. Feeling betrayed by the Council's decision and their lack of trust in him, Skywalker was manipulated by Palpatine into embracing his emotions and dispatched with Tano to Nal Hutta to track down the fugitives. Despite their aggressive interrogation tactics, the Jedi ultimately failed to capture the targets until they crossed paths with Hardeen and Bane on Orandia. In a dramatic confrontation, Skywalker attempted to apprehend Hardeen, only to be thwarted by Bane's intervention, resulting in a crash landing that left Skywalker unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, Skywalker was summoned by Yoda, who revealed the shocking truth that Kenobi was indeed Rako Hardeen. In the aftermath, Skywalker, along with Tano and Windu, was briefed on the security measures for Chancellor Palpatine during the Festival of Light on Naboo. Skywalker, Tano, and Windu were tasked with escorting Palpatine and Masa Meta to Theed, where Skywalker reunited with his wife, Padme. Despite the initial success of the festival, during which Palpatine was abducted by Bane and Eval, Skywalker and Windu managed to thwart the plot with Kenobi's timely intervention. However, Skywalker harbored resentment toward the Council for their lack of transparency and trust, leading him to guard Palpatine himself. In a subsequent confrontation with Dooku, Skywalker unleashed his fury, engaging in a fierce duel until Kenobi's arrival helped them rescue the Chancellor, forcing Dooku to retreat. A phantom menace. At a later point, while en route to rendezvous with the cruisers, Skywalker and Tano opted to touch down at the Stobar spaceport, driven by Skywalker's craving for a change from government rations and fatigue. Entering Plop Dribble's establishment, they encountered police droids and an unconscious waitress. Despite their attempts to probe the incident, both the law enforcement and the proprietor, Lubo, dismissed their concerns, offering them a complimentary meal instead. Yet, Skywalker sensed a troubling and recognizable disturbance in the Force, unbeknownst to him signaling the resurgence of the renegade Sith Lord Maul. Onderon Rebellion. After receiving a plea from a rebel cell on Onderon, the Jedi Council deliberated on how to aid them against the Separatists. Skywalker proposed training the rebels in subversive combat tactics, a suggestion bordering on terrorism, which the Jedi typically opposed. Despite this, the High Council decided to dispatch advisors to the rebel cell for the impending battle. Arriving on the new class transport Valkyrie 2929, Skywalker, Tenno, Rex, and Kenobi landed on the planet under cover of night. There they met Stila Guerrera and were led to the rebels' covert base where they encountered her brother Saw. The team commenced training the rebels in combating droids until their outpost was discovered and attacked by separatist probe droids, prompting the rebels to retreat to Iziz. Following several successful operations, Skywalker, Kenobi, and Rex opted to return to Coruscant to brief the Council, while Tano remained behind as liaison to the rebels, concealing her identity as a Jedi. They maintained regular communication with her to offer guidance and assistance, including hiring Hondo Ohnaka to supply missile launchers to the Onderon rebels for the final assault. Skywalker attended the funeral of Stila Guerrera. Additionally, Skywalker loaned the Twilight to Kenobi, who used it to journey to Mandalore to rescue Satine Kryze. Encountering technical issues, Kenobi vowed not to borrow another ship from Skywalker, but the Twilight was shot down and destroyed by Mandalorian commandos moments before Kryze's murder during the Mandalorian Civil War. Skywalker was present when the Jedi Council dispatched Meeber Gascon and a team of Republic droids to steal an encryption module from the Separatists. Later, he participated in the Republic Strategy Conference on the space station Valor, where he noticed the Renown's unusual speed. Tarkin informed Skywalker that the ship was scanning Rhydonium, leading Skywalker to realize it was a bomb. Gascon later contacted Skywalker to relay R2's sacrifice, but Skywalker refused to accept his friend's loss, dispatching salvage teams to retrieve R2's remains. After R2 was repaired, the two reunited, bringing joy to Anakin. Maul's return. Later on, Skywalker attended a meeting of the Jedi High Council with the Chancellor to address Maul's reappearance. Despite being aware of Maul's survival, the Council opted to refrain from taking immediate action against him. Final lessons. At a later time, Skywalker engaged in a sparring session with Tano until Master Yoda joined in to spar with her. Skywalker observed as Tano faced off against Yoda, witnessing her defeat but also her growth as Yoda imparted additional skills to her. Tano's trial. During the defense of Karo Neimoidia, Skywalker and Tano were actively engaged in combat against Separatist forces while piloting their ETA-2 Actis-class interceptors. However, their mission took an unexpected turn when they received urgent orders to return to the Jedi Temple due to a bombing incident at the hangar. Since they were off-world during the attack, Skywalker and Tano were tasked with leading the investigation to uncover the perpetrator, who was believed to be a Jedi. Upon arriving at the crime scene, they encountered Russo ISC, whom Skywalker delegated to assist Tano in interviewing witnesses while he focused on meditation at the hangar. Despite their efforts, they initially found no substantial leads until Tano discovered the identity of the subject, Jakar Bomani, who was linked to his wife, Letta Termund. Under interrogation, Termund confessed to supplying Bomani with nanodroids, but refused to disclose her motives. Skywalker attended Yoda's eulogy for the fallen Jedi and later engaged in a conversation with Tarkin regarding the ongoing investigation. The situation escalated when Termund was found dead, and Tano was implicated in her murder. Despite Skywalker's efforts to locate Tano, she eluded capture and led him on a pursuit through the Coruscant underworld. During a moment alone, Skywalker and Tano reaffirmed their trust in each other, but Tano insisted on proving her innocence and refused to surrender to the authorities. As tensions rose within the Jedi Council, Skywalker's loyalty to Tano led him to defend her during her trial, and he embarked on a mission to capture Ventress, believing that she held crucial information. After confronting Ventress and obtaining vital details about Tano's situation, Skywalker confronted Barriss Offee, leading to a duel. Upon subduing Offee, Skywalker brought her to the Republic military base where Tano was being judged. Tano's confession ultimately led to the dismissal of all charges against her. Despite the Council's apology and invitation for her to return to the Order, Tano chose to depart, leaving Skywalker deeply affected by her decision. Her departure left him feeling isolated and underscored his growing disillusionment with the Council's actions. Despite his earnest attempts to convince her otherwise, Tano remained resolute in her choice to walk away, leaving Skywalker to grapple with the consequences of this departure and his evolving relationship with the Jedi Order. Kamino Conspiracy. Shortly after Tano's departure from the Jedi Order, Skywalker, along with Jedi Generals Tiplar and Tipli and the 501st, received orders to reclaim control of Ringo Vinda's planet-wide station from Admiral Trench. Despite several rotations of intense combat resulting in a stalemate, they eventually managed to push Trench's forces to the brink of defeat. However, the situation took a tragic turn when one of Skywalker's troopers, Tup, inexplicably killed General Tiplar. Skywalker immediately ordered a retreat and had Tup examined for signs of brainwashing by the Separatists, but no evidence was found, despite Tup repeatedly uttering the phrase, "Good soldiers follow orders," and displaying signs of amnesia. Skywalker decided to have Tup sent to Kamino for further investigation. After Tup's shuttle was destroyed and he was captured by Trench, Skywalker investigated the wreckage and discovered that Tup was missing. Suspecting foul play, Skywalker, accompanied by Rex and Fives, infiltrated the Separatist lines to rescue Tup. They located Tup aboard Commander Kraken's shuttle and engaged in a fierce confrontation, resulting in the defeat of Kraken and his crew. Skywalker then arranged for Tup to be transported to Kamino under the escort of Fives and Rex. Following the conclusion of their mission on Ringo Vinda and Tup's subsequent death, Skywalker learned from Shaak Ti that Fives had attempted to assassinate the Chancellor. Despite the Jedi not being officially tasked with apprehending Fives, Skywalker and Rex embarked on a secret mission to locate him. Upon meeting him in a warehouse, Skywalker and Rex listened to his side of the story, but their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the Coruscant Guard. Skywalker watched in shock as Fives was gunned down. Skywalker reported the events to Yoda, Windu, T, and the Chancellor, who falsely claimed that the incidents were the result of a parasite from Ringo Vinda affecting inhibitor chips of Tup and Fives. Despite Palpatine's attempts to downplay the situation, Skywalker couldn't shake the burden of losing two of his best soldiers under such mysterious circumstances, further impacting his emotional state. Mission to Batuu. Senator Amidala informed Skywalker that her former handmaiden Duja had discovered something near Batuu that required investigation. However, due to being deployed to battle, Skywalker could not accompany her. Reluctantly, he permitted Amidala to travel to Batuu alone. Upon returning to Coruscant after the conflict, Skywalker sought records of Amidala's travels in the Outer Rim. Another battle ensued, during which Skywalker received word that Amidala's ship had been located on Batuu. Quickly, Skywalker, accompanied by R2-D2, set off at his interceptor. During the journey, Skywalker encountered a freighter and conversed with its captain, Commander Mithra Nuruodo, alias Thrawn, of the Chiss Defense Fleet. Unaware of Thrawn's true rank, Skywalker accepted his offer of assistance in locating Amidala and Duja. Discovering Amidala's ship near Batuu's Black Spire outpost, Skywalker intervened in a scuffle with smugglers who objected to the vessel occupying their landing spot. After subduing the smugglers, Skywalker and Thrawn examined Amidala's ship and learned about Duja's vessel, the Nomad 4. Proceeding to a nearby cantina, Skywalker and Thrawn faced an ambush by 4 assailants. They successfully repelled the attackers, with Thrawn suspecting the presence of a 5th assailant nearby. Collaborating on a plan, Skywalker feigned engine trouble with his interceptor to lure out the remaining assailant. Upon landing, he confronted an assassin droid, but managed to defeat it. Meanwhile, Thrawn captured the last assailant and uncovered his Separatist-affiliated freighter. Mission to Mokivj. Skywalker and Thrawn neutralized the droids guarding the Separatist freighter and learned that it was bound for Surmau. Returning to Black Spire, they faced an attack by a group of thugs whom Thrawn apprehended using their speeder. After questioning the cargo inspector, they discovered ties between the cantina's bartender and separatist Duke Solha, who was shipping supplies to a droid factory. Upon learning of Duja's demise, Skywalker discussed the political backdrop of the Clone Wars with Thrawn before traveling to Mokivj. There, they uncovered a separatist-controlled Cortosis mining operation and a factory. To infiltrate the factory, Skywalker contacted Duke Solha, posing as a Republic sympathizer. They struck a deal for Skywalker to bring the lost cargo to the factory. Upon arrival, they were confronted by the Duke, who inquired about R2-D2. Skywalker and Thrawn managed to deceive Solha and gain access to the factory. Once inside, they devised a plan to locate Amidala, who had entered the facility with local allies. Thrawn and Amidala retrieved Skywalker's lightsaber from the roof while he navigated through the factory's corridors. Amidala provided Skywalker with his lightsaber and informed him of Thrawn's departure as the Chiss Ascendancy raided the facility to retrieve a shield generator. Skywalker encountered armed resistance but discovered that the factory produced Cortosis-enhanced battle droids. Amidala evacuated workers while Skywalker disabled the droids using the Force. They learned that the Cortosis ore strengthened the droid's armor, potentially altering the course of the Clone Wars. Thrawn agreed to destroy the factory after the Chiss retrieved the shield generator. Meanwhile, Amidala confronted Duke Solha, who donned Cortosis armored clone trooper gear. Despite her ultimatum, Solha refused to surrender, intent on using the factory to bolster his standing in the Confederacy. As Skywalker and Thrawn uncovered the production of Cortosis-coated clone trooper armor, they realized the Separatists' plan to infiltrate the Republic. After defeating the remaining droids and incapacitating Solha, they destroyed the factory and the nearby mine, despite objections from Amidala, Thrawn, and local allies, leading to widespread devastation on Mokivj. Aftermath. The mission concluded in tragedy for Mokivj and spelled the end of Solha's career. In an attempt to thwart the Separatists' production of Cortosis battle droids, Skywalker inadvertently triggered a catastrophe. Unaware that the Cortosis in the mine would redirect the explosion's heat, it penetrated the planet's crust, igniting volcanic activity. The resulting lava, ash, and smoke devastated the planet, ruining its fertile lands and water sources and causing widespread deforestation and desertification. The explosion surpassed mere tunnel collapse, resulting in catastrophic consequences for the planet. The disaster compelled Lebjao to relocate to a different planet, facing ostracism for his collaboration in the devastation. Despite Thrawn's warnings about the recklessness of Skywalker's plan, Amidala knew he wouldn't be dissuaded, leading to regret as they witnessed the devastation. Thrawn had cautioned Skywalker about the implausibility of his theory regarding the clone armor's infiltration of the Republic due to the high risk of exposure. Despite the shortcomings of Skywalker's strategy, Thrawn maintained respect for him as a capable warrior. Clovis returns. Upon Amidala's mission to Scipio and her subsequent encounter with Rush Clovis, which resulted in accusations of sabotage and the death of her aide Tekla Minnow, Skywalker was tasked with protecting her. He was dismayed to learn of Clovis's involvement, but agreed to assist his wife nonetheless. Together they journeyed to Clovis's residence to expose the corruption within the banking clan. As they prepared to depart with Clovis, Skywalker intervened to protect both senators from the bounty hunter Embo and his Anuba pet, Meruk. With the help of R2-D2, they managed to evade Embo and return to Coruscant. In a meeting with Yoda, Palpatine, members of the Jedi Council, and Senator Bail Organa, Skywalker's distrust of Clovis was evident, drawing notice from Yoda. Amidala was appointed by the Chancellor to collaborate closely with Clovis on investigating the banking clan, prompting Skywalker's objections due to his deep mistrust of Clovis. Despite his demands for Amidala to step away from the assignment, she remained resolute, leading to a tense confrontation. Later, in his quarters, Kenobi, acting on Yoda's behalf, cautioned Skywalker about letting his emotions cloud his judgment, particularly regarding his feelings for Amidala. Ignoring the advice, Skywalker impulsively confronted Clovis in Amidala's apartment, leading to a physical altercation fueled by jealousy. Skywalker's actions strained his relationship with Amidala, prompting her to express doubts about their marriage and the safety she felt around him. Amidst these tensions, Clovis was appointed as the new head of the banking clan, despite Skywalker's distrust, which he confided in the Chancellor. When Clovis seemingly allied with the Separatists and Scipio fell under their control, Skywalker was sent to retake the planet. During a confrontation in Clovis's office, a vulture droid crashed into the building, causing it to collapse. Skywalker attempted to save both Clovis and Amidala, but was forced to make a split-second decision when he couldn't hold on to both. Despite Clovis's pleas, Skywalker held on to him, but Clovis chose to let go, resulting in his tragic death. Following these events, Skywalker and Amidala reconciled, but the banking clan ultimately fell under the Chancellor's control. Sifo Dyas's secret. After intercepting a distress signal from a lost shuttle and discovering Sifo Dyas's lightsaber, Jedi Master Plo Koon uncovered the late Jedi's connection with the secret creation of the clone army. Skywalker and Kenobi were tasked with reigniting the investigation into Sifo-Dyas' demise. Their journey led them to Felucia, where they consulted with tribal leaders in an attempt to uncover the truth behind the Jedi Master's fate. According to Felucian tradition, Sifo-Dyas' body had been cremated, and another Jedi had been present during his death, information they relayed to Master Yoda. Their investigation then took them to Obadiah, following a revelation from former Chancellor Finis Valorum, who claimed that Sifo-Dyas had been dispatched to negotiate with the Pike Syndicate to quell an underground conflict. However, Valorum stated that Sifo-Dyas had been accompanied not by a fellow Jedi, but by his personal aide, Silman. On Obadiah, Kenobi and Skywalker confronted Lom Pike, who initially denied involvement until Skywalker intervened, prompting Lom to confess. He revealed that they'd been hired by a man named Tyrannus to down Sifo-Dyas' shuttle. Fearful of the repercussions of crossing a Jedi, they kept Silman imprisoned for a decade as a precaution. Upon meeting Silman, they discovered that he descended into madness during confinement, rendering him unable to provide substantial information before Dooku arrived and executed him in front of them. After engaging Dooku in a fierce duel, they learned that Tyrannus was none other than the Count himself. Despite Skywalker's pursuit of Dooku, the Count managed to escape aboard his solar sailor, depriving the Jedi of further insight into the clone army's origins. However, armed with the knowledge of Tyrannus' identity, they reported their findings to the Council, prompting questions about Dooku's role in the army's creation and the hidden agenda of the unidentified Sith Lord pulling the strings. Yoda's journey. After Yoda's brief encounter with Qui-Gon Jinn, he summoned Skywalker to the Temple's training grounds to discuss their shared experience on Mortis, where they both communicated with Jinn. Skywalker, like Yoda, struggled to believe that an individual could retain their identity after death, prompting Yoda to advise him to rest. Later, when Yoda underwent a medical examination by Rig Nema, Skywalker relayed Chancellor Palpatine's request for an emergency meeting, prompting Windu to leave Yoda free to undergo a deprivation ritual. Skywalker, along with Mundi, Kenobi, Kun, and Nema, kept watch over Yoda during the ritual until Kenobi interrupted it just in time, revealing that Yoda claimed to have communicated with the deceased. Concerned for Yoda's well-being, the Council placed him under guard surveillance, prompting Yoda to request Skywalker's presence. Yoda then asked for Skywalker's assistance in escaping, which Skywalker provided. Together they made their way to Yoda's freighter, with Skywalker even loaning R2-D2 to accompany Yoda on his journey to Dagobah and Moraband. There, Yoda learned of the grim prophecy that the Jedi Order would not emerge victorious in the war, and received a cryptic message about another Skywalker. Bombing of the Temple. Before the Jedi Temple was bombed by Separatist Captain Rackham Seer, Skywalker and R2-D2 were inside. The bombing attempt was thwarted by Depa Billaba and Caleb Dume. Amidala's departure. Before Amidala embarked on a mission to Klabron, Skywalker expressed his desire to accompany her, believing it was a diplomatic journey to Duro. After Amidala confirmed the nature of the mission, Skywalker reluctantly agreed to stay on Coruscant. Before parting ways, Skywalker shared a kiss with Amidala. He was taken aback when he noticed Amidala's handmaiden, Moti, observing their affectionate moment. However, Amidala reassured Skywalker that she was discreet and understood the importance of privacy. Crystal Crisis on Utapau. During the war's final months, Kenobi and Skywalker received orders to investigate the mysterious death of Jedi Master Tuon on Utapau. Upon arrival in Pau City, Inspector Jen June guided them to the morgue to examine the body. They then proceeded to the crime scene where they determined that Master Tuon had been assassinated with a precision laser dart. Discovering the sniper's location from the building's owner, Gari, the Jedi began to suspect General Grievous's involvement, especially after encountering Magna Guards and analyzing a slimy substance found at the scene. Despite Governor Toril Blum's attempts to halt their investigation, Kenobi and Skywalker persisted. They enlisted the help of Dactylians to approach the leader of an Amani tribe, who disclosed that an Amani outcast had sought refuge in a nearby cave. Investigating further, they encountered resistance from Magna Guards but managed to extract information implicating the Sugi in the conspiracy. After attending Master Tuon's funeral, they tracked down the Amani settlement that they'd been seeking, only to be captured by Sugi warriors led by Chong. During captivity, Kenobi and Skywalker devised a plan to deceive Andante, a Sugi leader, into revealing a Kyber crystal. Their escape led to a confrontation with Grievous's forces and Blum's troops, resulting in a high-stakes pursuit to recover the crystal. Amidst the chaos, they employed evasive tactics, eventually boarding the ship containing the crystal. Separated briefly, Kenobi was apprehended by Grievous while Skywalker retrieved his lightsaber and located the Kyber crystal. Together they navigated to the crystal's vault, facing opposition from enemy forces. Utilizing the Force and the Kyber crystal's power, Skywalker subdued their adversaries and secured an escape route. Amidst the chaos, Kenobi orchestrated the crystal's destruction, sacrificing the ship to prevent its misuse. Evading the ensuing explosion, they returned to Coruscant to report their findings to the Jedi Council. Stationed on Coruscant. Later on, aboard a Venator-class Star Destroyer, Skywalker detected an unfamiliar vessel, the Silver Angel, within military territory. Inquiring with Admiral Yularen about the ship's occupants, Skywalker, upon sensing Ahsoka Tano's presence through the Force, made the decision against dispatching a detachment to apprehend the crew. Instead, he opted to allow Ahsoka and her associates to depart without interference. Voss and Ventress. Jedi Master Quinlan Voss had been assigned by the Jedi Council to eliminate Dooku, with the assistance of Asajj Ventress. However, during a mission to Raxus Secundus, Voss succumbed to the dark side under Dooku's manipulation and Ventress's influence. Following a failed rescue attempt by Ventress, she reached out to the Jedi Council for help. Skywalker and Kenobi escorted her to the Council chamber, where despite Mace Windu's disapproval, Yoda ordered Skywalker and Kenobi to accompany Ventress on a mission to rescue Voss above Taris. Together, Kenobi, Skywalker, and Ventress boarded Ventress's ship, the Banshee, aiming to infiltrate the Separatist dreadnought where Voss, now known as Admiral Enigma, was stationed. Upon reaching the bridge, they encountered Dooku instead of Voss. Skywalker dueled with Dooku to distract him, while Kenobi and Ventress located the captive Voss. Despite Voss's evident immersion in the darkness, they managed to escape with him to the Banshee, fleeing back to Coruscant. Back at the Jedi Temple, Voss was welcomed and Ventress was pardoned by the Council. That night, Skywalker shared the ordeal with his wife Amidala, who suggested that Ventress's love might lead Voss back from the dark side, leaving Skywalker speechless. A month later, Skywalker and Kenobi joined Voss and Akardeshu on a mission to seize a Separatist supply storage base. Unbeknownst to them, Voss orchestrated the base's destruction. Suspected of treason after another failed mission, Voss and Ventress were assigned to assassinate Dooku during the Second Battle of Christophsis. Skywalker and Kenobi intervened when they saw Voss attempt to force Dooku to reveal his master's identity. Following their escape from the Vigilance, Ventress sacrificed herself to save Voss from Dooku's attack. Skywalker and Kenobi, along with the redeemed Voss, attempted to capture Dooku but failed. They brought Ventress's body and Voss back to Coruscant, where Voss confessed his crimes and Kenobi defended Ventress. Anaxis. After an assault on Cato Neimoidia, Skywalker was deployed alongside Windu to partake in the Battle of Anaxis, defending the Republic shipyards. As losses mounted, Captain Rex shared his theory with Skywalker and Windu that the Separatists had learned his strategy. Considering this, Windu dispatched Rex and Commander Cody along with Clone Force 99 to infiltrate a Separatist cyber center behind enemy lines, while he and Skywalker held the line. The possibility of a mission to Skako Minor was discussed among the general staff, and Skywalker anticipated approval from the Jedi High Council. Clone Sergeant Hunter affirmed that the Bad Batch would accompany them. Despite Rex's eagerness to proceed, Skywalker revealed they had a prior commitment. Despite Rex's urgency, they both went to the barracks, with Rex standing guard outside while Skywalker contacted Amidala. Skywalker expressed concern about Rex's emotional involvement with the mission, but Amidala believed Rex had learned from Skywalker himself. Skywalker ended the call as Kenobi approached, aware that Rex had been in contact with Amidala. Upon reaching Skako Minor, Skywalker was captured by the Politech, prompting Rex and the Bad Batch to rescue him. After explaining the situation, the Chief aided their journey to Perkal, where they infiltrated to locate Echo. Amidst their mission, Foreman Wat Tambor accused them of violating the Techno-Union's neutrality and sent droid reinforcements. Skywalker and his team fought back while Rex and Tech found Echo, now a cyborg. Tech managed to free Echo and they fled to the ventilation system before Tambor's decimator could vaporize them. Wrecker destroyed Tambor's main computers, but they were cornered by aerial battle droids until Tech devised a plan using Kiradax to escape the Politech village. There, they enlisted the natives' help against the Techno-Union's forces, with Skywalker leading the charge. Returning to Fort Anaxis, Skywalker, Rex, and Clone Force 99 assisted in taking the Separatist assembly complex and thwarting Trench's plan to destroy Anaxis. Skywalker confronted Trench on the Dreadnought's bridge, ultimately forcing him to surrender and deactivate the bomb. Trench attempted to electrocute Skywalker, leading to Skywalker's decisive action to end Trench's threat permanently. After defusing the bomb and destroying Trench's flagship, they returned victorious, with Corporal Echo joining the Bad Batch. Birth of Darth Vader. Before the Battle of Coruscant, Skywalker found himself on Tythe, where he faced Dooku once more but failed to defeat him. Later, alongside the 501st and 212th, Skywalker and Kenobi were deployed to Urbana to confront the Separatist forces, leading to the division of their battalions into two fronts. As the conflict unfolded, Skywalker, Rex, and the 501st Legion managed to overcome the Separatist droid army on their front. They joined Kenobi and the 212th Attack Battalion, who were struggling with heavy casualties. Skywalker devised a plan, ordering his men to conceal themselves under a bridge until R2-D2 signaled for them to strike. After convincing Kenobi to follow his lead, Skywalker executed a ruse to lure out the droid commander. Despite the commander's realization, Skywalker used the Force to eliminate him, allowing the 501st under Captain Rex to launch a surprise attack on the remaining droid forces, ending the conflict. Following their victory, the 212th Attack Battalion supported the 501st, and Skywalker received compliments from Kenobi, expressing gratitude for their collaborative success. Their moment was interrupted by Admiral Wolf Yularen, who alerted them to an incoming transmission under the code Fulcrum. While Skywalker and Kenobi suspected it might be from Saw Gerrera, Yularen clarified that the generals themselves were required to attend the call. The last meeting of a friendship. On Yularen's ship, Skywalker and Kenobi were taken aback to find Ahsoka Tano and Bo-Katan Kryze initiating the call. Skywalker struggled to contain his emotions upon seeing his former apprentice after months of separation. Tano quickly redirected their focus, informing them that Maul had been located on Mandalore, presenting an opportunity for capture. Despite Skywalker's attempts at reunion, Tano emphasized the urgency of the situation. She hoped for Skywalker and Kenobi's support in facing Maul. As Tano, Kryze, and their Mandalorian allies boarded the ship, Skywalker and Kenobi greeted them. Skywalker's attempt at reconciliation was met with Tano's insistence on immediate action. While Kenobi sought council approval, Skywalker escorted Tano through the complex. He led her to a room where the 501st clone troopers, including Rex, honored her with painted helmets. Skywalker intended to present Tano with her lightsabers, but an alarm interrupted their moment. Kenobi's abrupt entrance revealed their destination, Coruscant, under attack by Grievous. Skywalker, visibly uneasy, received reassurance from Kenobi about their imminent arrival. Tano, however, expressed frustration at abandoning Mandalore. Amidst the tension, Skywalker promoted Rex to commander and formed the 332nd Division, with Tano serving as advisor due to her unofficial status. With Kenobi's approval, Tano accepted the role. Skywalker, impressed with Tano's new lightsabers, prepared to rescue the Chancellor, hoping it would end the war. Before departing, Tano wished him luck, marking a bittersweet reunion. Little did they know it would be their final encounter as allies. Confrontation on the Invisible Hand. A few months away during the Outer Rim sieges, Skywalker and his master returned to Coruscant, leaving Tano behind to execute the Chancellor's rescue from Grievous's clutches. Assisted by ARC 170 starfighters led by Clone Commander Oddball, the Jedi duo fought through the enemy defenses to reach Grievous's flagship, the Invisible Hand. Despite Kenobi's ship being disabled by buzz droids, Skywalker refused to leave him behind, clearing the vessel of threats before guiding him to safety. Upon discovering the Chancellor's location at the ship's apex, Skywalker sensed Dooku's presence, signaling danger. The Sith Lord confronted them, initiating a fierce duel. Though Dooku incapacitated Kenobi, Skywalker's anger fueled his retaliation, overpowering and ultimately executing the Sith Lord. Despite remorse, Palpatine endorsed his actions, urging him to prioritize their escape. With elevators disabled, they navigated through the ship's chaos, using R2's assistance until reaching the control room. There they faced Grievous, who taunted them before a skirmish ensued. Overcoming their captors, they attempted to subdue Grievous, but he evaded capture, sabotaging the ship in the process. As the ship plummeted towards Coruscant, Skywalker took control, managing a crash landing, ensuring the Chancellor's safety. Despite the perilous ordeal, they returned to Coruscant, averting catastrophe. Looming fatherhood. After their harrowing mission, Skywalker and Kenobi escorted the Chancellor to the Senate building. While Kenobi returned to the Jedi Temple to debrief the Council, Skywalker lingered with the senators welcoming the Chancellor. He exchanged words with Senator Organa, who hoped Dooku's demise would hasten the war's end. Disagreeing, Skywalker pointed out Grievous's continued leadership of the Separatists as a barrier to peace. Spotting Amidala nearby, Skywalker bid farewell to Organa and rushed to reunite with his wife after months apart. Skywalker, having been entrenched in the Outer Rim sieges, was singularly focused on reconnecting with Amidala. She disclosed her pregnancy, evoking mixed emotions of joy and apprehension. Despite concerns about secrecy, particularly from Amidala, Skywalker embraced the news as the happiest moment of his life. The couple discussed plans for their child's upbringing on Naboo, opting for the serene Lake Country. Amidala intended to prepare for the baby's arrival there. However, Skywalker's elation was short-lived as he was plagued by a nightmare foreseeing Amidala's death in childbirth, reminiscent of his visions of his mother's demise. Despite Amidala's attempts to reassure him, Skywalker grappled with fear of losing her. Refusing Amidala's suggestion to seek Kenobi's help, he insisted their child was a blessing, not a harbinger of tragedy. Seeking solace, Skywalker sought Yoda's guidance at the Jedi Temple, but the Grand Master advised him to accept morality as a natural cycle of life, urging him to release his fear of loss. Tensions of loyalty. Simultaneously, tensions escalated between Chancellor Palpatine and the Jedi Council, who grew wary of his expanding authority. Matters worsened when the Senate announced intentions to grant Palpatine additional executive powers to expedite the war's conclusion. Learning of this from Kenobi, Skywalker expressed support of the move despite the Council's reservations, and Kenobi's caution to remain vigilant of Palpatine. Kenobi also relayed the Chancellor's request for Skywalker's presence, unbeknownst to the Council. Thus, Skywalker met Palpatine at his office, where the Chancellor appointed him as a personal representative on the Council, a decision Skywalker anticipated would face the Council's rejection. Despite the Council allowing Skywalker a seat, they withheld the rank of Master, much to his dismay. Seeking validation from Kenobi, Skywalker found himself alone as Kenobi grappled with his loyalty to both Skywalker and the Council, leaving him silently torn. Reluctantly, Skywalker accepted the appointment and assumed his seat on the Council. At the meeting's end, Kenobi disclosed that Skywalker's appointment served as a means for the Council to monitor the Chancellor, a task Skywalker was hesitant to undertake. Later, at the Galaxy's Opera House in the Uskru district, Skywalker accompanied Palpatine to watch the Mon Calamari Aquatic Ballet's performance of Squid Lake. During the spectacle, Palpatine sowed seeds of doubt in Skywalker's mind regarding the Jedi Council, suggesting they tasked him with spying on the Chancellor. He argued that perceptions of good and evil were subjective, insinuating parallels between the Jedi and the Sith. Skywalker countered, emphasizing the Jedi's altruism compared with the Sith's selfishness. Palpatine recounted the tragedy of Darth Plagueis, challenging Skywalker's views while intriguing him with the promise of power over death. After the performance, Skywalker bid farewell to Kenobi, expressing gratitude for his guidance, and they exchanged the customary Jedi farewell, "May the Force be with you," before parting ways. Fall to the dark side. Shortly after, Anakin and Windu participated in a hologram meeting alongside Yoda, Ki-Adi-Mundi, and Aayla Secura. Cody later joined, informing them of Obi-Wan's encounter with Grievous on Utapau. Windu then instructed Anakin to inform the Chancellor and gauge his reaction to discern his true intentions. Anakin relayed Kenobi's engagement with Grievous to Palpatine, who during the meeting disclosed his knowledge of the dark side of the Force. Anakin's realization that Palpatine was the Sith Lord they sought dawned upon him as Palpatine manipulated him, suggesting that revealing him to the Jedi would forfeit any chance of saving his wife from her prophesied demise. Despite his inner turmoil, Anakin remained loyal to the Jedi Order, sharing his discovery with Windu, who, along with a team of Jedi, went to apprehend Palpatine, leaving Anakin behind. Motivated by Sidious's words, Anakin confronted Palpatine in his office. In the ensuing confrontation, Sidious effortlessly dispatched 3 Jedi, but was disarmed by Windu before Anakin intervened. Despite Anakin's plea to spare Sidious, driven by his desperation to save Padme, he severed Windu's hand, allowing Sidious to unleash lethal Force lightning on Windu, leading to his demise, all observed by Tano. Horror-stricken by his betrayal and Windu's death, Anakin realized his irrevocable path. Succumbing to desperation to save Padme, he betrayed the Jedi, pledging allegiance to his new Sith Master Sidious, who bestowed upon him the title of Darth Vader. As Sidious branded the Jedi as enemies of the Republic, he ordered Vader to eliminate them and execute the Separatist Council on Mustafar. Amidst the execution of Order 66, Vader led the 501st Legion to assault the Jedi Temple, committing atrocities such as the slaughter of younglings. He later massacred the Separatist Council on Mustafar, signaling the proclamation of the New Order by Sidious, who declared himself Emperor. On Mustafar, Vader's eyes glowed with rage as he exterminated the Council members, sealing the end of the Clone Wars. Upon completion of his mission, Vader reported to Sidious and deactivated the Confederate forces, culminating in the Empire's establishment. Reflecting on his actions, Vader gazed upon the unfolding of the Empire from a balcony, shedding a tear at the irreversible transformation he had undergone, resigned to his fate. Duel on Mustafar. Shortly after, Vader rushed to greet Amidala as her star skiff landed. She revealed that Obi-Wan had uncovered their secret and warned her of Vader's turn to the dark side, hoping it wasn't true. Unfortunately, Vader confirmed the truth, driven by his thirst for power fueled by the dark side. He painted a delusional picture of happiness in the new empire, proposing that they could rule together once he overthrew Sidious. Amidala, horrified by his transformation, pleaded with him to abandon his path, but their exchange was interrupted by the unexpected appearance of Obi-Wan, who had secretly stowed away on Amidala's ship. Vader, convinced of betrayal, force-choked Amidala until Obi-Wan intervened, causing her to lose consciousness. Despite Obi-Wan's attempts to reason with him, Vader's allegiance to the Empire blinded him to any persuasion. Their unresolved conflict erupted into a ferocious duel, tearing through the Separatist facility, leading to its collapse into the lava river below. The confrontation climaxed on the riverbank, where Obi-Wan gained the high ground, cautioning Vader against further aggression. Ignoring the warning, Vader leapt forward, only to have his remaining limbs severed by Obi-Wan's blade. Left crippled and consumed by hatred, Vader tumbled down the riverbank, his cries echoing as he burned. Obi-Wan, sorrowfully acknowledging their bond as brothers, retrieved Skywalker's lightsaber before departing the planet with Amidala, C-3PO, and R2-D2. As Vader lay engulfed in the flames, abandoned and alone, Kenobi's departure marked the tragic end of their shared story. Rebirth. After surviving the ordeal, Vader bore physical and mental scars, his lungs damaged by the ash-filled air. Sensing his apprentice's plight, the Emperor swiftly arrived on Mustafar and transported the gravely wounded Vader back to Coruscant in a medical capsule. Recognizing Vader's indispensable value, the Emperor enlisted the Republic's foremost scientists, including Silo, to oversee Vader's extensive cybernetic reconstruction. Under the Emperor's directives, Vader underwent a grueling process, emerging encased in a life-sustaining black suit of armor, complete with 3 new robotic limbs meticulously crafted by skilled droids specialized in cybernetic reconstruction and medical surgery. Among these droids was FX-6, who had previously contributed to General Grievous's armor. Following 2 days of relentless labor, Vader was ensconced within his new armor. As consciousness returned to him, he inquired about the fate of his wife, only to be informed by the Emperor of her demise at his own hands. Unaware of Amidala's delivery of twins, Luke and Leia, before her passing, Vader was overcome with despair, inadvertently unleashing his fury upon the medical droids and the surrounding chamber with the Force. Breaking free from his restraints, he struggled to come to terms with the weight of his prostheses and armor, lamenting the loss of everything he held dear. Transforming his despair into rage, Vader lashed out at the Emperor, accusing him of betraying his promise to save Amidala. In response, the Emperor offered Vader a grim choice: embrace the pain of loss or face death. Opting to live, Vader endured the Emperor's onslaught of Force lightning, unable to defend himself without his lightsaber, which had been claimed by Kenobi. The Emperor, emphasizing Vader's transition from Jedi to Sith, warned him against further defiance and reminded him of the tasks ahead, urging him to set aside his vendetta against the Jedi for the time being. Despite the tumult of emotions, the Emperor concluded with a hope for their continued collaboration, urging Vader to channel his energies towards their shared goals. Hunting a Kyber crystal. Immediately after his surgical transformation, the Emperor escorted Vader to a balcony overlooking the former Jedi Temple, where they observed Masa Meta presiding over a ceremonial burning of Jedi lightsabers. Amidst the solemnity, the Emperor broached the topic of Sith lightsaber colors, questioning Vader's knowledge. Vader admitted to his incomplete understanding, attributing it to the Jedi's concealment of such knowledge. Amused, the Emperor unveiled the process of bleeding Kyber crystals with negative emotions, emphasizing their ability to resonate with pain and suffering. Vader acknowledged this revelation, expressing his awareness that he could have corrupted any of the Jedi lightsabers, including Yoda's, but refrained, recognizing the significance of obtaining a crystal directly from a Jedi. As the ritual unfolded, clone troopers tossed various lightsabers into the incinerator, including Yoda's, resulting in a powerful energy release upon their destruction. Subsequently, the Emperor assigned Vader to acquire a Kyber crystal from a Jedi. However, upon arriving at a designated site for his departure, Vader discovered that his starship had been stolen by pirates. Resolving to reclaim his vessel, Vader dispatched the pirates and proceeded to a nearby Jedi outpost. Despite the availability of security codes, Vader opted for a more direct approach, eliminating the clone trooper garrison. Utilizing a droid co-pilot, Vader sifted through the outpost's archives, identifying Jedi who had undertaken the Barrage Vow, hoping to locate a survivor untouched by Order 66. His search led him to Jedi Master Kirak Infala, renowned for his dedication to combat. Confronting Infala, Vader engaged in a fierce duel, during which Infala demonstrated remarkable control over the Force, complicating Vader's efforts. Despite sustaining injuries, Vader managed to seize his lightsaber and incapacitate him, albeit not without difficulty. Subsequently, Vader pursued Infala to Umbalar City, where their duel resumed atop a dam. Exploiting Infala's concern for civilian safety, Vader orchestrated destruction below, furthering the chaos. Ultimately, Vader emerged victorious, obtaining Infala's lightsaber and Kyber crystal. His triumph culminated in a confrontation with the Emperor, where he presented the corrupted lightsaber as evidence of his success. Training the Inquisitorius. Soon after rejoining his master, Vader retreated to a medical chamber to mend his damaged cybernetic parts, while the Emperor commended his progress in embracing the dark side. While Vader focused on repairing his armor and limbs, the Emperor disclosed a new mission awaiting him upon his recovery. Not long after, Vader received word of an intruder within the Jedi Temple archives. Confronting the trespasser, who wielded a red lightsaber, Vader engaged in combat. Initially appearing to gain the upper hand, the intruder was swiftly subdued by Vader, who revealed that he had been testing recent modifications to his armor. As Vader prepared to strike the final blow, the Emperor intervened, identifying the intruder as the Grand Inquisitor, a member of the Inquisitorius, a group tasked with hunting down surviving Jedi. Transported to the Works, Vader witnessed the training of the Inquisitorius, predominantly composed of former Jedi who had turned to the dark side to ensure their survival after the Jedi Order's downfall. Assigned by the Emperor, Vader and the Inquisitorius were charged with eliminating the remaining Jedi from the Emperor's purge. Engaging the Sixth Brother in a sparring session, Vader severed his arm to impart a lesson on loss. Subsequently, Vader conferred with the Grand Inquisitor on refining the Inquisitorius' training methods and strategizing their hunt for surviving Jedi. Examining the Inquisitor's target list, Vader noticed the inclusion of Jocasta Nu, the chief librarian of the Jedi Archives. Inquiring about her significance, the Emperor revealed her possession of secret Sith knowledge withheld from the Jedi Council. Tasked with locating Nu, Vader delegated the search to the Grand Inquisitor, assigning him to scour the archive for pertinent information. Hunt for Jocasta Nu. During this period, Nu returned to Coruscant and infiltrated the former Jedi Temple in search of a list of young Force-sensitive individuals hidden in her secret archives. As she navigated the ruins, her droid companion, B2, alerted her to the imminent discovery of her ship. Aware of the approaching Coruscant security forces, Nu adjusted her plans while B2 detonated the ship, eliminating the security officers. Proceeding to a secluded archive vault, Nu encountered the Grand Inquisitor engrossed in Jedi knowledge, but remained focused on her mission. Meanwhile, Vader was alerted by an Imperial Security Bureau major regarding a Jedi insignia found on the wreckage of Nu's ship. Arriving at the Imperial Security Bureau headquarters, Vader corrected the major's assumption that the explosion was accidental graffiti, reconstructing Nu's ship using the Force to reveal the truth. Ordering a thorough search of Coruscant, Vader instructed the major to avoid the Jedi Temple. As Nu prepared to depart the temple, she witnessed the Grand Inquisitor disrespecting the Jedi knowledge, provoking her to confront him. As Vader arrived at the temple entrance with Commander Fox, Nu engaged the Grand Inquisitor, pinning him down with her lightsaber. Amidst their altercation, Vader intervened to prevent the Grand Inquisitor from killing Nu. Exploiting the distraction, Nu fled as Vader pursued her. Reaching the archive vault, Nu initiated a purge of the library's knowledge while Vader confronted the droid guard Kator. In a fierce confrontation, Vader overpowered Kator and faced Nu, who fired upon him with a lightsaber rifle. Dodging her attacks, Vader attempted to reason with Nu, but she persisted in her assault. As the confrontation escalated, Nu's rifle malfunctioned, prompting Vader to deactivate his lightsaber and assure her safety. In a last-ditch effort, Nu hurled the rifle, causing an explosion that incapacitated them both. Amidst the chaos, Nu escaped through the breached wall, encountering clone troopers who opened fire on her. As Vader intervened, the troopers mistook him for a Jedi and attacked. Commander Fox intervened to stop the confusion, but Vader swiftly dispatched him. With Nu cornered by Vader and the clones, she attempted to flee, only for Vader to apprehend her using the Force. Transporting Nu to his ship, Vader encountered further resistance from clone troopers, whom he dispatched before killing Nu. Contacting Sidious, Vader reported Nu's death and destroyed the list of Force-sensitive children she possessed, which Sidious would have exploited to create more dark side agents. As Nu questioned Vader's motives before her demise, Vader crushed the list, signaling his commitment to the dark side. The weapon of the Sith. Accompanying his master to the Works District on Coruscant, Vader prepared for a sparring session initiated by Sidious to impart a crucial lesson. As Sidious activated his lightsaber, he beckoned Vader to engage in combat. Responding in kind, Vader ignited his own saber before confronting his master head-on. However, despite his efforts, Vader found himself swiftly outmatched by Sidious, who disarmed him and effortlessly repelled him with the Force. With Vader incapacitated on the ground, Sidious seized Vader's saber, remarking on his continued resemblance to a Jedi in combat. Emphasizing the potency of the dark side over mere physical weapons, Sidious hurled debris at Vader using the Force, illustrating the true power at their disposal. Amidst the onslaught, Sidious conveyed that the lightsaber symbolized the overwhelming force of the dark side, consuming all who dared to oppose it. Despite his defeat, Vader acknowledged his master's lesson from his kneeling position. Defiance from the Imperial hierarchy. Convinced that he had forsaken all he once held dear, Darth Vader fully embraced his role as the Emperor's primary enforcer, shrouding his past as Anakin Skywalker from all but the most secretive corners of the Empire. Some whispered of his likeness to the late General Grievous, suggesting ties to Palpatine's clandestine schemes. Vader's presence at the Imperial court, coupled with the Emperor's favor, stirred resentment among Imperial officers. They begrudged his sudden ascent and his authority derived from his allegiance to the Emperor. Vader's unyielding demeanor, exemplified by an incident where he force-choked Colonel Baraki in his master's presence, only deepened their distrust. Tensions reached a climax when Vader pursued a lead on a Jedi sighting on Caberia, accompanied by the Ninth Sister. While initially planning to handle the investigation alone, Vader's true desire for a confrontation with a Jedi prompted him to intervene. Despite the Ninth Sister's perceptiveness, Vader insisted she stay behind as he entered the fray. Inside the bar, a family of bounty hunters ambushed Vader, attempting to disarm him. Despite their efforts, Vader turned the tables on them, using both his Force abilities and the environment to subdue the assailants. Following the skirmish, Vader suspected Imperial involvement in the attempt on his life and confronted the Ninth Sister, who denied any complicity. Still intent on uncovering the truth, Vader pursued the bounty hunters, eventually coercing them into revealing their employer's location, the heart of the Imperial Executive Building on Coruscant. With this revelation, Vader's suspicions turned toward the Emperor himself. Returning to Coruscant, Vader embarked on a quest for answers, crafting a new lightsaber en route. Upon arrival, however, his ship's transmission was jammed, and it was targeted by orbital defenses. Despite Vader's piloting skills, the ship crash-landed, prompting him to head to the former Jedi Temple to confront the Emperor. In their confrontation, the Emperor acknowledged Vader's recent discoveries but denied any involvement in the assassination attempt. Instead, he reiterated his teachings, emphasizing that power meant that they could destroy, but that they also must exercise restraint. Reflecting on these events, Vader concluded that his sudden rise had instilled fear among Imperial officers, leading to attempts on his life. Convinced of Colonel Baraki's involvement, Vader proposed a public display of authority to quell dissent. The Emperor granted his request, but forbade him from harming Tarkin, recognizing his value to their plans. Addressing the Imperial elite, Vader enacted a new rule, decreeing that for every failed assassination attempt against him, 5 officers would be executed. Instantly carrying out this order, Vader solidified his authority within the Imperial hierarchy, establishing himself as the de facto commander-in-chief despite holding no official military rank. War on Mon Cala. A year into the Empire's rule, Darth Vader found himself revisiting his fateful duel on Mustafar through meditation. In his vision, he confronted Obi-Wan Kenobi, hurling lava at him and engaging in a deadly clash. Awakening from his reverie, Vader received a summons from the Emperor, signaling a new mission. In the Emperor's throne room, Vader learned of the need to assert the Empire's dominance, with Mon Cala serving as a prime example. Suspecting a Jedi advisor aiding King Li Char, Vader was tasked with investigating. He assembled a team, including Inquisitors and Purge troopers, and set course for Mon Cala aboard the Infernum. Upon arrival, Vader's presence alarmed Telvar, the Imperial ambassador, whose shuttle exploded soon after. This event prompted Moff Tarkin to launch a full-scale invasion of Mon Cala, targeting Dak City. Vader and his team swiftly moved to confront Li Char, the Mon Calamari king. As they stormed the palace, they faced unexpected challenges, including a massive tidal wave triggered by Li Char's defenses. Despite their efforts to shield themselves, they were overwhelmed, and Dak City lay in ruins. Vader found himself at the bottom of the Great Ungenus Trench, struggling for survival. Rescued by his Inquisitors, Vader learned of the Jedi's survival, and their pursuit began anew. Tracking down the Jedi, Farron Bar, they encountered fierce resistance from his disciples. Bar's machinations further complicated matters, leading to a deadly confrontation. Amidst the chaos, Li Char surrendered, signaling the end of the conflict. However, Bar's revelation and subsequent demise left a bitter taste of defeat. As Mon Cala faced destruction, Vader asserted the Empire's dominance, signaling the end of resistance. In the aftermath, Vader ordered the imprisonment and torture of Mon Cala's inhabitants, cementing the Empire's control over the once proud world. Accepting the dark side. Throughout the Empire's dominion, spanning 2 decades, Vader maintained exclusive access to Palpatine, serving as his primary envoy for matters of direct concern to the Emperor. Referred to as the Emperor's Fist by both Imperial loyalists and underworld figures, Vader's responsibilities ranged from quelling rebel insurrections to overseeing the Death Star's construction. One of Vader's initial assignments under the Emperor's directive was to carry out an execution on Murkana. He was also entrusted with confidential information regarding the Death Star's development, under the supervision of Wilhuff Tarkin. Despite Imperial officers' apprehension towards Vader's formidable power and adherence to ancient Force traditions, none dared to challenge him openly due to the severe consequences they would face. Operating under the clandestine Directive 081 Omega, Vader wielded the authority to manipulate Imperial records at will. Following his role in eliminating separatist figures like Tambor during the Clone Wars, Vader was dispatched to Skako Minor to eradicate remaining loyalists, establishing Imperial dominance over the planet. Similarly, on Bandamir, Vader suppressed resistance against Imperial exploitation, quelling the Miners' rebellion through forceful means. Despite generating mistrust and animosity among officers, Vader enjoyed admiration from the Stormtrooper Corps, often leading them into battle personally. Retaining command of the 501st Legion from his days as Anakin Skywalker, Vader transformed the unit into an elite force known as Vader's Fist, comprising both recruited stormtroopers and specially trained individuals like Sergeant Creel. This reputation extended beyond the battlefield, earning respect from Imperial Navy pilots like Enric Pride, who witnessed Vader's combat prowess firsthand. Investigation on Geonosis. Vader soon uncovered a significant project consuming vast resources, prompting his investigation that led him to the data vault on Scarif. There he encountered Project Stardust, a colossal battle station resembling a small moon. While studying its design, Tarkin interrupted him, expressing dissatisfaction with Vader's intrusion. Asserting his authority, Tarkin informed Vader that he lacked authorization to be there, but Vader countered, asserting that the Force was his validation. Denying Tarkin's assertion that he was a mere tool, Vader's anger became apparent. Tarkin then presented a hologram of the Emperor, who questioned Vader's presence on Scarif. Apologizing, Vader clarified his intent to explore the Empire's strategies for galactic dominion. The Empire assigned Vader a new mission, to investigate instances of sabotage during the Death Star's construction, emphasizing Tarkin's authority over him and the consequences of disappointment. Arriving on Geonosis, Vader met with Commander Krennic amidst an explosion. After ensuring their safety, they discussed the suspected sabotage orchestrated by Tarkin to undermine Krennic's role. Despite Krennic's lack of evidence, he recounted recent incidents. Vader relayed the situation to Loyalty Officer Sid Udra, who proposed investigating scientist Galen Walton Urso. Exploring Urso's office, Vader discovered kyber crystals and a recording referencing Stardust, the Death Star's codename. Additionally, he found a forbidden Geonosian egg, suggesting involvement in the sabotage. Leading a squad of death troopers into a Geonosian hive, Vader confronted and defeated the Queen and her minions, uncovering their role in the sabotage. Returning to Tarkin, Vader reported his findings, attributing the sabotage to the hive's installation of corrupted tech. When Tarkin inquired about eradicating them, Vader deemed them animals and dispatched them accordingly. Revealing the Death Star's planet-destroying capability, Vader cited the kyber crystals from Urso's office. Tarkin questioned Vader's discontent with the revelation, prompting Vader to express distrust and technological reliance. Tarkin realized Vader's aspiration to be the sole technological marvel, warning him of potential consequences. Vader cautioned Tarkin about the Death Star's peril, framing it as a prediction rather than a threat. Relics of the Clone Wars. Years following the clash aboard the Tribunal during Order 66, but still within the early Imperial era, Vader journeyed to the icy moon housing the wreckage of the Venator-class Star Destroyer. Accompanied by a unit of snowtroopers, he explored the debris, uncovering a tribute to the clone company lost in the crash and a lightsaber, partially frozen yet operational, that once belonged to his former apprentice, Ahsoka Tano. Upon igniting the saber's blue blade, Vader was startled by a squawk, directing his gaze skyward to behold a peculiar bird soaring above. Though a glimmer of hope stirred within him, suggesting Ahsoka's survival, he lacked definitive proof. After a lingering moment, Vader extinguished the lightsaber and departed from the crash site, clutching the saber and casting his reflection in an abandoned clone trooper helmet. Rebellion on Ryloth. 5 years into the Age of the Empire, Vader, deep in meditation aboard the Perilous, received word from Captain Lewitt regarding an assault on the Yaga Minor shipyards. Carried out by members of the Free Ryloth movement, a Twi'lek insurgency aiming to free their homeworld, the attack involved hijacking an Imperial weapons transport. Vader swiftly led a squadron of V-Wing starfighters in pursuit, tracking down the transport across multiple systems until its engines finally faltered. With the shields down, Vader disabled the engines, preventing the transport from escaping. Anticipating the insurgents' plan to detonate the ship's cargo, Vader took drastic action, crashing his ETA-2 Actis-class light interceptor into the transport's gun bubble before infiltrating the vessel to eliminate the Twi'lek rebels, including their leader, Pock. Discovering an active comlink, Vader suspected another rebel vessel nearby, prompting a search that proved fruitless as the rebel ship cleverly evaded detection. Retrieving the transport, Vader returned to Coruscant with his squadron. Back in the Imperial Palace, Vader and Sidious convened with Ryloth Senator Orn Free Taa to address the Free Ryloth movement's disruptive activities. Despite Vader's suggestion to eliminate Taa and his staff, Sidious opted for a subtler approach, seeking to expose the traitor within Taa's ranks. To lure out the insurgents, Sidious arranged a state visit to Ryloth, keeping their involvement discreet to provoke the movement into action. 10 days later, Vader, the Emperor, Taa, and a retinue of royal guards embarked on their journey to the Ryloth system aboard the Perilous. Assassination attempt on the Defiance. During their journey from Coruscant to Ryloth, the Emperor directed the Perilous to halt in the Denon system for consultations with several naval chiefs regarding the integration of various naval academies into one Imperial Naval Academy. Meanwhile, Vader was tasked with supervising a training session led by Commandant Pel Balo aboard the Defiance, while the Emperor convened with the naval chiefs in Balo's office on the training ship. It was during this session that Vader began to perceive parallels between Sidious's approach and that of the Jedi Council, withholding information, assigning him tasks that seemed trivial. Balo instructed the Defiance to set course for Christophsis, but Cadet Ray Sloan noticed discrepancies in the hyperspace route, suspecting Balo's error. Upon investigation, Vader and Sloane uncovered Belo's plot to crash the Defiance into Christophsis' sun, resulting in certain death for all aboard. Rectifying the course, Vader and Sloane confronted Belo before reporting to the Emperor. Ordered to relinquish command and relocate to a training center on Corellia, Belo, loyal to the Republic, opted for resignation instead. Vader, revealing his knowledge of Belo's scheme, swiftly ended Belo's life, incurring the Emperor's displeasure, who had hoped for a more prolonged punishment. Despite Vader's rationale for efficiency, the Emperor remained adamant, emphasizing that he hadn't sanctioned Belo's death. As a final gesture, the Emperor renamed the Defiance to the Obedience, a subtle reminder to Vader of his place. Crash land on Ryloth. Shortly after departing Coruscant en route to Ryloth, the Perilous fell into a perilous situation as it exited hyperspace, encountering a field of spatial mines planted by Cham Syndulla's rebels. Among these mines were specialized devices designed to deplete the ship's shields, causing them to weaken under the relentless assault. With the shields nearing collapse, the ship faced a new threat as reprogrammed vulture droids numbering in the hundreds attacked from the asteroid belt surrounding the system. Vader, taking command of his personal interceptor, led Imperial pilots in a battle against the droids and mines. However, the situation escalated when it became evident that the vulture droids carried explosive buzz droids. Recognizing the heightened danger posed by the buzz droids, Vader ordered his squadrons to prioritize targeting the vulture droids. Despite their efforts, the Perilous sustained severe damage, with a second wave of vulture droids compounding the crisis. Acknowledging the imminent threat, Vader chose to intercept the second wave alone, using the Force to disarm the explosive buzz droids and neutralize the remaining fighters. Upon returning to the Perilous, Vader confronted Senator Ta, whom he suspected of harboring a traitor among his staff responsible for the attack. When Twi'lek repair teams arrived to assist the damaged ship, Vader discovered that some were members of the Free Ryloth movement, intent on sabotaging the vessel further. In response, Vader ordered the elimination of all Twi'lek repair teams, regardless of their involvement. He then confronted the saboteurs, led by Isval, but they managed to escape after setting timed explosives on the ship's hyperdrive core. Realizing the ship's impending destruction, Vader evacuated the crew and attempted to eliminate the saboteurs before departing with the Emperor. However, their shuttle came under attack, forcing Vader to crash land on Ryloth. After surviving the crash, Vader and the Emperor encountered Twi'lek insurgents and engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately quelling the rebellion with the assistance of Moff Morse's forces. Despite their victory, Vader executed Isval and the villagers under the Emperor's orders to eliminate any witnesses, thus concluding their mission. Teller's Campaign. During the attack on Moff Tarkin's Sentinel base, Vader remained stationed at the Imperial Palace on Coruscant, presiding over a court session with Deputy Director Haris Isan of the ISB and Prefect Foka Soot of Level 1331. Vader reprimanded Coruscant criminals and Soot for disregarding the Emperor's commands, ultimately demonstrating his power by using the Force to crush Soot's heart. Following this display, Vader joined Grand Vizier Masameda and Tarkin to discuss the progress of the Death Star's construction. Afterward, Vader participated in a meeting of the Imperial Ruling Council alongside Tarkin and Ameda, during which the Emperor assigned them to investigate shadow feed technology related to the attack on Sentinel Base. Traveling to Mercana aboard the Carrion Spike, Vader and Tarkin encountered resistance when the ship was stolen. They pursued the thieves, engaging in a series of battles across different systems. Despite their efforts, the insurgents managed to elude capture, leading Vader and Tarkin to realize that someone within the Imperial military was aiding them. Following false intelligence, they deployed resources to intercept the stolen Corvette, resulting in a major accident when the prototype cruiser malfunctioned. Vader and Tarkin interrogated captured insurgents and uncovered Fazah's collusion with the rebels. After a private conversation with the Emperor, Vader confronted Vice Admiral Dodd Rancid, revealing his treason and orchestrating his demise. In the aftermath of the insurgency's defeat, Vader assisted Tarkin in interrogating captured insurgents and took action against those who supported them, including the Tenla Syndicate and lower-level members of the Crymora Syndicate. Submission to R. During the Empire's campaign to quell anti-Imperial forces in a mid-rim sector governed by Imperial Governor R, Vader took part in an assault on the planet Namzor. There he dealt with a group of insurgents and destroyed their coaxium reserves, contrary to R's orders to safeguard the hyperfuel. R expressed his displeasure to the Emperor, who sensed Vader's frustration, and instructed his apprentice to comply with all of the Governor's directives until Vader had grasped the intended lesson. R relished his newfound authority, assigning Vader to increasingly perilous missions across his jurisdiction. He dispatched Vader to confront the rogue droids on Krantarium and later withdrew support on Felzafam, leading Vader to confront the Moon's rebels alone. Despite his desire to eliminate the Governor, Vader continued to carry out his orders. Governor R then navigated his ship to the Kankalo Belt Containment Zone, home to a formidable creature. He tasked Vader with neutralizing the greatest threat within the zone. Sensing an opportunity, Vader confronted R, recognizing him as the true menace. However, before Vader could take action, R commanded him to kneel. Vader complied, but the creature attacked the ship, seizing R and hurling him into space, freeing Vader from his subservience. Hunt on Chandar's Folly. Tarkin still had a debt to Vader for capturing Lee Char on Mon Cala. Eventually, Vader approached Tarkin with his favor, requesting Tarkin to pursue and hunt him down. Vader instructed Tarkin to keep the chase intense, even resorting to lethal force if necessary. Initially taken back by this unexpected request, Tarkin pondered Vader's motives. Reviewing reports from the Inquisitorius, Tarkin noted Vader's lack of formidable adversaries since the Jedi Purge. He deduced that Vader sought a challenge and felt honored that Vader had chosen him for the task. The hunt unfolded on the Outer Rim world of Chandar's Folly, where Tarkin immediately initiated his pursuit of the Dark Lord. Aware of Vader's formidable combat skills, Tarkin equipped his hunters with slug throwers and flamethrowers to counter Vader's ability to deflect blaster shots. On the second day, they cornered Vader near a copse of Thurian trees, and 4 hunters unleashed torrents of flames upon him. Observing Vader amidst the blaze, Tarkin detected a fleeting moment of fear in his posture. However, Vader swiftly turned the tables by targeting the hunters' flamethrowers, incinerating them. Over subsequent days, Tarkin noticed that Vader left deliberate traces of his presence, making him relatively easy to track. Despite this, Vader ambushed them on multiple occasions. During one encounter near a cliff, Vader revealed himself and engaged the hunters, resulting in casualties on their side. Recognizing that Vader's lightsaber rendered him nearly invincible, Tarkin devised a plan to disarm him. After numerous failed attempts and casualties among his team, one hunter finally succeeded in wresting Vader's weapon away. However, Tarkin observed that this only fueled Vader's anger and led him to adopt even more aggressive tactics. As the hunt progressed, Vader inflicted severe damage on Tarkin's hunters, demonstrating his mastery of the Force. Tarkin realized that as long as Vader remained fixated on reclaiming his lightsaber, he would continue hunting them relentlessly. On the 9th day, with only a few hunters remaining, Vader slew a Valath, the planet's apex predator, and fashioned its hide for camouflage. Despite Tarkin's efforts to evade Vader, the Sith Lord eventually cornered them, using the terrain to his advantage. In a final confrontation, Vader systematically eliminated Tarkin's remaining hunters, leaving only Tarkin himself. Sensing Vader's impending victory, Tarkin resigned himself to his fate, kneeling before the Dark Lord. However, as Vader loomed over him, he was unexpectedly struck by lightning from the storm raging in the area. Seizing the opportunity, Tarkin contacted his flagship for extraction while Vader lay incapacitated. Despite Vader's resurgence and attempt to exert his dominance, Tarkin managed to escape his reach, leaving Vader behind as he awaited rescue. Hunt for Eth Koth and rogue Inquisitors. Vader, accompanied by the 5th brother and 2 fellow Inquisitors, located former Jedi Master Eth Koth on a planet where he had taken refuge as a priest of the Church of the Ganthic Enlightenment. Approaching Koth shortly after the birth of his daughter, Vader was offered vital codes, secret frequencies, and information on surviving Jedi purges by Koth, who recognized Vader posed no immediate threat. While Koth's wife and child fled, Vader engaged Koth in combat. Concurrently, he dispatched the 5th brother and other Inquisitors to pursue Koth's family. Despite a fierce struggle, Vader ultimately slew Koth and took custody of his child. Returning to Coruscant, Vader handed the child over to 2 nursemaids affiliated with Project Harvester. Following this, he conferred with the Grand Inquisitor regarding their next target. The Grand Inquisitor informed Vader of the remaining elusive Jedi, acknowledging their difficulty in tracking them down. Vader's confrontation with the Twi'lek and Iskat in the Inquisitorius headquarters hinted at a shared history between them, prompting Vader to pursue them alone. In a relentless pursuit through the skylanes of Coruscant, Vader persisted even after his speeder was destroyed. Confronting the Inquisitors on a platform, Vader utilized the Force to compel them to activate their lightsabers before swiftly dispatching them. Building Fortress Vader. Vader proceeded to report the treacherous actions of the 2 Inquisitors to the Emperor, detailing how the female Inquisitor had allowed Mira and Koth's daughter a brief escape before capturing her only because she was spotted. He also expressed his suspicion that they were conspiring against both himself and the Emperor. Despite this revelation, the Emperor expressed his dissatisfaction with Vader's pursuit across Coruscant, which resulted in the death of a senator. As a consequence, the Emperor decided to relocate the Inquisitors to another world. During their discussion, the Emperor inquired about how Koth had attempted to conceal himself. Vader revealed that Koth had been masquerading as a priest, which was the closest semblance to a Jedi. As a reward for his efforts, Vader was granted Padme Amidala's Naboo royal starship, which a P-100 pickup droid confirmed to be in functional condition internally, requiring just a couple more days for hull repairs to be completed. Satisfied with the progress, albeit desiring the exterior to maintain a damaged appearance, Vader swiftly destroyed the droid. Subsequently, the Emperor issued a directive for Vader to travel to Alderaan to handle Senator Bail Organa. However, contrary to expectations, Vader refused. After years of carrying out Palpatine's commands, Vader expressed a desire for autonomy, requesting a world of his own. While rejecting Sidious's offer of Tatooine or Naboo, Vader specifically requested Mustafar, the site of his defeat by Kenobi. Agreeing to Vader's request, the Emperor arranged for Colonel Alva Bren to establish a facility for him on Mustafar. Before departing, Vader was presented with the Mask of Darth Momin by Sidious, intended to aid in the construction process. Vader expressed surprise at how his master had acquired knowledge of a Sith Lord not documented in any Sith or Jedi holocron he had studied. Sidious cryptically responded that the mask itself had provided him with information about Momin. Returned to Mustafar. Accompanied by Colonel Bren and her aide, Lieutenant Rago, Vader piloted his Naboo starship to Mustafar. During the journey, he experienced a vision of his younger self whose visage mirrored his mask. Upon entering the planet's atmosphere, Vader deliberately deactivated the starship's shields, allowing it to burn during landing. Satisfied with the charred appearance of the ship, Vader remarked to Bren that it looked better scorched. He then expressed his intent to unravel a profound mystery on the planet. When Bren and Rago commenced the design process for Vader's castle, Vader ventured back to the cave where he had bled his kyber crystal. There, as he tapped into the cave's power, Bren presented him with a castle design, which Vader promptly dismissed. However, Vader was alerted by Bren's scream and returned to the starship to find her lifeless body. To his shock, he discovered Rago wearing Momin's mask. Despite attacking Rago, Vader halted upon witnessing the new castle design crafted by him. After removing the mask from Rago's remains, Vader brought it to the cave and placed it upon the locust, prompting the mask to identify itself as Momin. Momin proceeded to reveal his life story to Vader, from his macabre artistry to his Sith training under Darth Shah. Following the creation of a devastating weapon, Momin's plan was thwarted by the Jedi, resulting in his demise and entrapment within the mask. Vader briefly donned the mask but discarded it, choosing to place it on one of the Mustafarians outside of the cave. Assuming control of the body, Momin explained that the castle design served as a key to unlock a pathway to the dark side, offering Vader the chance to reunite with Padme Amidala. Despite Vader's skepticism, he agreed to Momin's proposal, albeit warning him against betrayal. Under Momin's guidance, Vader utilized Imperial resources to construct his castle, with each design intended to unlock the dark side's door. However, every attempt ended in failure, leading to Mustafar's devastation and retaliation from its inhabitants. This cycle persisted for 2 years, with Vader periodically returning to test Momin's latest design. Mission to Nur. During the construction of Fortress Vader, the Inquisitors relocated to a fortress on the ocean moon of Nur in the Mustafar system, prompted by Vader's pursuit of the rogue Inquisitors on Coruscant, which resulted in significant destruction. In 14 BBY, Vader embarked on a mission to the Fortress Inquisitorius to retrieve a holocron containing a list of Force-sensitive children pursued by the Second Sister. Instead, he discovered that the Second Sister had failed to apprehend surviving Jedi Cal Kestis and Seer Junda, the latter pleading for redemption and expressing regret for her past actions. Junda, who had previously revealed Trilla's hiding place under torture by Vader, engaged in a conversation with Trilla as Vader approached, his presence alone instilling fear in the Second Sister. Recognizing Vader, Junda warned Kestis of the danger they faced. Executing the Second Sister for her failure and preventing a return to the Jedi, Vader effortlessly threw Junda into a pit with the Force, advising Kestis to surrender. Despite Kestis' futile lightsaber attacks, Vader easily countered them and subdued him with telekinetic force. As Kestis attempted to flee, Vader pursued him, ultimately catching up just as he was about to escape the fortress. In a fierce confrontation, Cal's droid, BD-1, attempted to sabotage Vader's life support suit, providing a brief distraction for Kestis to strike Vader. However, Vader retaliated, overpowering Kestis and forcing him to surrender the holocron. When Kestis refused, Vader fatally wounded him with his own lightsaber. Moments later, Junda intervened to aid Kestis, engaging Vader in a brief duel before being swiftly defeated. Impressed by Junda's display of hatred, Vader attempted to turn her to the dark side but was resisted. As Junda created a force barrier to protect herself and Kestis, Kestis shattered the windows, flooding the complex and forcing Vader to use the force to hold back the water while they escaped. The final castle. In 12 BBY, Momin's 9th 9th iteration of Fortress Vader was completed, marking Vader's final opportunity to unlock its secrets. Upon activation, Vader succeeded in opening the long-awaited door, only to be interrupted by a Mustafarian attack. While Vader fended off the assailants, Momin seized the chance to open the door himself, summoning his younger self and merging with him, creating his ultimate masterpiece. Returning to the fray, Vader unleashed a devastating assault on the remaining Mustafarians before confronting Momin in combat. Mocking Vader's belief in his control over the dark side, Momin met his demise as Vader used the Force to crush his new body with a rock. With Momin defeated, Vader finally accessed the door and ventured inside. Entering a realm of visions, Vader relived pivotal moments from his past, present, and potential future. Witnessing himself as a tormented child and reliving key elements from his life, including duels with Ahsoka Tano and specters of Jedi within the temple, Vader confronted apparitions of Palpatine and Obi-Wan Kenobi. In a climactic encounter, Vader destroyed the specter of Palpatine before facing a vision of Amidala, now in the form of Anakin Skywalker. Amidala rejected Vader's plea, proclaiming Anakin Skywalker's demise before casting herself off a balcony, prompting Vader's agony as her specter was obliterated. Encountering a distant figure wielding a blue lightsaber, Vader was thrust back into his physical form, awakening in the fortress. After destroying the dark side locus and sealing the door, unable to resurrect his wife, Vader contacted his master to affirm his survival and his acknowledgement of the truth he discovered. Returning Momin's mask to Sidious, Vader affirmed his acceptance of the revelations on Mustafar. As he stood before the completed Fortress Vader, he confirmed to himself and to the Emperor that he had found what he sought: hunting Kenobi. In 9 BBY, Vader finally had the opportunity for his long-awaited rematch with Kenobi, orchestrated by the Third Sister, a former youngling named Reva, who sought revenge for Vader's actions at the Jedi Temple years earlier. Using Leia Organa as bait, the Third Sister lured Kenobi to the planet Daiyu. Though Kenobi managed to rescue Organa, the Third Sister informed him that Skywalker, formerly known as Anakin, had survived his injuries. Meanwhile, Vader awoke in Fortress Vader on Mustafar and demanded Kenobi's whereabouts from the Third Sister via hologram, knowing her true identity as Reva and her intentions to betray him. Acknowledging the Third Sister's desire to claim credit for Kenobi's capture, Vader ordered her to prove herself capable, with the promise of becoming the Grand Inquisitor if successful. Despite knowing her intent to betray him, Vader kept her alive as long as she remained useful. He warned her of dire consequences should she fail in her mission. Subsequently, Vader tracked Kenobi to Mapuzo with his Inquisitors and Stormtroopers, terrorizing civilians to draw out the Jedi Master. In the ensuing confrontation, Vader ambushed Kenobi in a quarry, taunting him about his lost strength and inflicting severe injuries. Despite Stormtrooper interference, a hidden ally enabled Kenobi's rescue, leading to a fierce showdown where Vader demonstrated his ruthlessness. Following Leia's successful rescue, Vader, furious at the Third Sister's failure, nearly executed her, but spared her upon learning of her planting a tracker on Leia's droid. Acknowledging her resourcefulness, Vader warned her against further mistakes, sparing her life but making his expectations clear. Attacking Jabim. On board the Devastator, Vader reminisced about a past training duel with Kenobi in the Jedi Temple during their Padawan days before being alerted to the Third Sister's arrival. Dispensing with pleasantries, Vader demanded to know Kenobi's whereabouts. The Third Sister reported his presence on Jabim, prompting Vader to promote her to the rank of Grand Inquisitor and order a course set for Jabim. During the journey, Vader ordered the path's base to be locked down, knowing their opponents could hold out for days. He expressed his intention not to break their enemies. Upon arrival, the Third Sister informed Vader of Kenobi's location inside the hangar, but Vader insisted on confronting him personally. Forcefully entering the hangar, Vader discovered a decoy transport attempting to flee. Grounding and destroying it, he realized the true transport, carrying Kenobi in the path, had escaped. Kenobi exploited Vader's anger, reminiscent of their training duel, to outmaneuver him. During the confrontation, the Third Sister attempted to betray Vader, but he thwarted her attack with the Force, acknowledging Kenobi's strategy. Despite her efforts, Vader disarmed and fatally wounded her. As the Grand Inquisitor revealed his survival, Vader deemed the Third Sister no longer useful and left her to perish. The second rematch. Vader rejoined the Devastator in pursuit of the Path's freighter. Kenobi departed on a dropship with Lola. Despite the Grand Inquisitor's advice to continue the pursuit, Vader redirected the Devastator toward a rocky moon. Boarding a shuttle alone, Vader confronted Kenobi. Finding Kenobi nearby, Vader questioned if he had come to eliminate him. Kenobi asserted his determination to fulfill his destiny before engaging Vader in a lightsaber duel. Throughout the confrontation, Vader employed both one-handed and two-handed combat techniques. Despite Kenobi's improved strength, Vader criticized his enduring weakness. After a fierce exchange, Vader incapacitated Kenobi with the Force, taunting him for his futile resistance. However, drawing upon his commitment to protect Anakin's children, Kenobi broke free and resumed the attack. Utilizing his mastery of Sorasu and Ataru, Kenobi overwhelmed Vader. He then inflicted significant damage to Vader's chest plate and exposed the scarred face of Anakin beneath the helmet. As Kenobi addressed him by his former name, Vader asserted his new identity and vowed to destroy Kenobi. Despite Kenobi's apologies and farewell, Vader acknowledged his need to further strengthen himself for their next encounter. Returning to Fortress Vader, Vader reported to the Emperor, expressing his determination to capture Kenobi. The Emperor sensed Vader's unresolved turmoil regarding his past, but Vader insisted on his loyalty and dismissed Kenobi's significance in his life. War with the Rebellion. Continuing his search for Kenobi, Vader adopted a more patient approach, aligning with Sidious's directive to maintain Imperial interests. In 5 BBY, Sidious alerted Vader to a new threat, the emergence of Force-sensitive individuals dubbed Children of the Force. Vader relayed this information to the Grand Inquisitor, tasking him with either recruiting or eliminating these individuals. The Grand Inquisitor's focus soon turned to the Spectres, a rebel cell on Lothal, harboring 2 Jedi, Kanan Jarrus and his apprentice Ezra Bridger. Despite Imperial efforts, the Spectres continued to thwart them, prompting Tarkin's intervention. Following Jarrus' capture, he was scheduled to be transported to Fortress Vader on Mustafar. However, the rebels' escape disrupted Vader's plans. Their actions revealed the burgeoning Rebel Alliance and sparked unrest across several systems. To quell the rebellion, Vader was dispatched to Lothal with Tarkin. Implementing an intricate trap, Vader orchestrated events to lure the rebels into a confrontation. Manipulating Minister Tua's desperation, Vader ensured her betrayal would draw the rebels back to Lothal. A deadly explosion claimed Tua's life, providing Vader with the pretext to tighten his grip on the planet. Cornering the rebels at an Imperial garrison, Vader engaged them in combat, allowing their escape as part of his strategy. He then orchestrated a series of events to further weaken rebel morale, including the destruction of Tarkin Town. Tracking the rebels' stolen shuttle, Vader intercepted them in space, decimating their forces effortlessly. However, Ahsoka's attempt to probe Vader's mind unveiled his identity to her. This revelation altered Vader's focus, redirecting his aggression towards Ahsoka and the Ghost. Despite Vader's pursuit, the rebels narrowly escaped as Admiral Constantine's intervention diverted Vader's attention. Reporting his success to the Emperor, Vader revealed Ahsoka's survival, suggesting her involvement with the rebels. Impressed by this development, the Emperor sanctioned further pursuit, hinting at the potential discovery of surviving Jedi. Vader, in turn, dispatched additional Inquisitors to track down the rebels, signaling his commitment to eliminate any threat to Imperial rule. Duel on Malachor. Following the defeat of his Inquisitors by Maul, Vader took matters into his own hands, converging on Malachor to reclaim the Sith holocron and seize control of the superweapon activated by Bridger. Confronting Bridger atop his TIE Advanced X1, Vader aimed to eliminate the young Jedi but was interrupted by Ahsoka Tano's timely intervention. Offering clemency in exchange for information on surviving Jedi, Vader was met with defiance from Tano, who accused him of annihilating the Jedi Order. As Tano engaged Vader in combat, a fierce duel ensued, culminating in Vader's attempt to retrieve the holocron. However, Tano's unexpected strike damaged Vader's mask, revealing his true identity. Amidst the chaos of the collapsing temple, Tano refused to abandon Vader, prompting a momentary pause in his resolve. Yet Vader remained resolute in his pursuit of power, vowing vengeance against Tano. Their clash intensified as the temple's energy surged, leading to a pivotal moment where Ezra Bridger intervened from a time-displaced perspective, saving Tano from Vader's fatal blow. As the temple crumbled, Vader plunged into darkness, presumed dead by Tano and Bridger. Despite his survival, Tano's presumed demise marked the conclusion of the Great Jedi Purge, signaling the end of a tumultuous era. Investigating a disturbance in the Force. Around 2 BBY, following the Empire's triumph over the Bataan Sector insurgency, Vader made his way to the Imperial Palace on Coruscant. There, he was formally introduced to the newly elevated Grand Admiral Thrawn by the Emperor, reuniting with the Chiss officer he had encountered during the Clone Wars. Despite their past acquaintance, Vader maintained a composed facade, reciprocating Thrawn's courtesy as they met. Their paths crossed once more on Coruscant after Thrawn's setback on Atollon, where the rebels slipped through his grasp after the intervention of the enigmatic Bendu. Their tactical failure stirred Vader's resentment towards the Grand Admiral. Despite their discord, they received orders from the Emperor to investigate a disturbance in the Force on the planet Batuu. Thrawn led his forces aboard the Chimera, while Vader brought along his personal stormtroopers from the 501st Legion to aid in their mission at the fringes of known space. During their venture, they encountered the Grisk species and uncovered the cause of the disturbance, a group of young Chiss Force sensitives dubbed the Skywalkers, much to Vader's surprise. This revelation raised doubts in Vader's mind regarding Thrawn's allegiance to the Empire, especially considering the threats looming over the Chiss in the unknown regions. Despite Thrawn's deduction of Vader's true identity, he viewed Vader and Skywalker as distinct entities, believing Skywalker to be deceased. Following a tense exchange, Vader tasked Thrawn with honoring his commitment to the Emperor by remaining within Imperial territory rather than aiding his people. Nevertheless, Vader expressed admiration for Thrawn's TIE Defender project, offering his support and suggesting enhancements for the starfighter. Meanwhile, Vader's presence near Black Spire on Batuu sparked rumors among the locals, ensuring his legendary status endured for years to come. Subsequently, Bridger accessed the World Between Worlds, where he heard both Anakin Skywalker's and Vader's voices, a poignant reminder of the conflicting personas within Darth Vader. Sihanouk. In the heat of battle on Sihanouk, Vader commanded Imperial forces against the rebel insurgents. Amidst the chaos, he became the target of multiple X-Wing fighters, swiftly dispatching them with his formidable skills. However, his TIE fighter sustained critical damage when one rebel pilot deliberately rammed into him, forcing Vader to execute an emergency crash landing on the planet's surface. Emerging from the wreckage, Vader confronted a dormant Ender, a formidable creature native to Sihanouk. As the beast awakened, it launched a ferocious assault on Vader. Despite being caught off guard, Vader retaliated fiercely, gouging out one of the Ender's eyes and attempting to sever its back. In a desperate struggle, the Ender seized Vader, hurling him into a nearby structure before advancing toward a helpless native. Refusing to stand idly by, Vader mounted a nearby creature, swiftly intervening to save the native from the Ender's wrath. Engaging the monstrous creature in a fierce duel, Vader ultimately emerged victorious, delivering a decisive blow by decapitating the Ender. Grateful for his timely intervention, the native expressed gratitude to Vader. With the threat neutralized, Vader returned to his damaged TIE fighter and was subsequently rescued by an Imperial Star Destroyer, which retrieved him via tractor beam, bringing an end to the tumultuous encounter. An unwelcome romance. At a certain point, Vader arrived at the Death Star and proceeded to his private medical bay. Along the way, he brushed past a medical cart tended to by a flustered nurse who harbored an infatuation for him. In the medical bay, Vader received treatment from a doctor, but became enraged when the nurse reappeared just as he was donning his helmet. In his fury, he used the Force to push the doctor against the wall, demanding better management of the medical bay or a replacement. Misinterpreting Vader's anger as a form of protection, the nurse saw it as confirmation of her feelings for him. After storming out of the medical bay, leaving the doctor to justify the delay, Vader instructed the nurse to clean up the area. Instead, she clandestinely collected pieces of his armor and even a vial of his blood, storing them among discarded equipment. In another incident, Vader crash-landed on the Death Star in his TIE Advanced X-1 and returned to the medical bay, this time demanding immediate attention from the doctor. The nurse, perceiving the situation as intimate, briefly assisted before the doctor took over. Impatient, Vader abruptly ended the appointment and departed for battle, leaving behind his cape, which the nurse promptly pilfered and stashed in her quarters. Upon discovering the nurse's actions, the doctor disposed of the pieces of Vader's armor in the trash compactor. Enraged by this betrayal, the nurse, driven to madness, entered Vader's unlocked quarters. Confessing her infatuation, she encountered a helmetless Vader, who silently stared before swiftly ending her life with his lightsaber. After the deed, Vader calmly replaced his helmet and exited his quarters, contacting the bridge to dispose of the nurse's body. Battle against the Banathi. At a certain juncture, Vader led his forces in a conflict against the Banathi in the uncharted regions of wild space. The Imperial contingent included several thousand stormtroopers alongside formidable AT-AT walkers, AT-STs, TIE fighters, and TIE bombers. Despite significant losses on both fronts, Vader succeeded in eliminating the Banathi king. Even in the face of heavy casualties, Vader refused to retreat, pressing forward with his troops. Their advance was temporarily halted by the appearance of a Zillo beast, revered as a deity by the Banathi. Nonetheless, Vader demonstrated his prowess by ultimately subduing the Banathi forces, achieving victory in the engagement. Visit on Mustafar. Following Grand Admiral Thrawn's suggestion before his disappearance during the liberation of Lothal, Vader became involved in the Death Star project, despite his personal aversion to the battle station. Thrawn recognized Vader's unique ability to identify and neutralize any threats to the station, making him an indispensable asset. Additionally, Thrawn orchestrated the appointment to compel Assistant Director Brierly Ronan to join the Chiss Ascendancy, knowing that Ronan's disdain for the Emperor would be evident to Vader. While submerged in his Bacta tank, Vader was approached by his attendant, Vani, who informed him of Director Krennic's arrival. Krennic sought Vader's audience to address various issues plaguing the Death Star, notably concerning the traitorous actions of Galen Erso, a key engineer involved in the super laser's creation. With Tarkin stripping Krennic of command, he hoped to secure Vader's support in presenting the Death Star's capabilities to the Emperor. However, instead of acquiescing to Krennic's plea, Vader rebuked him for the destruction of Jedha City, a crucial Kyber crystal source for the Death Star. Vader, unswayed by Krennic's attempt to deflect blame onto Tarkin, emphasized the importance of ensuring Erso had not compromised the project. Despite Krennic's assumption of retaining control, Vader silenced him mid-sentence, symbolically warning him not to overreach with his ambitions. Stolen plans. Shortly after, Rebel operatives infiltrated the Imperial security complex on Scarif, absconding with the Death Star's technical blueprints and transmitting them to the Rebel flagship Profundity. Vader swiftly arrived at the battle scene aboard the Star Destroyer Devastator, exacerbating the damage to the already crippled Rebel vessel. With a contingent of stormtroopers, he boarded the Profundity to retrieve the plans. As Rebel personnel initiated evacuation procedures, a small group attempted to transfer the schematics to the Corellian corvette Tantive 4 for escape. However, a power failure on the Profundity obstructed their path, trapping them behind a sealed door. Despite their efforts to open it, they were confronted by Vader, who, utilizing his mastery of the Force within the confined space, overwhelmed the Rebels. In the ensuing chaos, one Rebel managed to clandestinely pass the data disk to a comrade before meeting his demise at Vader's hands. With the door forcibly opened, Vader dispatched the remaining insurgents, but the trooper with the plan successfully made it to the Tantive 4, which promptly fled before Vader could intercept. Subsequently, the plans fell into the possession of Vader's estranged daughter, Princess Leia Organa, under orders from her adoptive father to locate Obi-Wan Kenobi on Tatooine. Pursuing the plans. Despite their audacious escape, the rebels aboard the Tantive 4 found their flight cut short. Immediately after their failure to secure the plans aboard the Profundity, Vader swiftly reboarded the Devastator and gave chase to the rebel corvette. Intercepting the Tantive 4 in orbit above Tatooine, the Devastator swiftly disabled and seized the vessel. Stormtroopers led by Vader himself stormed the ship, engaging in fierce combat with the rebel troopers and swiftly gaining control of the blockade runner. Vader personally interrogated Captain Ramus Antilles, whose refusal to divulge the plan's location met a swift end at Vader's hands. Despite the capture of Princess Leia, she managed to conceal the plans within R2-D2, dispatching the droid in an escape pod to the planet's surface. Despite Leia's attempts to appeal to her diplomatic immunity, Vader branded her a rebel and traitor, having her arrested and escorted to the Devastator. Upon learning of an escape pod launched from the Tantive 4, Vader suspected the plans were hidden within and dispatched a battalion to Tatooine for retrieval while he escorted Leia to the Death Star for interrogation. En route, Vader intercepted Leia's escape attempt, informing her of the Emperor's dissolution of the Senate, leaving her defenseless. Upon their arrival at the Death Star, Vader directed Leia to her cell in Detention Block AA-23. Meanwhile, Vader joined Tarkin for a meeting with the Joint Chiefs, including General Cassio Tej and Admiral Conan Antonio Motti, who belittled Vader's faith in the ancient religion, prompting a forced choke from Vader until Tarkin intervened. Tasked with extracting the rebel base's location from Leia, Vader resorted to coercion alongside Tarkin, threatening to annihilate her homeworld of Alderaan unless she complied. Despite her revelation of the rebels' presence on Dantooine, Tarkin ordered Alderaan's destruction as a demonstration of the Death Star's might. Vader restrained Leia as the super laser obliterated her planet before returning her to her cell to await execution. Enter Luke Skywalker. After the scout ships dispatched to Dantooine reported the base as deserted, Tarkin instructed Vader to execute Leia immediately. However, their attention shifted when the Millennium Falcon, captured by the Death Star's tractor beam, was identified as a suspect vessel from Mos Eisley. Suspecting a connection to Leia and the stolen plans, Vader decided to inspect the freighter personally. Upon learning that the crew had apparently fled the ship after takeoff, Vader ordered a thorough scan of the vessel. Simultaneously, he sensed the presence of his former master, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Learning of Leia's release from her cell, Vader resolved to confront Kenobi alone. Encountering Kenobi as he deactivated a tractor beam terminal to aid the Falcon's escape, Vader engaged in a final duel with his aged mentor. Noticing Kenobi's diminished strength, Vader was warned by Kenobi that even in death, he'd become more powerful than Vader could imagine. Their clash culminated in Bay 327, where Kenobi's companions, including Luke Skywalker, boarded the Falcon. Witnessing Kenobi's serene acceptance, Vader struck him down, only to find Kenobi's body vanished, his spirit having merged with the Force. Addressing a bystander, Vader dismissed Kenobi as an old man who had erred in his beliefs. In his attempt to prevent the rebels from fleeing, Vader was thwarted by Luke's timely shot, sealing the hangar doors. Confirming to Tarkin that a homing beacon had been planted on the Falcon, Vader recognized Kenobi's warning coming to fruition. The Jedi's consciousness endured beyond death. Meanwhile, Yoda, concealed on Dagobah, sensed the duel between Kenobi and Vader through the Force, empathizing with Vader's growing isolation following the demise of his former mentor. Reflecting on his own regrets, Yoda blamed himself for failing to discern Anakin Skywalker's descent into darkness. Yavin 4. Vader's strategy proved successful as the Death Star pursued the Falcon to the hidden Rebel base on Yavin 4. As the Death Star positioned itself to obliterate the moon, Rebel X-Wings and Y-Wings launched an assault, targeting a vulnerability, a thermal exhaust port leading to the reactor systems. Lieutenant Tanbris alerted Vader that the attacking Rebel starfighters were nimble enough to evade the station's turbo-laser defenses. Responding swiftly, Vader ordered fighters into action. During the ensuing battle, Vader, aboard his TIE Advanced, intercepted Gold Squadron and decimated their ranks, including Red leader Garvin Drace. With only a few members of Red Squadron remaining, Vader damaged Wedge Antilles' X-Wing and eliminated Biggs Darklighter, leaving Luke Skywalker as the sole survivor. Recognizing Luke's burgeoning connection to the Force, Vader moved to confront him. However, the arrival of the Millennium Falcon disrupted Vader's pursuit, resulting in the destruction of one of his escorts. A collision with his remaining escort sent Vader careening into space, thwarting his efforts to halt the Death Star's destruction. Following the battle, Vader signaled the Devastator for assistance and rendezvoused with Imperial pilots in a Gozanti-class cruiser. Taking command of the freighter, Vader directed the pilots to remain in the hold as they journeyed back to the Devastator. Despite the Rebel base's evacuation, Vader ordered a blockade of the Yavin system to be initiated. Post-Yavin Ventures. At a later time, an Imperial officer acquired one of Darth Atrius' former lightsabers. Vader journeyed to Haradik, where the officer greeted him alongside a squad of stormtroopers. Examining the lightsaber, Vader inquired about the whereabouts of the second one. Perplexed by the question, the officer faced Vader's wrath as he was force-choked. Gasping for air, he confessed to purchasing the lightsaber from a smuggler who had seemingly deceived him. Ordering a stormtrooper to mobilize all divisions in search of the smuggler and the other lightsaber, Vader swiftly ended the officer's life before the stormtroopers dispersed to commence their mission. Meanwhile, a squad of stormtroopers located the smuggler, Sana Starros, and pursued her through the streets. Starros enlisted the help of Aqualish thugs to impede the stormtroopers, but Vader intervened, wielding both his and Darth Atrius' lightsabers to dispatch them. Tracing Starros' movements to a cargo bay, Vader used the Force to obstruct her escape route. Starros retaliated by setting off an explosion, momentarily incapacitating Vader. However, he quickly extricated himself and tracked her to a nearby pod racing track. Entering the spectator area, Vader's imposing presence caused the audience to scatter. Observing a human pilot dominating the race, Vader manipulated the Force to sabotage the pod, revealing the pilot to be Luke Skywalker, who possessed the other of Atrius' lightsabers. Witnessing Luke's decision to destroy the lightsaber, Vader allowed him to flee in his X-Wing before crushing Atrius' remaining lightsaber. In another encounter recounted by Vani, Vader's Star Destroyer received a warning from Crenwell, assistant to Tarkin Initiative scientist Reston, who had turned traitor. Reston had developed a genetic serum capable of transforming individuals into aggressive Gamorreans. Arriving at Reston's base, Vader feigned ignorance of his treachery. When Reston unleashed the infected Gamorreans against him, Vader effortlessly subdued them with the Force, compelling Reston to confess. Satisfied, Vader forced the traitorous scientist and the infected Gamorreans to meet their fate, leaving aboard his shuttle unshaken by Reston's futile attempt at revenge. Simoon 1. A few weeks after the Battle of Yavin, Darth Vader received summons to Weapons Factory Alpha situated on Simoon 1. His task: to negotiate, or more accurately enforce, an agreement with an envoy representing Jabba the Hutt concerning the provision of raw materials through Hutt-controlled territories to the factory. Arriving shortly after the envoy, secretly Han Solo, captain of the Millennium Falcon, Vader landed on a platform. Before he could enter the facility, he faced gunfire from a sniper, Chewbacca. Skillfully deflecting the blaster bolt, Vader used two stormtroopers as shields while the Wookiee unleashed a barrage of shots. Unharmed, Vader identified Chewbacca's position and, utilizing the Force, caused his vantage point to collapse, though the Wookiee survived. Vader promptly ordered incoming stormtrooper reinforcements to pursue Chewbacca. Upon learning that Overseer Agadeen was unreachable and the factory's main reactor was in meltdown, likely sabotaged by rebels, Vader placed the entire moon on high alert. Sensing the presence of the pilot who destroyed the Death Star, later revealed to be Luke Skywalker, Vader swiftly entered the factory and confronted the young Jedi apprentice. Realizing Luke's rudimentary training under Kenobi, Vader swiftly disarmed him of his lightsaber. Just as he prepared to interrogate Luke, a rebel hijacked AT-AT Walker intervened, disrupting their confrontation. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Vader aimed to thwart the rebels' escape, commanding his troops to eliminate the fleeing slaves. As Luke evaded on a stolen speeder bike and initiated an assault on Vader's forces, Vader began to reconsider the significance of Kenobi's actions before his demise. Personally engaging in battle, Vader attempted to subdue the AT-AT Walker but faced opposition from Solo and Organa, who commanded the vehicle. Using the Force, Vader held the Walker's descending foot above his head, nearly rendering it asunder. However, Solo and Organa retaliated with the Walker's laser fire, causing Vader to lose his lightsaber, later retrieved by its current owner, and his mask and helmet in the ensuing destruction. Emerging from the rubble, Vader encountered a stormtrooper who recoiled in horror at the sight of his scarred visage. Seizing the trooper with the Force, Vader swiftly dispatched him before Agadine's plea for evacuation reached him via comlink. Denying the request, Vader ordered the core repaired and directed his troops to eliminate the rebel intruders, except for Luke, who he intended to confront personally. As the reactor was defused, Vader single-handedly dismantled the rebel walker. Pursuing Luke, who returned to the factory, Vader engaged him in a high-speed chase aboard a combat speeder. Despite Luke's efforts to destroy the power core with the speeder bike, Vader emerged as the sole survivor amid the factory's wreckage following its explosion. Observing Luke's abandoned speeder and the fleeing Millennium Falcon, Vader, addressing the deceased Captain Kron as if speaking to Kenobi, vowed to uncover Luke's identity and turn him to the dark side, making him his own weapon. Yavin's aftermath. Subsequently, Vader made his way back to the Imperial Palace on Coruscant alongside Agadine to present his report to the Emperor. Upon their arrival, the Emperor demanded an account of the events surrounding Weapons Factory Alpha, a situation that, coupled with the destruction of the Death Star, had brought the Empire perilously close to disaster. While Vader held Agadine primarily responsible for the failure on Simoon 1, leading to the Overseer's subsequent torture, the Emperor placed a significant portion of the blame on Vader himself. Reminding him of his role as the sole survivor of the Empire's most catastrophic event, exacerbated by his decision to allow the Millennium Falcon to escape with the Death Star plans, the Emperor appointed Cassio Tage, now Grand General of the Imperial Army, as Vader's commanding officer for the foreseeable future. Following this directive, the Emperor instructed Vader to resume the negotiations with Jabba the Hutt on Tatooine, a task left unfinished from Simoon 1. Before turning to Tage, the Emperor encountered one of his agents, Silo, whose identity he withheld from Vader upon inquiry. Despite inquiring if there were any additional reports, Vader chose not to disclose Kenobi's enigmatic disappearance or the Force-sensitive rebel pilot who had orchestrated the Death Star's downfall. Departing the office and the palace, Vader promptly boarded an Imperial Star Destroyer bound for Tatooine, dispatching the vessel to retrieve the necessary trade goods for the forthcoming meeting. Tatooine negotiations. Vader promptly made his way to Jabba's palace, where he initiated the meeting by having the Hutt dismiss his courtiers. However, Jabba, preferring to claim the bounty on Vader's head, ordered his associates to open fire on the Sith Lord. Undeterred, Vader swiftly neutralized the threat, compelling Jabba to reconsider his stance after a Force choke. Despite the tense encounter, the Hutt begrudgingly admitted his respect for Vader. Eventually, they reached a mutual agreement. Jabba would provide Vader with 2 skilled bounty hunters. Departing the palace, Vader proceeded to a Tusken Raider encampment, where he ruthlessly eradicated its inhabitants. Soon after, he encountered Jabba's envoys, Boba Fett and Chrysanthemum, and tasked them with specific missions. Fett was to capture the rebel pilot from Yavin alive, while the Wookiee was to apprehend Palpatine's agent. With both mercenaries in accord, Vader departed Tatooine bound for his Star Destroyer. The next day, Vader returned to Jabba's palace in his official capacity as the Emperor's envoy, seemingly disregarding the previous day's events. Welcomed by Jabba, Vader asserted the Empire's claim over the Hutt's resources, pending compensation. As Vader prepared to depart, Jabba extended an invitation to a feast and entertainment in his honor, a customary gesture to conclude business dealings, often with a fatal display. Accompanied by Jabba, Vader observed the spectacle aboard the sail barge Katana, where the wild banthas were slaughtered for amusement. When Jabba's court jester, Salacious B. Crumb, emitted a disruptive cackle, Vader issued a stern warning, prompting Jabba to regard him as a good friend. Engaging in conversation, Jabba inquired about the effectiveness of his bounty hunters, prompting Vader to reprimand him before divulging their objectives: to capture an Imperial agent and a mysterious boy. Jabba speculated on the boy's significance, suggesting a possible connection to Kenobi. Intrigued, Vader sought Jabba's insights into Kenobi's exile on Tatooine. Indulging the Hutt's desire for spectacle, Vader accompanied Jabba to the Great Pit of Carkoon, silently contemplating his homeworld sunset as Jabba boasted of Tatooine's treasures, including the fearsome Sarlacc. Servitude unto Tage. After departing Tatooine, Vader rendezvoused with Tage aboard his Executor-class Star Dreadnought, the Annihilator. Amidst a surge in pirate raids targeting ships transporting Jabba's supplies, Vader was tasked with safeguarding an Imperial shuttle, CZ-246, from such an attack. Engaging the enemy alongside Black 2 and Black 3 in his TIE Advanced, Vader successfully neutralized the threat posed by the automated CR-90 Corvette assaulting the shuttle. Upon his return to the Annihilator, Vader briefed Tage on the situation, reporting the capture of the pirate vessel and expressing suspicions of a security breach. However, Tage dismissed Vader's concerns, attributing the raids to predictable piracy and revealing his skepticism regarding the Death Star's efficacy. In response, Vader emphasized Tarkin's visionary leadership, contrasting it with Tage's more modest approach, albeit effective in its own right. Acknowledging Tage's intention to repair the captured corvette for a counterattack, Vader accepted the assignment, accompanied by Lieutenant Unai. Preparing for the mission, Vader oversaw the corvette's repairs while granting Unai access to his personal communications per the Emperor's directive. Seizing the opportunity, Vader planted falsified evidence within a black astromech droid to implicate Unai in treason. Vader led a team, including Unai and stormtroopers, to infiltrate the pirate base, confronting resistance upon docking. Engaging customized droidekas armed with missile launchers, Vader skillfully employed the Force to deflect incoming projectiles, eliminating the attackers and securing the core. As they encountered further opposition, including a Mon Calamari pirate activating the station's self-destruct, Vader directed the survivors to evacuate while retrieving the falsified evidence. Upon their return to the Annihilator, Vader debriefed Tage, commending the success of the operation while subtly implicating Unai as the leak. Privately confronting the Black Astromech, Vader ensured the deletion of incriminating data before ejecting it into space. Following a separate mission to confront Gracchus the Hutt, Vader met with Sergeant Creel, commending the success of his mission while inquiring about the elusive rebel pilot from Yavin and instructing Creel to disclose any information about the boy's activities. A droid army. Based on the intelligence acquired from the pirate stronghold, Vader discovered that a certain Dr. Aphra had supplied the pirates with the customized droidekas. Desiring similarly potent units for his envisioned private army, Vader initiated a relentless pursuit of Aphra across various locales, eliminating any witnesses along the way. His quest led him to the Quarantine World 3 in Keladahin space, where Aphra was apprehended by Utani Zane and a squad of B-2 super battle droids. Ignoring Zane's warnings regarding treaty violations, Vader intervened, dispatching the droids and rescuing Aphra. After incapacitating Zane, Vader enlisted Aphra's aid, and together they boarded her vessel, the Archangel II. During their encounter, Aphra expressed admiration for Vader, introducing him to the 000 Protocol personality matrix. Despite Aphra's estimation of hours needed to unlock the Matrix's codes, Vader effortlessly accomplished the task, enabling Aphra to install the Matrix into a protocol droid named 000. With the activation of 000 and BT-1, a blastomech prototype, Vader revealed his true motive for seeking Aphra's assistance: the acquisition of private resources. Recognizing Vader as her prospective employer, Aphra agreed to assist him further, proposing the acquisition of battle droids from a unique droid foundry on Geonosis, owned by Queen Karina. Upon landing on Geonosis, Vader and Aphra navigated the caverns with the assistance of 000 and BT-1. Encountering Queen Karina, Vader swiftly disabled him and instructed BT-1 to neutralize her droid forces. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Aphra initiated a plan to extract the droid factory, utilizing Vader's ship to lift it into the sky. Once aboard the Archangel, Aphra activated the factory, ensuring Vader's access to his desired private droid army. Sensing Aphra's apprehension, Vader assured her of her continued safety as long as she proved useful, warning against any attempts at blackmail. Their discussion was interrupted by 000's notification of Black Crescenton's imminent arrival with the Emperor's agent. Silo's enforcers. Upon Black Crescenton's arrival, Vader confronted the Emperor's agent, Silo 4, demanding his identity, commission from the Emperor, and the location of his headquarters. When Silo 4 refused, Vader tasked 000 with extracting the pertinent information. Following an interrogation that resulted in the agent's demise, 000 relayed to Vader that the individual was Dr. Silo 4, operating from a research base situated in an Outer Rim nebula under commission to create replacements for Vader. Armed with this knowledge, they promptly set course for the base aboard Vader's J-Type 327 Nubian, with Aphra remaining on the ship. Upon infiltrating the base with 2 platoons of droid commandos, Vader divided the forces, dispatching 1 platoon to the dojo while leading the other to the barracks. Aphra's report of a lost platoon prompted Vader to investigate the dojo, where he encountered the twins Morit and Eowyn Astarte. A skirmish ensued, halted by the arrival of Silo 5, who explained his survival and his objective to create enforcers rather than apprentices for the Emperor, deeming the Force obsolete. Vader, perceiving this as blasphemy, attempted to strike Silo down, only to be restrained by the Emperor's intervention, who desired to witness Silo's demonstration without delay. Ordered by the Emperor, Vader engaged in combat against the Astarte twins, Tulan Voidgazer, Carbon the Mon Calamari, and a Trandoshan. The Emperor decreed that the battle would be fought to the death. Amidst the clash, Morit intervened to save Vader from the Trandoshans' onslaught, leading to the Emperor's command to cease fighting. As Vader warned Morit of repercussions, the Emperor instructed the Enforcers and Vader to eliminate all who opposed the Empire, forbidding them from slaying each other. In private, the Emperor expressed admiration for Vader's remaining independence and speculated on his potential to overcome the Enforcers. Vader voiced his disdain for Silo's Enforcers, considering them a heretical departure from the Force. However, the Emperor rebuked Vader for his disrespect, attributing their collaboration to Vader's past failures on Mustafar. As the Emperor departed, he hinted at Vader's opportunity to redeem himself and fulfill the name bestowed upon him long ago. Parenthood. Disturbed by his thoughts, Vader made his way back to his ship. On board the Nubian, Aphra informed him of Fett's desire to report in during his absence. Consequently, Vader journeyed to a Star Destroyer to meet with the bounty hunter and learn of his progress. Disappointment washed over the Dark Lord upon hearing that Fett had failed to capture the boy. However, before departing, Fett disclosed the name of his elusive quarry, Luke Skywalker. In his solitude, Vader's mind wandered to memories of Amidala, revealing her pregnancy and Palpatine's manipulations. Consumed by anger, he vented his frustration by shattering the viewport. Seeking counsel, he activated his meditation chamber's holoprojector to communicate with his master. However, Vader opted to withhold the revelation of his son's existence, instead assuring the Emperor of his unwavering commitment to their cause before terminating the transmission. Despite his silence, Vader acknowledged Luke as his own and pledged to claim him as his legacy. With a newfound determination to uncover the truth about Luke, Vader embarked upon a return journey to Tatooine aboard the Archangel, accompanied by Aphra, 000, and BT-1. Landing at the Lars homestead, they found it abandoned, bearing the scars of an Imperial assault. Vader scoured the area for any trace of Luke, but found nothing significant. Disheartened, he proceeded to Kenobi's dwelling, sensing faint echoes of Luke's Force presence from his encounter with Fett, yet little else. As they departed, Aphra activated a molecular purge bomb to erase any evidence of their visit, and Vader dismissed her, focusing once more on his duties. Anthin Prime. As part of Tage's initiative to crack down on criminal elements in the Outer Rim, Vader participated in a mission targeting the Sontul Pride criminal syndicate. Their base was obliterated and their amassed wealth seized for transport on an Imperial light cruiser. However, Vader covertly provided Aphra with all the necessary information to abscond with the cargo of credits. Following the successful theft, Vader rendezvoused with Aphra on Anthin 13, tasking her with verifying information regarding Comodex Ton. Later, Vader attended a meeting between Tage and Silo's Enforcers, during which strategic assignments were made. Vader expressed his desire to pursue the mission involving the Yavin rebel pilot, originally assigned to Carbon. Tage, sensing personal investment on Vader's part, reassigned him to address the theft of the Sontul Pride's fortune in the Anthin system. He also appointed Inspector Thanoth as Vader's new adjutant. While Thanoth investigated the theft's circumstances at the Anthin Prime orbital dockyard, Vader returned to Anthin 13, eliminating a small rebel cell to conceal his actions. Upon reuniting with Thanoth, they interrogated Duan, an associate of the Dragon, who likely supplied the explosives used in the theft. Thanoth noticed Vader's unusual passivity, but Vader dismissed it as a precaution. They then proceeded to confront the Dragon in his mansion, where Vader dispatched him and addressed his records. Taking advantage of the situation, Vader met with Aphra, who had recently conducted a raid on Comodex Ton's villa on Naboo. She confirmed Vader's suspicions regarding Luke's birth and tasked her with locating him before Carbon could intervene. Returning to the Star Destroyer, Vader and Thanoth sent out to locate the Anti, who could provide information about the Plasma Devils. Upon finding him, Vader intervened before the Anti could identify Aphra as the culprit, eliminating him. Subsequently, Vader encountered Aphra, demanding information about Luke's whereabouts. Despite her refusal, Vader released her, allowing her to escape on the Archangel. Vader and Thanoth then boarded their cruiser, intending to pursue Aphra. As they awaited their TIE bombers to intercept Aphra, they decided to eliminate the Plasma Devils. They targeted the Thantine substrata on Anthin 1, systematically neutralizing the rebel cell. Presenting evidence of their success to Tage, they departed, with Thanoth expressing his gratitude for the opportunity to serve alongside Vader. Shu-Torun. Vader journeyed to Shu-Torun with a directive to reinforce cooperation and ensure compliance with Imperial quotas. Meanwhile, 000 and BT-1 executed the king and his closest aides. Anticipating an audience with the king, Vader instead encountered Princess Trios upon his arrival. She escorted him to a ball intended as a cultural showcase. However, the festivities were disrupted by Shu-Torun assassins seeking to overthrow the Empire and the monarchy. Vader repelled the attackers and insisted on an immediate audience with the king. Trios, recognizing the urgency, guided Vader through hidden tunnels to avoid detection by traitorous dukes guarding the main elevators. Vader admired Trios' bravery in risking herself for the greater good, especially as they navigated perilous lava-filled passages. Using his lightsaber, Vader fashioned a floating platform to traverse the lava and reach an exit. Carrying the unconscious Trios, Vader emerged into a corridor, dispatching guards along the way. Upon awakening, Trios aimed a blaster at Vader, prompting him to sever her hand. He then entered the king's chambers to find the monarch, his children, and guards slain by Vader's assassin droids. With Trios now the de facto ruler of Shu-Torun, Vader delivered the Emperor's message, a fragment of Alderaan, a stark reminder of the consequences of defying Imperial authority. Vader declared his intent to bring stability to Shu-Torun, causing Trios to remember her allegiance to the Empire. Vrogus Vas. Vader convened with Aphra and the droids, demanding information on Luke's whereabouts, which Aphra revealed to be Vrogus Vas. She expressed her desire to prove her loyalty and work alongside him. After a moment's consideration, Vader acknowledged her talent, cautioning her not to betray his trust. He departed, deeming the task his responsibility alone. Unbeknownst to him, a probe droid dispatched by Carbon trailed him. Navigating in his TIE Advanced, Vader arrived in the planet's system, encountering 3 Alliance starfighter squadrons orbiting Vrogus Vas. Sensing Luke's presence, he engaged the starfighters, disregarded by the rebels as a mere Imperial scout. In the ensuing battle, Vader targeted blue and yellow squadrons, losing contact with Aphra. Luke, piloting as Red 5, confronted Vader, aiming to eliminate him by crashing his X-Wing into Vader's starfighter. Their collision damaged their crafts, causing a crash landing on Vrogus Vas. Pursued by Rebel forces, Vader used the Force to dispatch Grey Squadron and thwarted a Rebel commando attack, demonstrating his formidable abilities. Utilizing the blaster array salvaged from his TIE Advanced, Vader engaged Cyan Squadron's ships. Amidst the chaos, Princess Leia Organa led another assault, during which Vader momentarily released her to contact Luke. Sensing an impending ambush, Vader confronted Organa, leading to a skirmish disrupted by the arrival of Commander Carbon and his forces. Engaging in a duel with Carbon, Vader pursued Organa into the ruins of the Jedi Temple, momentarily beset by haunting echoes of his past. Meanwhile, Aphra informed him of Luke's capture by Carbon's guards. Vader instructed Aphra to crash her ship into Carbon's, ultimately confronting the mortally wounded Enforcer. In their exchange, Carbon gleaned insights into the complex relationship between Vader and Luke before meeting his demise. Vader used the Force to down the shuttle transporting Luke, leading to Aphra's failed attempt to capture him. Subsequently, Aphra was captured by the rebels, leaving Vader to watch as his son escaped aboard the Millennium Falcon from Vrogus Vas. Shu-Torun War. Vader returned to the Imperial Palace, presenting Carbon's body to the Emperor and demanding a worthy challenge. In response, the Emperor instructed Vader to return to Shu-Torun, where a rebellion among the Ore Barons required immediate military intervention. Per Tage's request, Silo was to accompany Vader on this mission. Together with the Astarte twins and Voidgazer, Vader, accompanied by Queen Trios, led an assault on a rebellious delving citadel, showcasing the Empire's might. Secretly, he tasked a group of bounty hunters with capturing Aphra and bringing her back dead or alive. Following a broadcast to the rebellious barons, Vader, Trios, Silo, and his enforcers visited the ancestral retreat of the Shu-Torun royalty. They were ambushed by Baron Rubix's lava leviathan, prompting Vader to board it, inviting the twins to join him. Together, they sabotaged the ship, causing it to flood with magma and be destroyed. Upon their return, Trios suggested attacking Rubix next, leading Vader to order Silo to prepare for the assault. During the siege on Rubix's citadel, Silo betrayed Vader, redirecting his forces into enemy territory. Vader, accompanied by the Astarte twins, fought his way through enemy lines to relay the assault fleet's status. However, the twins turned on him, leading to a deadly confrontation. Aolin's betrayal by her brother resulted in her demise, but not before revealing Silo's treachery. Vader then regrouped with his forces, aided by 000's tactics, and continued the assault. With Trios leading the charge, Rubix surrendered, ending the rebellion. Vader informed the Emperor of Silo's betrayal and received a summons. Additionally, Inspector Thanoth informed him of Aphra's whereabouts, prompting further action. Hunt for Silo. At the Kuat shipyards, Vader rendezvoused with Sidious aboard an unfinished Executor-class Star Dreadnought. Sidious disclosed that to save Vader post-Mustafar, he enlisted scientists akin to Sith philosophy, including Silo. However, Silo's rise prompted Sidious to orchestrate his downfall, rendering him expendable. After the meeting, Vader met Thanoth on Anthem 13. Aware of Vader's true identity, Thanoth pledged support for Vader's treachery against the Emperor and disclosed Aphra's location. Sensing Thanoth as a loose end, Vader personally executed him with his lightsaber. Outside, disregarding the droid's advice to dispose of Thanoth's body, Vader tasked them to retrieve or eliminate Aphra. He ordered a cleanup at the location to erase any witnesses to their collaboration. Vader then departed for the Executor, leaving Silo's fate sealed. Aboard, he confronted Professor Thlurai, extracting Silo's whereabouts. Vader led an assault on Silo's fleet at the Cruikshank Nebulae, annihilating it. Amidst the chaos, Vader faced Void Gazer's challenges and Silo's betrayal. Engaging in a fierce battle, he overcame them, reclaiming control of the Executor. Subsequently, he encountered Silo, who incapacitated Vader with a device. Amidst visions of his past, Vader regained control and defeated Silo, reclaiming the ship. Returning to the Executor, Vader reported to Sidious. However, Sidious revealed Aphra's presence, orchestrated by her manipulation of the droids. Vader ordered her execution, but was surprised by Sidious's approval of his shadow operations. Vader then ordered Aphra's disposal, but was interrupted by Sidious's announcement of his promotion and new command. As Vader contemplated his son, he looked forward to their eventual reunion. Slaying the unworthy. As the rebellion gained ground in the Mid-Rim, the Emperor unleashed Vader, attributing the destruction of the Death Star to incompetence at the highest levels. This authorization empowered Vader to eliminate Imperial figures, including Moff Kuvern and Minister Kempt. Skirmish on the Skorka Retreat. Later on, Aphra initiated an auction for a sizable Kyber crystal, housing the consciousness of an ancient Jedi named Rur at the Skorka Retreat. However, Vader was alerted to the auction by 000. Hastening to the scene, the Sith Lord discovered a scene of carnage. The auction had descended into chaos, orchestrated by 000. Utilizing a droid from the Cybin front, 000 had allowed the Kyber crystal's consciousness to seize control, turning it into a lethal predator targeting factions on the space station. Vader traversed the corridors, encountering another Cybin front droid that attempted to flee, but was swiftly dismantled by Vader's force powers. Instructing his troopers to eliminate all individuals they encountered, Vader confronted the droid controlled by Rur, witnessing its devastating power with 2 blue lightsabers generated by the Kyber crystal. Their confrontation unfolded, with Vader realizing that Rur was not a Sith, but claimed to be the last of the Ordu Aspectu and a Jedi. As their battle intensified, Vader used his mastery of the Force to overpower Rur, ultimately shattering the droid against the walls. With the crystal in hand, Vader returned to Coruscant and presented it to Sidious, integrating it into his master's collection. Tureen 7. Following Silo's demise, Vader tasked Sergeant Creel and his Scar Squadron with the mission to track down Luke Skywalker. Eventually, they located him and his allies, commandeering the Imperial-class Star Destroyer Harbinger, en route to the besieged planet Tureen 7 to offer assistance. Engaging the Rebel X-Wings in battle, Vader questioned Creel about Luke's whereabouts as they fought. Meanwhile, Creel found himself locked in a lightsaber duel with Luke. Vader cautioned Creel to avoid harming his prize, but Luke, using the Force, incapacitated the Stormtrooper, much to Vader's ire. Despite their efforts, the rebels managed to break the blockade, providing aid to Tureen 7's inhabitants. However, Scar Squadron succeeded in capturing the protocol droid C-3PO. When Creel reported to Vader that C-3PO had divulged crucial information and proved incessantly talkative, Vader dismissed the droid as worthless junk and ordered Creel to dispose of it. Shortly after, R2-D2 infiltrated the Star Destroyer and liberated C-3PO. Vader intercepted their X-Wing in his TIE Advanced, but R2-D2's distress call brought reinforcements in the form of Luke, the Millennium Falcon, and the Volt Cobra, frustrating Vader's attempts to prevent their escape. Confronting Creel. Later on, Vader approached Creel during his training session with several training droids. Vader remarked that despite Creel's efforts, he would never achieve Sith status. Creel countered that he wasn't seeking Sith status, noting that it was the 501st Legion, not a Sith, who rescued him from the pits of Chagar 9. Emphasizing his loyalty as a stormtrooper, Creel expressed his appreciation for the value of a lightsaber. Vader, wielding his lightsaber, threatened to eliminate Creel and his squad for their failure aboard the Harbinger. Unfazed, Creel warned Vader that if he failed again, he would willingly kneel before Vader and use the lightsaber to end him after dispatching his own men. Assigning Creel a mission to eradicate a potential rebel outpost on Horrocks 3 and retrieve Luke if found, Vader returned Creel's lightsaber, urging him to prove himself worthy of it. As Sidious entered the room, Creel knelt in reverence, expressing gratitude for his presence. Sidious summoned Vader, leading them out of the room. Creel journeyed to the Horrocks system and obliterated the rebel outpost, eliminating all rebel forces present. Sculpting a trap. At a later time, Vader convened at his castle with Admiral Kendall Ozzel and General Maximilian Veers. There, he inquired of Ozzel regarding the reasons for the sluggish pace of Imperial initiatives. Ozzel attributed the display to the increasing resistance, noting that while they could retaliate, the opposition was too scattered. Proposing a solution, Ozzel suggested intensifying their efforts by subjecting more worlds to constant bombardment from Vader's new Death Squadron. Interjecting, Veers offered a metaphorical perspective. He likened the rebellion to weeds and the Empire to a storm, explaining that when a storm passes, weeds merely bend and emerge unscathed. However, Veers emphasized that if the rebellion were akin to a tree, their outcome would be different. Until then, he remarked, the rebellion would continue to elude their grasp. Veers' words triggered a recollection in Vader of Leia Organa's statement to Tarkin. The more you tighten your grip, the more star systems will slip through your fingers. Acknowledging Veers' insight, Vader concluded that their approach should align with this assessment. Vader journeyed to Shu-Torun and confronted Queen Trios in her meeting chamber. Surprised by his unexpected visit, Trios initially feared it was on unfavorable terms. Pleading her innocence, she assured Vader of her loyalty and instructed her guards to stand down. Curious about how she could be of assistance, Trios listened as Vader outlined his plan for her specialist to excavate the ruins of Jedha. Following this, she was to leak information to the rebels that would sabotage their mining endeavors entirely. Additionally, Vader instructed her to infiltrate the rebellion's efforts to construct a fleet and render assistance where possible. Vader warned Trios that once the rebels had built their armada and before they concealed it, he would reveal their vulnerability. To reinforce his message, Vader issued a threat, suggesting that Shu-Torun's fate could be worse than Alderaan's if Trios attempted any betrayal. When a Shu-Torun guard objected to Vader's intimidation, Trios, considering Vader an esteemed guest, swiftly silenced him with a blaster shot. With their acquiescence, Vader proceeded to eliminate the remaining individuals in the room. Vader's ambush. Vader found satisfaction in Trios' success, as she managed to gain Leia Organa's trust at Jedha, and played a crucial role in inciting a mass mutiny among Mon Calamari merchant ships. With rebels arming their new cruisers at the Mako Ta space docks, Trios signaled Vader to initiate the attack, informing him that the rebels were unprepared for any assault. Upon their attempt to disperse their new fleet, the rebels encountered a crippling setback as their hyperdrives malfunctioned, leaving their cruisers stranded within the system. Vader arrived with Death Squadron, where Ozzel proposed initiating a bombardment. However, Vader opted to wait, sensing the rebels' fear and deeming it insufficient. He instructed Ozzel to grant them time to comprehend their predicament. As rebel fighters geared up for deployment, they discovered their hangar doors remained shut, defense turrets inactive, and engines unresponsive. A consequence of Organa outfitting the cruisers with Shu-Torun technology, facilitating Trios' sabotage. Helpless against Vader's fleet, the rebels watched as their cruisers proved futile, prompting Vader to order the destruction of the nearest vessel. Death Squadron swiftly dispatched General Vendon Willard's flagship, Yavin's Hope, with ease. Turning to Ozzel, Vader declared their next target, Hope itself. Star Destroyers engaged the Mon Calamari cruisers while Trios attempted to flee the space docks on her ship. Rebel forces intercepted her vessel, forcing her escape in an emergency pod. Meanwhile, Rebel Bandwin Corps endeavored to open the cruiser's hangar doors by ramming a shuttle towards them, prompting the TIE fighters to intercept. As the Falcon arrived, Han Solo replicated the maneuver at Organa's behest. Vader, alerted to the Falcon's presence, took to his TIE Advanced, engaging the ship as it headed toward General Jan Dodonna's Republic cruiser. In the ensuing chaos, Vader pursued the Falcon, exchanging fire with Solo. Despite Solo's attempts to evade, Vader inflicted damage, causing the Falcon to spiral. Vader targeted Lajai's cruiser, intending to force its crew to abandon ship and destroy escape pods. He continued to pursue the Falcon until his TIE encountered technical issues in an asteroid field, allowing him to resume attacking Rebel starfighters. Returning to the Executor, Vader learned of Rebel infiltration via Trios' shuttle. He swiftly eliminated the intruders led by General Davitz Draven, but not before Draven revealed their mission to delay him. Vader confronted Organa, but she managed to escape aboard a TIE fighter. With one Rebel cruiser departing, Vader ordered the Imperial fleet to destroy the remaining Rebel vessels. Overseeing the destruction, Vader ensured the Rebels suffered defeat. Despite their return, he pressed the attack until Rebel capital ships retreated to regroup. Reporting to the Emperor, Vader assured him of the Rebels' inability to prevail. Revealing the truth. 3 years post the Battle of Yavin, Vader retained command over the Executor and Death Squadron under Admiral Ozzel's oversight. Responding to Vader's request, Lieutenant Commander Sienna Ree was transferred to the Executor from the Devastator. Though Ree perceived Vader's request as more of a threat than a reward, fearing his lingering influence from their encounter post-Yavin, she complied. Driven by an obsession to locate Luke, Vader initiated Project Swarm, dispatching thousands of Viper probe droids across space in pursuit of his son. Among the project's archaeological consultants was Dr. Aphra, reinstated into service after Minister Vor's failed assassination plot against Emperor Palpatine. However, Aphra's actions, including her escape from Vader on Tython, hindered his quest for Luke. Stationed in the Juris sector, the Executor received a fragmented report from probe droid XJ9CS14 regarding the Hoth system. Though Ozzel dismissed it, Vader and Captain Piet recognized it as the Rebel base and prepared for an assault. Upon realizing Ozzel's error in exiting hyperspace too close to Hoth, Vader swiftly executed him for incompetence, promoting Piet to Admiral. As the fleet approached Hoth, Vader ordered Veers to prepare for a ground assault. Despite the rebel base's evacuation, Vader led Imperial troops into Echo Base, encountering resistance from a group of rebels. After dispatching them, he confronted a very Chalice, seeking Luke's whereabouts. Discovering only the Millennium Falcon in the hangar, Vader's pursuit was futile as the ship escaped. With the Alliance in retreat, Vader redirected efforts in capturing the Falcon, evading Imperial forces in the Hoth asteroid belt. Ignoring Piet's caution, Vader ordered pursuit into the asteroid field, determined to capture the Falcon and its crew alive. Amidst the chase, the Emperor contacted Vader, revealing Luke's existence and potential as a threat. Vader expressed confidence in turning Luke to the dark side, assembling bounty hunters to locate the Falcon's crew. Upon learning of the Falcon's escape, Vader held Captain Needa accountable, accepting his apology with a fatal Force choke before ordering further action. Cloud City. As the Falcon made its way through real space towards Bespin to repair its hyperdrive, Fett shadowed Solo's movements while also contacting Vader. The Executor arrived at Bespin ahead of the freighter, prompting Vader to depart for Cloud City with a small strike team, leaving the Executor's crew concealed. Upon reaching Cloud City, Vader negotiated with Baron Administrator Lando Calrissian, a friend of Solo's, proposing a deal to capture the ship in exchange for ensuring the safety of Calrissian's people and interests. When the Falcon arrived without Luke, Vader saw an opportunity to use Solo and his companions as bait to draw his son to Bespin. With Fett by his side, Vader awaited Solo, Organa, Chewbacca, and Calrissian. As they arrived, Vader surrounded and imprisoned them, subjecting Solo to torture. Despite Calrissian's objections, Vader altered their agreement, allowing Fett to take Solo and collect Jabba's bounty. Inspecting the city's carbon freezing chambers, Vader deemed them suitable for freezing Luke, though risky. He ordered Solo to be tested first, surviving the process. Vader then had Organa, Chewbacca, and C-3PO taken to his ship while he awaited Luke. When Luke arrived at the carbon freezing chamber, Vader confronted him and they dueled. Despite Luke's resistance, Vader revealed the truth about his father and tempted him to join the dark side. Luke refused, and as they battled, Vader severed his son's hand. Vader urged Luke to join him, offering him power and claiming it was his destiny. However, Luke chose to escape, plunging into a shaft. Meanwhile, the Falcon attempted to flee but was caught by Vader and Piet's waiting forces. During the pursuit, Vader reached out to Luke through the Force, expressing his desire for him to join him. Yet the Falcon escaped into hyperspace, leaving Vader saddened but not angered. Learning that Vader allowed Fett to take Solo to Jabba, ISB agent Andressa Devo was frustrated by the missed opportunity for Imperial imprisonment, but refrained from questioning Vader's decision. Search for answers. After the Falcon's escape, Vader embarked on a shuttle with Death Troopers and a forensics droid, ZED-67, to uncover who had concealed his son's identity. Monitoring Zed's motivator, they traveled to Tatooine, where they investigated Skywalker's origins at the Lars Moisture Farm, prompting memories of Vader's past and his mother's fate. While on Tatooine, Vader encountered gangsters attempting to seize his shuttle, leading to a confrontation, in which Vader and his troops prevailed. Returning to Coruscant, they discovered a scout transmitter planted in Amidala's apartment, tracing its origin to Vendaxa. Despite being tasked by Palpatine to hunt down the rebel fleet, Vader remained focused on finding his son. Instead, he proposed assigning the mission to Elian Zara, instructing her to redeem herself for a previous failure under Tarkin's tutelage. In a cantina, Vader confronted an imposter claiming to be Luke Skywalker, swiftly disposing of him and warning witnesses of the consequences. Disappointed by the faulty intel provided, he reprimanded the responsible officer. Elsewhere, Luke learned of Vader's past atrocities from Verla on Sorelia, solidifying his resolve against the dark side. Meanwhile, Vader sensed a disturbance on Tempest, leading him to confront the spirit of the Grand Inquisitor, reaffirming his dominance over his subordinate. Upon arriving on Vendaxa, Vader encountered a disguised Padme Amidala who was actually Sabe, a former handmaiden. Together, they faced Vendaxan land squids and agreed to collaborate in investigating Amidala's death. Their journey led them to Naboo, where they retrieved stolen security recordings. Amidst clashes with the Amidalans, Sabe accused Vader of murdering Amidala, inciting a violent altercation. Despite Vader's efforts to retrieve the recordings, they were interrupted by a Sando Aqua monster. Afterward, they ventured to Amidala's tomb, where Vader discovered a med implant leading to Polis Massa. In the Polis Massa base, they uncovered recordings of Amidala's final moments, prompting Vader to destroy Z-67 in a moment of reflection on his past and his wife's belief in his redemption. Test on Mustafar. Upon discovering Vader's private endeavor, the Emperor summoned his apprentice to the Imperial Palace, sensing a blend of mourning rather than hatred within him. Seeking to rekindle Vader's connection to the dark side, Sidious subjected him to agonizing Force lightning. Despite Vader's resistance, he was subdued by two royal guards led by Masa Meda. Although Vader briefly exerted his Force choke on them, he was overpowered by the Emperor, who derided his title as the Chosen One and ordered him to erase his past memories. Severely wounded, Vader was left with only one hand intact before the Emperor transported him to Mustafar, mirroring the site of his fateful duel with Kenobi. Recalling his previous encounters on the desolate shore, particularly envisioning Sidious in Kenobi's place, Vader resolved to crawl towards the facility where he had executed the Separatist leaders. Vowing to exact vengeance upon the Emperor once restored, he stumbled upon Newt Gunray's corpse and repurposed old battle droid limbs using rewired mouse droids. However, his efforts were interrupted by Ochi of Bestoon, a Sith assassin dispatched by the Emperor to test Vader's resolve. Empowered by his makeshift limbs, Vader engaged in combat and emerged victorious. As he sought answers about his master's intentions, Vader was led by a mysterious voice to the Eye of Webbish Bog, who bestowed upon him a Sith Wayfinder. Emerging from the cave, Vader encountered Ochi and his droid crush pirates, engaging them in battle. Subduing them, Vader repaired an old Jedi interceptor using salvaged parts, then utilized the captured Ochi to access the Wayfinder, revealing the path to a planet named Exegol. With Ochi imprisoned beneath the ship, Vader piloted the interceptor away from Mustafar, employing a hyperspace transport ring to reach his next destination, finding Exegol. Upon emerging from hyperspace, Vader and Ochi found themselves navigating the perilous red honeycomb zone in search of Exegol. However, their journey was abruptly interrupted by a colossal tentacled space creature akin to the Summa Verminoth. A fleet of Star Destroyers under the command of Sly Moore and Admiral Korlek further complicated their situation. Engaging the TIE fighters from the fleet, Vader devised a daring plan. Steering towards the massive creature, he lured the pursuing fighters into its grasp, effectively neutralizing them. Despite warnings from Moore about the creature's mind-breaking abilities, Vader pressed forward. Both he and Ochi were assailed by mental assaults, triggering traumatic visions from Vader's past, culminating in a chilling vision of his own demise at the hands of his son. Escaping the Red Nebula, Vader eventually arrived at Exegol, albeit crashing upon its surface. Unfazed by the creature's reemergence, Vader defiantly unleashed the dark side, subduing the creature and clearing their path to the Emperor's Sith Citadel. Standing atop the subdued creature, Vader challenged his master to reveal himself, prompting a confrontation. Riding the creature into battle, Vader defied his former allegiance, prompting the Emperor to unleash devastating forces to thwart him. Undeterred, Vader pressed on, overcoming Sith guards and cultists as he delved deeper into the Citadel's secrets. Descending into a chamber below the Citadel, Vader encountered a vast array of horrors, including Sith statues, bioengineered organisms, and a disturbing jar containing his son's severed hand. Battling through the guards and cultists, Vader pressed forward until he reached a chamber housing a subterranean mountain of kyber crystal, corrupted by Sith manipulation. The Emperor revealed his sinister intentions to harness the crystal's power for his fleet's weapons. Despite the agony inflicted by the crystal's screams, the Emperor offered Vader a choice: to embrace his power and share in his suffering, or to remain in perpetual torment. In a moment of clarity, Vader pledged allegiance to his master, acknowledging the power he wielded. Despite a vision foretelling his eventual rebellion, Vader chose to submit to Sidious's authority, departing Exegol alongside his master, Ochi, Masameda, and Sly Moore. Hunting Luke Skywalker. Upon his return to Coruscant, Vader was escorted to the very facility where he had undergone his transformation for necessary repairs. Despite the medical droid's suggestion of shutting down for the procedure, Vader opted to remain conscious throughout. Once the repairs were completed, he sought guidance from the Emperor, who advised him to determine his path independently. Turning to Ochi, now equipped with a cybernetic visor, Vader departed Coruscant aboard a Lambda-class shuttle, resolved to pursue and eliminate his son. Feeling his place as an apprentice was no longer tenable after witnessing the Emperor's immense power on Exegol. Their journey led them to a remote outpost in the Outer Rim, where they engaged with the Hutt named Boku. Inquiring about Solo's whereabouts, they learned that he'd been abducted and that Jabba sought his recovery. Ochi, however, bargained for Solo's retrieval in exchange for influence. A skirmish with Gamorrean guards ensued, swiftly quelled by Vader. Boku, realizing Vader's identity, offered insights into Solo's situation, revealing the diverging paths of a group of hunters. Vader, accompanied by Ochi, embarked on their mission aboard Boku's barge, aiming to confront the droids holding Solo. During transit, they encountered the droid crush pirates, surprised by Ochi's allegiance to Vader. Igniting a confrontation, IG-88 emerged and targeted Vader. Despite Vader's defensive maneuvers, IG-88 exploited a vulnerability in Vader's armor, momentarily seizing control. Vader, leveraging the Force, wrested control of the device from IG-88, turning the tables on the droid. Subduing IG-88, Vader faced off against the pirates, deflecting their attacks back at them. After thwarting the pirates' assault, Vader interrogated IG-88, extracting valuable information regarding their pursuit. Discovering leads pointing to the Crimson Dawn Syndicate, Vader confronted Boku over his treachery, prompting the Hutt's admission of defeat in the face of Vader's might. Pursuing Crimson Dawn. Delving into Crimson Dawn's activities, Vader dispatched Ochi to Arcanus to glean intelligence on the Syndicate. Rather than sneaking in, Vader instructed Ochi to enter the establishment boldly. After a brief altercation, Ochi secured an invitation from the Syndicate, which he presented to Vader upon their return to Boku's hideout. The Hutt disclosed that Crimson Dawn planned to auction Solo, with Jabba intending to repurchase him. However, Vader devised a scheme to undermine Jabba's authority by bidding against him and deliberately losing, thus humiliating him and prompting Boku's betrayal. With Boku's cooperation secured, Vader and Ochi departed in the Lambda-class shuttle. Before departing the planet, Vader ejected Ochi from the ship, tasking him with uncovering Boku's other associates. Observing from afar, Vader witnessed Ochi's encounter with Crimson Dawn assassins, where Ochi rejected their offer and eliminated them. Approaching Ochi afterward, Vader revealed his awareness of Boku's collaboration with Crimson Dawn, testing Ochi's loyalty. As more assassins encircled them, Ochi pledged allegiance to Vader, affirming his commitment to serving the most powerful. Together, they dispatched the assailants. Upon learning that Sly Moore had hired IG-88, Vader and Ochi returned to Coruscant, confronting Moore and her entourage in Administrative Temple Garden 313A. Vader incapacitated IG-88 once again, prompting Moore and her retinue to flee to a nearby temple. Despite their attempts to escape, Vader employed the Force to impede their progress. Moore then attempted to immobilize Vader using a remote control, but he swiftly overcame her influence, subduing her court. Vader, aware of Moore's manipulations, asserted his dominance, dismissing her attempts to control him. Moore, acknowledging Vader's power, offered her assistance in acquiring Solo, emphasizing the threat posed by Luke Skywalker and the potential advantage Vader could gain by securing Solo without the Emperor's knowledge. With Ochi questioning her motives, Moore pledged to facilitate Solo's acquisition, acknowledging the mutual benefit it would bring to Vader. Auction for Han Solo. Shortly after, Ochi and Sly Moore departed with several Imperial officers to attend the auction for Han Solo. However, this was merely a ploy to disgrace Sly Moore in the Emperor's view. Amidst the bidding, Vader himself arrived at the auction on Jakara accompanied by a pair of Death Troopers. Slicing through Crimson Dawn guards, Vader breached the Vermilion just as Lady Kira, Crimson Dawn's leader, finalized Solo's sale to Jabba the Hutt. Vader then asserted his claim over Solo. His sudden appearance caused Dr. Afra, who had infiltrated the auction with smuggler Sana Starros on behalf of the Tage Corporation, to suffer a brief panic attack before escaping with Starros unnoticed by the preoccupied Sith Lord. Redirecting his focus to the task at hand after Afra's disturbance, Vader commanded his Death Troopers to transport Solo to his flagship. Jabba objected, asserting his prior claim to Solo, but Vader rebuked Moore for her failure and warned of repercussions from the Emperor. Asserting the Empire's authority, Vader reminded Jabba that everyone within it belonged to the Emperor. When Boku interjected angrily, Vader demanded Jabba's identity, to which Jabba feigned insignificance. Ultimately, Jabba relented, allowing Solo to be taken, with Vader approaching him. Lady Kira, while acknowledging Vader's authority, reminded him of her owed payment. Vader dismissed her claim, prompting Kira to engage him in combat. During their duel, Vader recognized Kira's proficiency in the Teras Kasi fighting form, reminiscent of his master's style. Questioning her training, Kira cryptically mentioned being tutored by someone familiar with both Vader and his master. In truth, she'd been trained by Maul as part of his vendetta against the Sith. Despite her skill, Vader noted her lack of Force sensitivity and prepared to strike her down. However, his attention was diverted by Luke Skywalker's arrival, sensed through the Force. Informed by General Ramodi of a secure channel to Skywalker's starfighter, Vader threatened to harm Solo if Luke did not comply with his demands. Refusing to yield, Luke challenged Vader to confront him instead. Accepting this, Vader ordered Solo brought aboard his Star Destroyer and prepared for his confrontation with Luke. Chase above Jakara. Upon boarding his TIE Advanced, Vader soared after his son. In a daring move, Skywalker manipulated his X-Wing to create a frozen wave that collided with Vader's fighter. Despite the crash, Vader exerted his Force abilities to elevate his ship from the water and resume the pursuit. Skywalker, meanwhile, dispatched a group of pirates hindering his X-Wing's freedom, allowing him to retaliate against Vader, damaging one of his ship's stabilizers and causing it to plummet back to the planet's surface. Closing in on Skywalker, Vader received an unexpected communication from Sly Moore, who clarified that she wasn't aiding him. Meanwhile, the droid Crush pirates ambushed Vader's ship, initiating a fierce assault that threatened to dismantle it. After sustaining considerable damage, the pirates redirected their efforts towards assisting Skywalker by swiftly repairing his X-Wing. As Vader continued his pursuit amidst the pirate onslaught, Ochi informed him of the Hutt's interception of the Imperial shuttle carrying Solo. Admiral Piet later contacted Vader to relay news of the Hutt's aggression against the Executor. Annoyed by the interruption, Vader warned Piet of dire consequences if Solo wasn't on board upon his return. Eventually, Piet updated Vader, revealing the Emperor's desire to preserve the Empire's arrangement with the Hutts, tasking Vader with eliminating the Grand Hutt Council. Reluctantly complying, Vader abandoned his chase of Skywalker, reminding him of his true allegiance. As Skywalker vowed to embrace his Jedi identity in their next encounter, Vader stormed the Hutt Council's vessel, executing its members, including Boku, who disclosed his ties to Crimson Dawn before his demise. Boku's attempt to eliminate Vader failed, as the Sith survived the explosion orchestrated by Boku's associate, Gak-62. With the Hutt Council eliminated, the Hutts ceased their aggression, and Fett reclaimed Solo, delivering him to Jabba. Shortly after, Lieutenant Giella Hayden informed Vader of Baylert Valence's infiltration of the Executor. Subsequently, Vader seized Valence from space using the Force, rendering him unconscious and taking him into custody. Killing the Dawn. After dealing with the Hutts, Vader made his way back to the Executor, where Sly Moore, captured by Ochi during the fray, awaited. Moore claimed the Emperor desired Skywalker alive, prompting Vader to reveal the boy's escape, indicating Skywalker's failure to meet the Emperor's expectations. Challenged by Moore about Skywalker's continued threat, Vader silenced her, asserting that mere hope wouldn't suffice. Darth Sidious's sudden communication compelled Vader to release Moore and kneel before his master, reaffirming his unwavering loyalty. Sidious tasked Vader with rooting out and eliminating Crimson Dawn's infiltrators within the Empire. Meeting with Ramodi on the Executor, Vader received the necessary troops for his mission. Instructing Ochi to convey their allegiance to him, Vader set plans in motion. Following Ochi's departure, Vader oversaw the repair of Valence, awaiting his awakening. To Valence's shock, he discovered his restored physical form altered by Vader to serve him. As Valence realized the extent of his cybernetic enhancements, Vader's assault left him bisected, only to be subsequently repaired. Tasked by Vader, Valence alongside Hayden learned of his mission to eliminate Crimson Dawn's agents, lest the Empire exact punishment on those dear to him. Vader and Ochi embarked on a mission across various planets, including Vincorba and Kalior, where they encountered and allied with the Revengers. Amidst their collaboration, Vader's reminder to Ochi of his expendability underscored the Sith's ruthless resolve. During their pursuit on Lakor, Vader intervened when Crimson Dawn-affiliated stormtroopers targeted civilians, revealing the Dawn's pervasive influence. Utilizing the Revengers as bait, Vader led an assault on the stronghold, determined to eradicate the Dawn's influence. Though tempted to annihilate all agents, Vader restrained Ochi, recognizing the need to address the root cause. Discovering the extensive network of Dawn operatives, Vader resolved to cleanse the Empire of their presence. Returning to Coruscant, Vader's confrontation with Sidious revealed flaws in his strategy, prompting Vader's reevaluation of his approach. At the Zanchal estate, Vader confronted Baron Espis Zanchal for his allegiance to the Dawn. Unveiling the deception behind the list of agents, Vader tasked Ochi with unraveling its origins, determined to uncover the truth behind the conspiracy. Hidden enemy. Later aboard the Executor, Ochi delivered news to Vader. Ramodi and his troops were not affiliated with the Crimson Dawn, but Ochi cautioned that Ramodi's misunderstandings of the Sith could lead to future conflict. Emerging from his chamber, Vader sought answers from Ochi regarding the common thread among the false identities on the list. Ochi disclosed that they had all been involved in a mission orchestrated by Ramodi to eliminate the Amidalans on Naboo. In response, Vader and his team journeyed to Tranchar to apprehend and interrogate Lieutenant Grappa about the mission. Amidst clashes with stormtroopers and sentry droids, the team encountered civilians suffering at the hands of the Imperials. When G90 deviated to aid the civilians, Vader destroyed the droid as punishment before questioning Grappa about the Amidalans' fate. Grappa asserted their demise, but Tanka, seeking vengeance, swiftly dispatched her. Realizing the Imperials' foreknowledge of their mission, Vader probed Valence, who confirmed the droid's origin under Ramodi's command. Recalling Ochi's prior interaction with Ramodi, Vader confronted Ochi, who faltered in explanation before fleeing, pursued by Valence's gunfire. Escaping to Naboo, Ochi rendezvoused with Sabe, only for Vader to intercept him upon his exit from the ship. Acknowledging Ochi's inadvertent lead to Sabe, Vader seized her Crimson Dawn emblem, proclaiming his affiliation with the Dawn in their confrontation. Recruiting Sabe. Afterward, Vader escorted Ochi, Sabe, and Z67 to the remains of the Sando Aqua monster he had vanquished. From the shuttle, he cast Ochi and Sabe out, observing as they fell prey to a horde of voracious creatures. Despite Ochi's attempts to reaffirm his loyalty, Vader silenced him, turning to Sabe to question her allegiance to Crimson Dawn. Defending herself, Sabe claimed she had merely infiltrated the Syndicate. Ochi, echoing her sentiments, asserted his own service to the Empire. When Vader questioned if Sabe intended to serve the Empire, she rebuffed the notion, citing her opposition to the Empire's chaos. Sabe asserted that both she and Vader sought order. In response, Vader manipulated the creatures with the Force, illustrating the futility of killing them individually. He emphasized the necessity of either negotiation or addressing the collective threat. With a gesture, he hurled the creatures at a herd of long-necked beasts emerging from the ground. Understanding Vader's strategy, Sabe led him to a Crimson Dawn outpost while Ochi returned to the Executor to confer with Ramodi. Upon reaching the outpost, Sabe asserted Vader's authority over the Dawners, prompting an attack from them. Vader swiftly dispatched the assailants before orchestrating a plan with Ochi to lure the remaining Dawners and Ramodi's forces to Oro Senkeria. As the two factions clashed, they were decimated by a pulse bomb, crippling Vader's adversaries. Sabe remarked on Crimson Dawn and Ramodi's newfound fear of Vader. When Vader inquired if she was afraid, Sabe countered by addressing him as Anakin Skywalker, deducing his identity from his fixation on order, investigation into Padme's death, and her final words at Polis Massa. Vader, adamant that Anakin was dead, confronted her with his lightsaber drawn. Sabe revealed her knowledge of Vader's past actions and proposed a mission to aid exploited refugees on Gabrador 3, aligning with Padme's beliefs. Intrigued, Vader accepted her offer, cautioning her on the consequences of her choices before departing for Gabrador 3 in silence. Familiar faces. As they neared the planet, Tantaza's flagship intercepted them. Inquiring if their approach had been detected, Vader learned from Z67 that they remained undetected. Opting to land on the planet's surface, Sabe suggested contacting the Executor, but Vader preferred to verify the colony's situation first. Upon landing, Z67 introduced Vader to the refugees and sought their protocol droid, finding only the astromech droid M7B functioning. M7B and two refugees corroborated Sabe's account. Proudly, the refugees displayed a vehicle they had constructed, reminiscing about their origins on Tatooine. Identified as Kitster and Wald, Skywalker's childhood companions, they offered assistance to Vader, who declined, sensing disturbance in the land caused by drought. As they conversed, clawed beasts attacked, prompting Vader and Sabe to engage them in combat. Amidst the chaos, Kitster and Wald found themselves in danger, but Vader swiftly intervened, saving them. Expressing gratitude, Kitster thanked Vader as the Sith Lord departed silently. Sabe, eager to confront Tantaza, was reprimanded by Vader for failing to maintain order among the refugees. He emphasized the necessity of obedience for their survival. Following this, Vader outfitted Sabe in Imperial gear and integrated her into the Imperial military under the rank of Lieutenant Commander, granting her authority over their forces. Summoning the Executor proved futile due to Tantaza's interference, prompting Vader to prepare his shuttle. They advanced to the Governor's facility, encountering repurposed battle droids along the way. Vader confronted Tantaza, briefly subdued by her life-draining weapon. As battle ensued, Ochi faced Vader's wrath for allowing Tantaza to escape, though Ochi claimed to be aiding Vader. Vader, intrigued by the weapon's potential threat, met with its designer, Dr. Era, before pursuing Tantaza. Attempting to flee, Tantaza's ship was immobilized by Vader's force grip, but her escape was facilitated by its powerful engines. Undeterred, Vader infiltrated her flagship, confronting her. Upon learning her whereabouts, Vader directed Piet to lock onto her ship, prepared to destroy it unless countermanded. Despite an attempt to mislead Vader, he located Tantaza's hiding place. However, their confrontation was disrupted by a sandstorm generated by the facility. Undeterred, Vader ordered the pilots to press forward as he used the Force to stabilize the ship. Despite a lightning strike causing a crash, Vader emerged unscathed, seeking Sabe's whereabouts from Ochi. Learning of her predicament from a colonist, Vader approached Kitster's Racer, the only operational vessel available. Despite Z67's inability to trace Sabe, Vader boarded the Racer, braving the storm to rescue her. Amidst the tumult, Vader, Kitster, and Sabe were overwhelmed by the elements. In a last resort, Vader commanded Piet to have the Executor fire upon their location. Upon Piet's warning that the action would result in widespread destruction, Vader silenced him with a force choke, compelling him to comply. The ensuing bombardment obliterated the tank and dispersed the storm. Emerging from the wreckage, Vader rescued Sabe from the debris and carried her away. They eventually returned to the colonists, where Vader commanded Piet to target Tantaza's facility. Despite the onslaught, a shield powered by the planet's energy deflected the blasts. Undeterred, Vader, certain of a weakness, seized M7B and ventured to the facility's unshielded underside. Dispatching monsters along the way, he embedded his lightsaber within the droid's dome, guiding it through the structure to disable the shield and breach the fortress. Inside, Vader confronted Tantaza, clad in formidable armor equipped with an arm cannon. As she unleashed a barrage, Vader countered, warning her of the power's uncontrollable nature. Disabling her cannon, Vader pursued Tantaza as she fled, triggering an explosion that left him severely injured and powerless. Sabe intervened, restoring his suit's functionality, and they returned to the colony. Learning of Tantaza's allegiance to the Emperor, Sabe's enigmatic smile hinted at a newfound understanding. Back at his fortress, Vader convalesced in his bacta tank, shattering it in frustration at Sabe's words about redemption. Later, aboard the Executor, Vader addressed Valance and the Revengers, urging them to uphold a standard of loyalty. Assigning them to protect a medicine shipment, he cautioned against failure. Subsequently, he sought Sabe's counsel on dealing with Tantaza, to which she advised direct confrontation, echoing Vader's typical approach. Return to Skako Minor. Following Sabe's counsel, Vader and Sabe arrived at the Imperial Palace on Coruscant aboard a Lambda-class shuttle to confront Sidious. Despite the surprise, one of Palpatine's advisors attempted to halt Vader's advance, only to be forcefully thrown against a wall by the Dark Lord. Undeterred, Vader strode into the Emperor's throne room. When Sidious's royal guards aimed their force pikes at Vader, the Emperor calmly questioned Vader's intentions. Vader, amidst a flood of memories, levitated Sabe with the Force as Sidious taunted him about his perceived weakness. Dropping Sabe, Vader refused to aid her as Sidious ordered his guards to attack. After Sabe bested the guards, Sidious recognized her worth and permitted her to continue as Vader's ally. Back at their shuttle, Vader and Sabe were briefed by Z67 on their next mission, to quell a nationalist uprising led by Joel Tambor on Skako Minor, aimed at undermining Imperial control. Unbeknownst to them, Tambor had meticulously studied Vader's combat techniques over the years, assembling a force to confront him with reanimated droids from past encounters. Confident in his preparation, Tambor eagerly awaited facing Vader. Upon arrival on Skako Minor, Vader and Sabe encountered a crashed Corellian transport, its occupants slain by the planet's toxic atmosphere. While traversing the hazardous terrain, Vader saved pirates from cliff worms, but mercilessly dispatched them upon discovering a pile of corpses. Sabe, conflicted, allowed one pirate to escape, citing the need to locate Tambor. Vader instructed Sabe to tail the pirate while he dealt with the rest. Returning to the Executor, Vader meditated on his unwavering loyalty, then summoned Sabe and a pair of stormtroopers suspected of treason. Vader's keen deduction revealed Sabe to be another one of Amidala's handmaidens, Dorme. In a test of loyalty, Dorme wounded the stormtroopers, confirming Vader's suspicion. Confronted with Vader's assertion that Sabe served willingly, Dorme remained steadfast in her loyalty to her comrade. Despite Ochi's intervention, Vader resolved to test Dorme's allegiance further by taking her to Fadale aboard a shuttle. Shortly after, Dorme's fellow handmaidens, Irite, Sache, and Rabe Tonsort arrived on the planet. Despite Dorme's insistence on pursuing Sabe, her companions refused to abandon her and engaged Vader in combat. Despite their coordinated efforts, the handmaidens were overpowered by Vader, who offered them a final opportunity to join him. However, Sache revealed that Irite had obtained codes from Vader's suit during the skirmish, enabling them to proceed with Dorme's sabotage of the Executor. Before they could execute their plan to destroy Vader's flagship, which would result in the deaths of thousands in their quest to rescue Sabe and defeat Vader, he acknowledged their willingness to embrace bloodshed, a trait he deemed essential for joining him. However, their confrontation was interrupted by Piet, who presented Vader with a transmission from Tambor. Meanwhile, on Brental 4, Sabe confronted Tambor as he assisted a group of exiled Skakoans in a village. She implored him not to provoke Vader, emphasizing the Sith Lord's increased threat since her own failed attempt on Polis Massa. Convinced that Tambor's actions would only lead to the slaughter of hundreds of Skakoans in retaliation, Sabe shot him above the heart, incapacitating him but ensuring his survival. She then whisked him away to a ship controlled by her and Z67. Despite Tambor's initial reluctance, Sabe persuaded him of the imminent danger posed by Vader, prompting Tambor to advocate for Vader's elimination. After Tambor's rebuilt droids breached the starship and captured Sabe, he taunted Vader with a holographic message, revealing Sabe's captivity and goading Vader to pursue him. Tambor believed Sabe to be Vader's weakness, which he hoped would finally provide him with an advantage over the Sith Lord. On Fadale, realizing the necessity of Vader's assistance to rescue Sabe, the handmaidens reluctantly aligned with Vader to pursue Tambor, much to Ochi's chagrin. Corrupting Sabe. Upon arriving at Brental 4, Vader found himself reminiscing about his last encounter with Amidala on Mustafar, yearning for a different outcome and determined to achieve his idealized vision. On the planet's surface, Vader and the handmaidens encountered Moore, who attempted to persuade each of them of the benefits of serving the Empire. Vader reinforced the notion that submission to Imperial authority was the path to order, emphasizing that loyalty to one another alone was insufficient. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted by an assault from Tambor's battle droids. Utilizing the Force, Vader hurled the droids into battle as they fought their way toward Tambor's stronghold. Amidst the chaos, the handmaidens observed the droids targeting the local populace and implored Vader to assist in protecting them. Vader, asserting his leadership, declared that he would guide them to victory while issuing commands. As the handmaidens engaged the droids in combat, Vader seized the opportunity to confront Tambor directly. Upon locating Tambor, Vader found himself immobilized by a rebuilt G90, which unleashed magnetic spheres to ensnare him. The handmaidens intervened, utilizing their own magnetic devices to deactivate the spheres and free Vader. Meanwhile, Tambor seized the opportunity to flee, prompting the handmaidens to release Sabe from captivity. They pleaded with her to abandon Vader's service, but their efforts were met with Vader's wrath as he used the Force to choke them. Turning to Sabe, Vader questioned whether she intended to allow Tambor to escape and continue harming the locals, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Confronting Valance. Upon discovering Valance's betrayal of the Empire, Vader wasted no time in taking action. Boarding the Righteous Fist with Hayden by his side, Vader descended to the surface of Destined 4 in his shuttle. Upon landing, he confronted Valance and the crew of the Edgehawk, igniting his lightsaber as a sign of impending judgment. Vader made it clear that Valance's treachery would not be tolerated. As the clash ensued, Valance expressed his regrets about ever serving the Empire, facing Vader with determination despite the odds. Vader, recognizing his strength, lamented the wasted potential he saw before him. After subduing Valance, who remained defiant in his convictions, Vader pointed out the consequences of his actions, the bombing of the locals and his own troops. Valance criticized Vader's disregard for the lives under his command, but Vader remained unmoved. With Valance at his mercy, Vader was interrupted by Hayden's insistence on delivering the final blow, seeking redemption for past failures. Vader granted her request, allowing her to execute Valance herself. Despite Valance's plea for her to join him in leaving the Empire, Hayden showed no mercy, delivering a fatal blast that sent him plummeting over the cliff's edge. Before departing the planet, Vader instructed Hayden to dispatch Imperials to hunt down any survivors. Personally selecting Inferno Squad for the task, Vader ensured that his command would be carried out swiftly and ruthlessly. Confronting the Knights of Ren. After Zara's campaign against the rebellion met its end in the Battle of Pangaea, Vader received word of its failure. Following this, he delved into the investigation of the Emperor's Royal Guard assassination on Coruscant, a covert operation partially orchestrated by Ochi. However, his focus shifted when Vani alerted him to a breach at Fortress Vader. Hastening back to Mustafar, Vader confronted the intruders in his stronghold, the Knights of Ren, dark-side marauders secretly aligned with the Crimson Dawn. In the ensuing confrontation, Vader swiftly dispatched one of the knights with a force choke. The leader, Ren, engaged him in lightsaber combat while the others withdrew. Ren revealed that he had inherited both his name and the blade from his predecessor. Despite Vader's expressions of pity for their descent, Ren escaped by leaping from a window with a device called the Screaming Key. Using the Force, Vader attempted to retrieve the key, but knights opened fire, forcing Ren to reclaim it and flee with his companions. As the knights departed, Vader emerged to survey the aftermath of the battle, mourning the loss of his troops. With the Screaming Key now in the possession of the Knights, they received orders from Kira to journey to a mysterious location dubbed the Darkside Hellscape, unbeknownst to Vader and Sidious. Accompanied by the Archivist, they sought an artifact crucial to their campaign against the Sith. Shadow of Maul. After receiving summons from Sidious at the Imperial Palace, Vader met with his master to discuss recent attacks, which Sidious attributed to a coordinated campaign by an enemy of the Sith. Director Barsha was called in to provide insight from his ongoing investigation within the ISB. Barsha reported rumors suggesting that the major crime syndicates sought to disrupt the Hutt's long-standing arrangement with the Empire, with Crimson Dawn being the primary source of these rumors. As they traversed the palace corridors, Vader acknowledged that Crimson Dawn likely orchestrated the Syndicate war but pondered the extent of its influence. Sidious revealed that Crimson Dawn orchestrated other attacks as well, specifically targeting the Sith. He inquired about Kira, the Syndicate's leader whom Vader had encountered during his failed attempt to capture Solo. Although Kira wasn't deemed a direct threat, Vader noticed her proficiency in Terraskasi, reminiscent of his master's combat style, leading them to suspect Maul's involvement in her training. With the Sith becoming aware of Crimson Dawn's involvement, an alert was issued to the Imperial military to track down the Vermilion, prompting Kira to sow chaos across the galaxy to distract the Sith further. Upon returning to Mustafar, Vader was summoned by the Eye of Webbish Bog, who presented visions of past battles and glimpses of the future, including a confrontation with Amidala's handmaidens. Vader realized he was being tested before being attacked by Mustafarians, whom he swiftly dispatched. Despite Vader's frustration with the puzzles, the Eye warned of impending doom, urging Vader to recognize his role in the universe. With his helmet slightly damaged, Vader returned to his fortress and received orders from Sidious to retrieve the Fermata Cage, claimed by Kira. Tasked with eliminating anyone aware of its existence, Vader became an instrument in Sidious's missions to eradicate Dawn agents across the Empire. During his pursuit of the Dawn, Vader encountered and dealt with a traitorous stormtrooper. Despite his efforts, Vader found only wreckage at the disturbance site, leading him to question the existence of an ancient Sith within the cage. Sidious explained the cage's purpose and the threat posed by its release before sending Vader to retrieve it and eliminate Crimson Dawn. The Orphans. Upon the Executor's arrival at the planet, Vader instructed Piet to ready his shuttle. Upon landing, he found the Archivist and Kofon Ferris attempting to conceal themselves under the remnants of their machine. The dark energy emanating from Vader unsettled the Archivist, but she refused to surrender. Vader, ready to exert his power, began choking the Dawn agents with the Force until Chanath Cha and her orphans intervened. When Cha confronted Vader, recalling her family's slaughter at his hands and vowing revenge, Vader merely expressed indifference, prompting the orphans to attack. In the ensuing skirmish, Vader faced electrocution from Lady Bright and endured burns from one of Cha's acid bombs before retreating into the ocean to recuperate. Upon his return to shore, he witnessed Lady Bright, Vex, Ferris, and the Archivist fleeing towards the Siroto. Mentioning Kira's supposed demise to Cha and Seer, Vader detected their disbelief, hinting at Kira's survival. Amidst the clash with Cha and Seer, Vader criticized their hubris and prepared to strike Cha down until Vex's sniper shot severed one of his hands. Enraged, Vader used the Force to overturn the Siroto and hurl Vex into the forest. With Vex incapacitated, the others returned to aid Cha and Seer, only for the Siroto to abruptly depart, leaving the planet. Victorious over Seer and Vex, Vader twisted Cha's introduction into a grim reintroduction before fatally impaling her. Departing the planet in search of Kira, Vader left behind the aftermath of his confrontation. Meanwhile, the Spark Eternal, an ancient artificial intelligence designed to combat Sith, had taken control of Dr. Aphra's body. Utilizing the droids 000 and BT-1, the Spark embarked on a mission to hunt down Vader. However, Aphra managed to regain control temporarily, horrified by the revelation of their mission. Eventually, Aphra joined forces with Kira aboard an ancient Amaxian space station in the Outer Rim. Redemption. Kira's endeavors against the Sith culminated in tragedy. As part of his master's strategy to thwart the Alliance's plan to destroy the DS-2 Death Star 2 mobile battle station, Vader received orders to travel to the Endor system. His mission was to inform Moff Tian Jerjerrod of the Emperor's imminent arrival and to ensure the completion of the Death Star's construction, even if additional manpower was required. When the Emperor finally arrived weeks later, Vader, Jerjerrod, and a multitude of officers and stormtroopers welcomed him ceremoniously. Despite the Emperor's satisfaction with the Death Star's progress, Vader harbored a desire to continue his search for his son, which the Emperor advised him to postpone, much to Vader's chagrin. Despite his frustration, Vader acquiesced and remained aboard the Executor, despite intelligence reports indicating the Alliance fleet's gathering near Sullust. Restless after sensing his son's presence, Vader returned to his master's side and informed him of the rebel shuttle Tyridium's request to land on the forest moon of Endor. Sensing Luke's presence aboard the shuttle, Vader permitted its landing. Upon the shuttle's arrival, Vader reported to the Emperor, who authorized him to land on Endor's surface at the shield generator base. He was instructed to await Luke, who the Emperor predicted would seek him out. True to the Emperor's foresight, Luke surrendered himself to Vader during the night, hoping to sway him back to the light side. Despite acknowledging Luke's proficiency in the Force and lightsaber construction, Vader rebuffed his son's entreaties. Disheartened by his father's refusal to relent, Luke declared Anakin Skywalker's identity to be truly dead as Vader escorted him to face the Emperor. One last duel. Vader led his son to the Death Star and into the Emperor's throne room. Meanwhile, the Alliance fleet arrived, only to find the SLD-26 planetary shield generator still operational, protecting the Death Star. As the Imperial and Rebel fleets clashed in space and the Endor strike team aimed to destroy the base on the moon's surface, the Emperor seized the opportunity to tempt Luke to embrace his anger. In a moment of vulnerability, Luke struck out, but Vader intervened, engaging him in another duel. Throughout their clash, Vader sought not to kill Luke, but to draw him closer to the dark side. His plan succeeded when Luke tapped into the dark side to overpower Vader, sending him tumbling down a flight of stairs. As the Emperor urged Luke to unleash his anger once more, Luke realized the danger and adopted a defensive stance. The revelation of Leia's existence as Luke's twin sister prompted Vader's son to unleash a ferocious assault, severing Vader's right hand and incapacitating him. Betrayed by the Emperor, who demanded Luke to finish him and take his place, Vader awaited his fate, expecting Luke to follow the Sith tradition of destroying the weak. However, as Luke rejected the path to darkness and declared himself a Jedi like his father before him, the Emperor unleashed torrents of Force lightning intent on killing him. In desperation, Luke pleaded with Vader to help, sparking a conflict within. Despite his loyalty to his master, Vader was torn by his son's plea and the realization of Luke's unwavering belief in the good within him, echoing a similar dilemma he faced years earlier with Windu and Sidious. Moved by his son's plea, Vader renounced the dark side and chose to save Luke. Grasping the Emperor with his remaining strength, he lifted him high and approached the reactor shaft. Enraged by Vader's betrayal, the Emperor unleashed a devastating barrage of lightning, severely damaging Vader's life-supporting armor. In a final act of redemption, Anakin Skywalker, once Darth Vader, hurled his former master into the reactor, ending the Sith's reign and fulfilling his destiny as the Chosen One. With the demise of Darth Sidious, balance was restored to the Force, marking the end of Vader's dark legacy and the rebirth of Anakin Skywalker, Jedi Knight. Death. Moments before the destruction of the Death Star, Calrissian and Antilles piloted the Falcon with Skywalker on board to the Imperial Shuttle ST-321. There he made a poignant request to his son to remove his mask. For the first and only time, Anakin beheld his son's face. In that moment, he saw not a Jedi nor a threat, but his own flesh and blood, a son born of his love with Amidala. Anakin's countenance softened into a genuine smile, a gesture reserved for only his beloved wife. As Kenobi and Yoda materialized behind Luke, gazing upon the redeemed Skywalker with pride, Luke insisted on saving him. Yet Anakin assured him that he already had been saved and urged him to convey this truth to Leia. With a smile directed at his son, Anakin passed away, attempting to reach out to Amidala in his final moments, expressing his gratitude for their son's salvation and seeking forgiveness before he succumbed. Though Imperial forces remained oblivious to their fallen leader's fate, Anakin's spirit endured beyond death, preserved in the Force by Kenobi and Yoda. Luke, bearing his father's body, escaped the Death Star's destruction on board the shuttle. Back on Endor, amidst solitude, Luke erected a funeral pyre for his father and performed a Jedi's funeral, cremating Vader's remains. For others, the sight of Vader's helmet consumed by flames was cause for celebration, but for Luke, it marked the farewell of a hero. Having fulfilled his destiny and saved his son, Anakin ascended to join Yoda and Kenobi, once again recognized as a hero, though his true valor remained known only to Luke. Post-death, as his son ignited the pyre to consume his armor, Skywalker was discovered by C-3PO and R2-D2, who invited him back to an Ewok village to partake in their victory celebration. Reuniting with his friends and sister Leia amidst the festivities, Skywalker returned from the netherworld of the Force in his pre-fall form alongside Yoda and Obi-Wan Kenobi. Though they harbored concerns for Luke's future, they chose not to burden him with forewarnings, instead expressing their approval and imparting a sense of peace upon him. Seeking reassurance about Luke's fate, Skywalker turned to his mentors. Kenobi replied optimistically, citing Luke's resilience thus far. In the ensuing years, Anakin's spirit, alongside Kenobi and Yoda, continued to offer guidance to Luke. Meanwhile, Vader's castle on Mustafar remained intact, guarded by his former servant Vanni, who became ensnared in hallucinations of his master's voice, believing he could resurrect Vader. Exploiting Vanni's delusions, Rebel officer Lena Graff feigned to be the reborn Vader, ultimately freeing her companions and leaving Vanni imprisoned once more. On Mustafar, the true Force spirit of Anakin Skywalker intervened, guiding Graff and her crew to safety with a summoned lightsaber. Skywalker's son Luke later encountered paranormal Sith wraiths while searching for Exegol. In a moment of dire need, a ghostly figure, initially mistaken for Obi-Wan, revealed himself as Anakin Skywalker. Offering his hand, Skywalker transported Luke back to Tython, where he explained a disturbance in the Force and reassured Luke of his enduring connection to the Force. With his guidance imparted, Skywalker vanished, leaving Luke to navigate the path ahead. Legacy. After the Battle of Endor, Luke Skywalker relayed news of his father and the Emperor's demise to the Alliance, prompting widespread communication declaring the Alliance as the new dominant force in the galaxy. With the Emperor, his chief enforcer, and many high-ranking officers perishing in the conflict, the Galactic Empire succumbed to internal power struggles and fragmentation into various factions. Disinformation campaigns orchestrated by the Imperial Remnant led to rumors circulating in certain parts of the galaxy regarding Vader and the Emperor's deaths. Despite this, sympathizers who knew the truth paid homage to Vader by tagging graffiti stencils of his helmet, with the phrase "Vader lives" in places like Taris and Coronet City. The Acolytes of the Beyond, a group of Sith cultists and enthusiasts, revered Vader as superior to the Empire and sought to destroy a lightsaber they believed to be his. Months later, they orchestrated a revolution on Corellia, targeting a museum's basement to acquire a red-bladed lightsaber for undisclosed reasons. Another Sith cult, the Alzamek of Winzit, established a colony in the Korvax Fen near Fortress Vader, venerating Vader as their Dark Lord and the true ruler of the galaxy. Despite Vader's previous secrecy, his reputation grew during the Galactic Civil War and after his death, becoming, in the words of Jedi Padawan Rey, the most hated man in the galaxy. Even decades after his death, Darth Vader remained a divisive figure in the New Republic. When Leia Organa's biological connection to Vader was publicly revealed, her reputation suffered, leading to her resignation from the Galactic Senate. This revelation, facilitated by Senator Ransom Casterfo and orchestrated by Carice Sindian of the First Order, tarnished Leia's diplomatic efforts, as seen during negotiations with Mon Cala. Additionally, former Imperial Stormtrooper Terex, now aligned with the First Order, regarded Captain Phasma as less intimidating than Vader. Leia and Han Solo's son, Ben Solo, inherited his mother's Force sensitivity and was sent to train under his uncle, Luke. Influenced by Snoke, Ben adopted the name Kylo Ren, becoming a master of the Knights of Ren and a prominent figure in the First Order. Driven by a desire to fulfill Vader's legacy and surpass his grandfather's achievements, Kylo Ren engaged in various conflicts, including a decisive battle against the Banathi, seeking to expand his influence. During the confrontation with the Banathi, Ren faced challenges reminiscent of those encountered by Vader years earlier. Despite initial setbacks, Ren's determination led him to overcome the Banathi's god, the Zillo Beast, earning him control over the Banathi. Rutherford, a witness to Ren's triumph, acknowledged Ren's victory over his grandfather, Vader. Ren's actions led to Skywalker's self-imposed exile and fueled the belief that the Jedi Order should end with him, holding the Jedi responsible for Vader's creation. Ren possessed Vader's helmet as a symbol of the dark side's power and weakness, communicating with it to suppress his pull to the light. Additionally, Rey, a scavenger from Jakku, wielded Anakin's lightsaber against Ren during the Battle of Starkiller Base. As Ren transitioned to Snoke's flagship, the Supremacy, he left Vader's helmet behind, unable to face its reminder of his failure. Snoke himself possessed a ring adorned with obsidian from Vader's castle, further illustrating the enduring legacy of Darth Vader. Balance preserved. Following Skywalker's demise, a faction of Alizmec devotees settled in the Korvax Fen area near Fortress Vader on Mustafar, venerating both Vader and Lady Korvax. Acquiring an ancient Sith Wayfinder once owned by Vader, they incorporated it into their rituals. In 35 ABY, Kylo Ren orchestrated a brutal attack on the Alizmec followers, seizing Vader's Wayfinder amidst the chaos. Utilizing this artifact, Ren navigated to Exegol, where he encountered Emperor Palpatine, who had somehow returned from death. Using the voice of Darth Vader, Palpatine communicated with Ren, further entangling him in the dark legacy of his grandfather. As Leia Organa Skywalker Solo summoned her final reserves of strength to reach her son, Ben Solo, she found solace in the comforting voices and faces of her family that surrounded her. Among them, she heard the voice of Anakin Skywalker, whose apology she embraced, reciprocating his love in a newfound manner. Anakin's voice resurfaced later, alongside those of countless Jedi spirits, as Rey faced Darth Sidious during the Battle of Exegol. Guiding Rey to restore balance as he once did, Anakin and the collective spirits of the Jedi lent their eternal power to aid Rey in defeating Sidious, ensuring the preservation of the balance he had fought for. Ren, having reclaimed his identity as Ben Solo, followed his grandfather Anakin's path to redemption by sacrificing himself to save Rey. With Solo representing the final link to the Skywalker lineage, Rey adopted the Skywalker name as her own, symbolizing the enduring legacy of Anakin. In the afterlife, Anakin found reunion with his family at long last. And that, my friends, is the entire Anakin Skywalker timeline. What a journey in a galaxy far, far away, starting as a young slave boy and ending as a redeemed Jedi Knight. What's your favorite Anakin Skywalker moment? Is it an Anakin Skywalker moment or a Darth Vader moment? How about your least favorite? I mean, Order 66 is pretty brutal. Make sure you let me know down in the comments and subscribe to Stanley Presents for more just like this. Until next time, true believers, thanks for watching. Excelsior!